wanna see who the best be? You ready? Yeah, you better be.
I said, you 10 again? If not more, I want more goals. I want 10. I want to score 10 plus. That's what I want. Well, you know, I mean, Brian played well, but I feel like they're not quite a team yet. And if I'm honest, I'm not really afraid of anyone. Our opponents, good luck.
Hello and welcome to Baller League Match Day 2 live from the Copper Box here in East London. And I'm joined again by some familiar faces. I've got the main man, Chunks, and Leah's in the building. Boys, we're buzzing to be back, aren't we?
Very happy to be back. I'm kind of upset because we lost the Carabao Cup final. That's a side note, just to show you that I'm going to be probably a bit down today. But very happy to be back, man. Match Day 2, man. Excited.
I'm not as disappointed as you, for obvious reasons, but I am excited to be back, because the first week, we had excitement, we had goals, we had everything.
Listen, first week was good. So nice we got to do it twice. Match Day 2. What are we looking forward to? Liz, I'm going to start with you.
I think we're looking for teams to, first and foremost, replicate what they did last week in terms of the good ones. I think what NDL did last week was unbelievable. What Deport Trio did was great, Prime. But now it's a new test. Prime up against Ruckus today, two teams that were really impressive. And I'm also looking at the sides who maybe didn't get off to the best start. Can they adapt? Can maybe Community FC learn the rules of game changers? Because I think that might have been something that hurt them in the week prior.
Chunks.
I think, yeah, more fluidity, especially from teams that started off slow. Just want to see them get back to their best. And I feel like NDL have lost one of their big players already in Jaden Raymond, out for the whole season. Unfortunately, got injured in the first game.
Recovery.
So speedy recovery to him too. But I think, yeah, man, just more exciting football. I want to see more of what I saw last season. And I'm excited for that, man. Obviously, it's a big clash with Prime and Ruckus, so let's see who comes out on top.
Do you think that those teams that maybe started off a little bit slowly, I mean, we saw SDS probably, they won their game, they weren't at the best of their ability. 1 week, a few more training sessions, a little bit more time to gel as a team. Do you think that's going to help them?
100%. I feel that's exactly what's needed. You're going to get up to pace very quickly in this, because you're going to realize that you're going to be punished if you don't. You know what I mean? So I feel like we need to see community team especially just try to get into the game. Game changes are always very difficult. Clutch and Ruckus last season really struggled with that, which is why they didn't finish as strong as they should have. I feel like Ruckus got the hang of it towards the end of the season, which is why they kind of improved. But I just want to see more. I feel like they need time, maybe. We're probably being a bit unfair. I think they need time.
Do you know what? We've spoken about a couple of those big games that are coming up, but I think it is time that we see the fixtures for today, because there are some huge ones. We're starting off with Yanited against Community FC that we've spoken about. That could be an interesting game. Then Deport Trio against Clutch. Deport Trio, well, arguably odds-on favourites for this. If you look at Prime and NDL as their biggest rivals, Ruckus against Prime. That is the showpiece chat, isn't it? And Wembley Rangers against NDL, another absolutely massive clash. SDS, after their big victory in week 1, up against N5 FC, looking to bounce back. And Gold Devils against VZN FC to fill up. Listen, to end the day, it is an absolute barnstormer of fixtures coming today. And guess what? We also have Goldbridge on comm. So, you know, the vibes are going to be absolutely electric. Guys, it is an incredible match day too, isn't it?
I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, you touched on the two big games, obviously Prime versus Ruckus, but the one I'm really looking forward to watching is NDL versus Wembley Rangers. NDL, I think, might have been the most impressive team in the first week, and Wembley are the defending champions, but you do not want to start this season 0-2. It doesn't matter how much experience you have. You don't want to dig yourself a hole that you have to get out of. So I think that's the game to potentially watch for tonight.
I'm pretty sure last season, I think NDL did beat Wembley Rangers too, so I'm sure that Wembley Rangers want to make it right and win this one. So it's going to be a very competitive game.
Listen, anything can happen in Baller League. And if you're new here or you just need a little bit of a reminder, this is Baller League. So now you're clued up on what exactly is Baller League. We have some big news for you. And no, it's not that Angry Ginge is in the studio. We'll be getting to that soon. But we are taking Baller League on the road. We're heading to the M&S Bank Arena in Liverpool on the 20th and 27th of this month. It's going to be absolutely incredible. Guys, I cannot wait. We're going up north, Ginge. You must love that.
I'm just glad it's not going to be a 4-hour drive back home and get home at 4 a.m. for once. Do you know what I mean? If I'd have had a choice, I'd have chose Manchester, but Liverpool's only around the corner, so I'll take it.
So next month, we're going back up north. Now, Ginge, you've already said that you are buzzing, but what you weren't buzzing with is your performance in week 1. Not happy as a gaffer.
I mean, to be honest, the performance I thought weren't actually that bad. We looked at the stats after, most possession the whole night, second most accurate passes, shots on target, second. We played against an extreme low block, weren't there to play football. And we gave them 2 really bad goals. We definitely deserved to win, but that happens in football. You got to crack on.
Listen, you've been called the Pep Guardiola. I know you don't like the Man City. Listen, I know you don't like. I know you, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure Sir Alex played the free-flowing, expansive ball that you want to play. So we're going to call it. We're going to call you the Pep Gingiola.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't think you can because I pass forwards and I play entertaining football, so it probably won't be. So I'll go with Carrick. I don't mind that.
All right, okay, we're going to call you Carrick. Not quite as exciting for everybody who doesn't support United. But listen, a massive game against your Manc. We call them rivals or are they friends? Yeah,
no, I'd say friends. You know, they're from Manchester. Obviously saw them when they beat the Southerners to get through. I was buzzing about that, and I'm happy I'm playing them early on because I can put my sort of arm around them now for the rest of the weeks and try and create a beast and help them out as much as possible. Otherwise, if we'd have ended up playing them week 10, we'd have been in trouble because, like I said to you before, it would have been the student becomes the master.
Yeah, mental. What are you expecting from them? Because obviously you saw their frailties in the first game week. I feel like it kind of happens. Last season, you remember with Clutch and Ruckus, they started off very slowly because the game changes were very difficult to adapt to.
Yeah.
So in seeing that, have you and Coxie actually spoke about where they're weak and where you can attack them?
Well, we know where they're best. Their number 10 is probably by far the best player. Quality. But I think overall, in terms of intensity and physicality, is probably where we can pounce on them. Game changers, we're one of the teams that struggle on game changers for some reason. So hopefully today we can make it count and kick on. But other than that, it's just put the ball in the back of the net and don't give away rubbish goals. That's all we need to start doing.
I think Alex Burns so far has been, alongside that final that he played in, the standout for that team. So definitely one for you to watch out for. I'm curious, though, in terms of, we touched back on last week's game because, yeah, we spoke about it briefly, but that was a big talking point, right? Vision, we're bottom of the league in terms of passes completed and possession. Yeah. You had a big issue in terms of not being able to break that down, but I want to ask you more so. You went down 2-0 against them, so for all the lack of possession they had, they still managed to get 2 early goals on you. How do you kind of maneuver that this week?
Well, I mean, the 2 goals that they gained on us were really poor goals. We were missing, of course, Butcher, who starts vice-captain for our team. So he's back in this week. And I guarantee you now, if we had Butcher last week, we wouldn't have lost that game.
Those are big words. There's a lot of pressure on you this weekend, then.
There's pressure on us all the time because we're United.
Well, you're United, and there is pressure on you all the time. But, you know, you did out-pile on that pressure by getting on a stream with a certain Marlon and betting him 5,000 English pounds that your team United would finish above his son.
Well, the thing with Marlon is he's absolutely clueless. So it's generally like taking candy from a baby. I'll accept my money at the end of the season. And I think there's only 10 teams in the American one as well. So
he's already got the start as well, too. He's already got a win.
They got a win? I didn't know that.
Plus, there's only 9 games as well with him.
There's only 9 games?
Yeah, remember he's got 8 left. So
we need to win like 4 of them. We need to have a look at that bet.
I can't lie, you need to relook at that bet, generally, bro. Generally.
Don't spend the IFCOM yet, because it is IFCOM. It's not in your bank account. Angry Ginge, my man, I see your boys warming up. You're about to play your fellow Manchester Community FC. We will not keep you too long, right? Because you've got some important business to do. Sort out that tie, get onto the bit, get pitch side, and let's go. It looks fantastic.
I love that. Have a day off.
Before I lose too many friends in the studio, let's head up to Brandon, who's in the commentary box.
Thank you so much, Josh. Yes, welcome back to the Copper Box for week 2. Remember, 11 match days here we played. Of course, 9 of them at the Copper Box 2. We are coming to Liverpool later on this season for 2 weeks back to back. That plans to be a lovely few weeks up there, up north, bringing new fans into the Copper Box. But for this, I mean, look, we're back for week 2. There are a lot of matches that haven't ever taken place in Ball League. Of course, that's because we've got a handful of new teams, the Gold Devils, Mark Goldbridge, who will be alongside me in commentary, which I'm looking forward to. But you may not have seen, this is the league table. This is the league standings off the back of last week. NDL were unbelievable. They won the pressure point penalty. Of course, Jaden Raymond winning that for them. The last week, he's gone on and had an operation on his hamstring. He's going to be out for 3 to 4 months now, so we're looking forward to seeing him back at some point, hopefully maybe in the next season. Prime in second place, they were superb, they were goal scoring for fun. Deport Trio, of course, the additions of Emmanuel Thomas and Waghorn. Ruckus will take on Prime, they're in fourth as it stands. SDS beat the champions of last year, Wembley Rangers, and for Yanited, they are without a win for quite some time. They have not won in their last 5 games, dating back all the way to the 8th of December against VZN FC in Season 2. And for Angry Ginge, he's not won a game in the cover box all the way back, dating to May 26th. Yes, last year. It has been quite some time since Angry Ginge, of course, has won a game here at the cover box. Yes, because he went to the jungle, but still, it is a fact, it is still a statement. Can he change that tonight? Let's get these teams out and get them ready to go for match day 2. 50 goals we saw last week. Hopefully, we can see a few more of them tonight. As always, chat, I can see you in your hundreds and thousands. Comment down below. Say good evening tonight. Let us know where you're watching from, and also who you're excited to see. No doubt the game of the night is Ruckus against Prime. Cannot wait to see that one unfold. Let's get these teams out and kick off match day 2. Here we go then, with a new intro through the Super Mario Galaxy movie tunnel. It is the 2 sides from the Manchester-based area of the UK. Of course, if you don't know the story about Community FC, there was an open community cup at the start of the new season between Ball League Season 2 and Season 3. In the gap there was an open tournament. Teams from London and Manchester could compete for one final spot in the league table here in the UK. There was a final a few Mondays back here at the Copper Box. It was the Manchester side of the Community Cup side that won it. Yes, they may have got one of them up early doors last week to NDL, and the game changer maybe had them slightly unpicked, and they were just getting used to maybe the new style of football here. They are mates outside of this. They play 6-a-side football on a Thursday night outside of Ball League, but look, they're here tonight in the Copper Box, and they're taking on Angry Ginges United, who are needing a win. As I said, their last win is back in December 8th against Vision. Since then, they haven't won a game, and they didn't make it into the top 4 last year, which by their own standards is simply not good enough. Ginge, rightly so, 2 changes coming in to this week's squad. Callum Butcher comes back in. He was no doubt missed. And John Bostock, a franchise player from Season 2. Of course, you cannot forget what he achieved in his pro career, including winning a French championship and multiple free kicks for Notts County, especially that one against Wrexham in that promotion battle all those seasons ago. Former Manchester United goalkeeper does feature as well. Keeper Gracie and former SDS captain Michael Felivi. It's a really strong start from United, but they need to get going this week in Ball League. 3-3 draw last week against Vision. By their own standards, it's not good enough. Well, this is Community FC. A lot of people, of course, new to these players, but their star of the show, no doubt, is Alex Byrne. A question mark, you would argue, on no Jack Patter this week. Of course, he was making social media hits with that moment of magic in the match that did qualify themselves here for Ball League Season 3. Jay Barnes and Callum Rowe coming as 2 of their new players for this season. I love this drone shot as well. I've been bringing you all season long here. Well, for the first time tonight, chat, United or Community FC, who do you think will kick off match day 2 with 3 points on the board? It's Felivi and Alex Byrne that kick us off. And strap yourselves in for 2 halves of 15 minutes here. Remember, there is a game change that follows on the 12th and the 27th minute. And all our games coming up tonight are as follows. Deport Trio against Clutch, Ruckus against Prime. Wembley Rangers taking on NDL. That's a great game in match day, in match 4 of the night. SDS, the Season 1 champions against N5 FC. And then we close out the night with Community Sorry, Gold Devils versus VZN FC. Callum Butcher wearing the captain's armband tonight. Good to see him back. Of course, was part of the Tottenham Hotspur Academy alongside Sam Cox. That's where Sam Cox knows a lot of these players that he's been bringing into his and Angry Gingy's side. Actually won League One with Newell and Burton. Did Callum Butcher. Will be pulled back for a kick in which Callum Charlton will bring us back into play. Where's number 3 shirt for Community FC? He's the only player that has featured before in Baller League. Other than that, these are all brand new players coming into the copper box every Monday. That man there, Alex Byrne, already in a bit of a tussle with Callum Butcher. Keep your eyes on that one. He did score their opening goal. In the 10th minute to give them the lead against NDL. Then it was the game change to just let them down. Let's burn over this one. Sure not going to fancy a shot. Does he? Oh, it was dipping. He had the right to shoot it from there. And he very nearly kept Grayshik off his line. Maybe they're looking for the cutback. Of course, keep in mind in Ball League, no corners do exist, but if you do win 3 corners, you will win a penalty. Someone in the chat saying, hello, Felipe. Someone in the chat saying, Danny Drink water available as a wild card. I mean, look, there's a lot of players that are available for a wild card chat. Throw them in the chat. Who would you love to see here in Ball League? Remember that you are allowed to draft or sign 12 players at the start of every season. You can only field 10 players on every match day here with the copper box, or of course later this season in Liverpool. But you can wildcard 2 players every single week. A few teams have done that tonight. But for these 2, no wildcards as of yet for season 3. Cadell Daniel. Have a little thick on. We'll try and link back in with Rodney Miller. And for the first time in this game, a chance to look at both these starting squads. Michael Felivi, Cadell Daniel, Callum Butcher, Tyler Miller Rodney, and one of their newest players this season, Paul Jones Poku, who has got a wealth of experience. Was a bit of a legend, in fact, for the Belgium side of Stanley H. So once again, the Sam Cox, a former Spurs youngster. They want him to have quite a successful pro career. Punches into Felivi now. Cadell Daniel, who has been superb for United. One of the few players as well that's remained loyal to their club. Start of the brand new season, there was 100 signings in total across the 144 registered players across the 12 clubs. Of course, some of those signings were from team to team. Going back in the chat, someone saying Adel Tarab, Ben Arthur, Eden Hazard, Zlatari Vujovic, just a few names. Who should be a wild card? Remember, we are here, of course, for 11 weeks of league play. 12 teams all battling out to be in the top 4. I mean, yeah, Petr Cech, he did play in one of the last match days of season 2. Champions League winners do play a ball league sometimes. Levy. Rodney now not able to get past Callum Charlton. Poku. That ricochets off the face, unfortunately, of Levy. He goes down to ground there.
Hopefully it's okay. Only reminiscent of this
Here again, the replay. I'm not sure we want to see this one, the replay, because it's got some force behind it. He's had a shot. It's deflected off the boot of Kidu of Community FC. It's straight back in his face.
It is brought to you by the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Out in cinemas. First, we're not fooling you. You get your tickets.
For that man, the pressure, no doubt, might be slowly building. As I said, Angry Ginge, the last one he had at Copper Box for United was back on the 26th of May. It's the 23rd of March the following year. It's been some wait for him. They've only won 2 of their last 14 Ball League games. They were so good in season 1, he won't need me to tell him that again. Said before the game as well, we're up there, we have the most possession, created some of the best chances across Matchday 1 for season 3. They've just got to gel and get going. It will happen with time, no doubt. Cadell Daniel, that's brilliant feet. As Miller Rodney will get a shot. That'll be the first corner of the game. Also, we do see the introduction of Sandra Kamara, former Wembley Rangers player, was champion last year with them. It's a number 10 shirt for United. Believe it or not, was actually on trial at Barcelona as a teenager and shared the same changing room with João Felix. Matthew Waller coming across there. I don't know if he fell a slight. In the face there, or he might have even been poked in the eye. I mean, there's been a few eye injuries, hasn't there, the last 2 weeks already. Of course, you cannot forget just last week, Dutch's goalkeeper. And another block comes off the head of Kidu. Burn drops deep just to get Community FC on the ball and to get them moving. Serge goes forward. There's no one near the end of it. There was an ongoing run from Keane Joyce. Cadell Daniel. He's got to be brave there. He's come quite far off his goal. Kamara then can get dispossessed. This is where Community FC can make the most of this. He keeps it on the pitch just about. Cadell Daniel has to come back to get that one clear. FC have taken the lead for a second week in a row. It's their debut season in Baller League. Milou Geta Kadu has not only bagged his first Baller League goal, but more so has given Community FC the perfect start. And they lead Angry Ginger's United side by a goal to 0. How will United react to this? Well, apologies for any harsh language there. Ginger's getting, as expected, quite animated. He wants more from his team. Switch on. Absolutely right, they need to. Although they lost the game last week, Community FC, losing 7 goals to 2 in the end against NDL. They actually did create 6 big chances in that game. That was the second most by Prime of the evening. They might be new to Ball League, but they certainly weren't afraid to create chances. It was just on the game changes they were a little bit unstuck. That's where it all went wrong. A few errors and they were penalised. I should say punished. That's a great little flick there from Miller Rodney, just to try and get onto his left foot. He felt he was fouled. Callum Butcher! Good save from Faye. Kamara can't get the connection he wanted on the follow-up. And a challenge has come in from Ginge, I'm guessing for the foul on
We have a ref challenge from Yanited.
Well, remember this season, there is a rule change. If you get the challenge correct, you will get the flag back and you can re-challenge again. If the challenge is wrong, you will lose the flag. Well, was it a foul? I mean, I can understand why he's thrown the hit. It did look. I can hear Micah Richards, by the way, by the refs. Challenge screen. Was he fouled or not?
Free kick or no free kick?
By Calabro.
Challenge accepted. Foul.
Challenge successful.
On the edge of the box.
Foul on the edge of the box. Ginge will get his flag back. He will be able to challenge again throughout the game.
Foul has been given to United on the edge of the box.
Calabro's not happy about that.
United and Ginge have their challenge.
I think Ginge will be.
Challenge once again. Free kick United.
Might be a soft foul, but it is still a foul in the referee's book. Cadell Daniel steps over this one. Can he wrap his foot around it and bring United back into this? Cadell Daniel steps up for United and scores!
For United's number 45,
Cadell Daniel, 2 goals in 2 games. One of their most loyal players. It's his 3rd season wearing the United badge. And he knew exactly where he was placed in that one. United 1, Community FC 1, and we are 2 minutes away from our game changer.
A slow start. This game has come to life. And we are now just 2 minutes away from game changer.
He's done a good job there. Whether he's been given a foul or not, it is a foul, will not be a corner. Foul against Keane Joyce. And corner for Community FC. For the first time tonight, chat, we will have our first game changer, which will be 3 play, onside, or +1. What do you want to see in the chat? Let us know. For the last 3 minutes of the game changer, the rules will be changed. And 3 play. It was the game changer that gave us the most goals last season. No doubt it will be the same story here for season 3. Pocket. And comes Nathan Aduwa.
We're now 1 minute away from game changer. Blockbuster Arena. Get those
That's the
balls
best
going.
pass at all. He just about keeps it in play. There's Cadell Daniel. Just to switch that wide. It is Kidu, the goal scorer. Rose slightly out of sync with his teammate there, and a chance to break away. Aduwa fancies the shot, takes a deflection, and Serge Faye will be able to get that. 25 seconds away from the game changer. Great pass from Alex Byrne. And King Joyce wasn't far away from giving Community FC their second of the game. Chance to break away now. They've got no excuse not to get a shot away. Kiju maybe takes a bit too long on the ball. Shots! And just about in! King Joyce! Well, he got too much power on that one. Hubert Krejcik couldn't stop it. He got a hand on it, but parried it into his goal. And that's the perfect way to go into the game change for Community FC, who lead United by 2-1.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. We go higher. It's time to go higher.
+1.
Your first game changer tonight
Will be our game changer for the first time tonight on match day 2 of season 3. The game will start as a 1v1 plus goalkeepers, and after every goal that is scored, a player will be added onto each side. Goalkeepers are not allowed to leave their penalty area, or engage in build-up play, but they can kick off the play of each attack. If the goalkeeper does do this and break the rules, it will result in a penalty to the opposing team. 3 minutes of +1. This usually tends to be entertaining.
Okay, it's a +1. Score! Another one comes into the game. Okay, keeper!
The order, but the sound of it, it sounded like John Bostock was going to be the 5th player on the pitch if it went that far in the 3 minutes.
Let's get this started. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
Well, it looks to be Alex Byrne
2, 1.
up against Miller Rodney for the first duel of these next 3 minutes. Alex Byrne fancies a shot from quite far out. Now he's going to have to deal with a counter-attack potentially.
It's over for a corner. It's a corner apiece now.
It will be a corner for Community FC. Alex Byrne happy that he's won that. I think there will be a sub. Callum Charlton comes on. I forget he was part of season 1 in Baller League with N5. Is he fouled there? Referee will give Community FC a foul. The way they take that, they'll just continue to dribble because there's no one else on the pitch to pass it to. Might fall back to Callum Charlton. He's in a battle with Miller Rodney. Shot comes in eventually. And as we mentioned, keeper must just drop the ball off. That's their only touch they'll get until they are needed to make a save again. He can't go back to the goalkeeper now.
Is it football? Is it wrestling?
Where's the free kick being given there?
See it all up.
It's been against United. Cadell Daniel, the goal scorer of United's first, looking for a second. Great save from Serge Bay. Well, to pull away there. Here comes Jake Barnes, debut in Baller League for Community FC. Dispossessed it. Was there a tug of the shirt? There was. And it will be a penalty against Jake Burns because he was last man. Another chance for Cadell Daniel to continue his goal scoring form for United.
What are we challenging?
Well, there's been a ref challenge on the other side for Community FC. They're not happy that it
Got
was
a challenge
foul against them, but I
for a foul that
happened.
happened before.
Be able to get away with it. I mean, this is from before, I believe. They want a challenge from before that moment. Not the foul from Jake Burns on Cadell Daniel. Well, let's see the moment they're trying to challenge.
Yeah.
the moment before Jay Barnes then was given a foul against him.
He's got the ball there. He's not touched him there.
Is there a touch there? Is there a touch?
He's got the ball again. Yeah, and then he goes on.
And there's the foul on the other side.
Because then he's pulled him and pulled him down.
The goal-scoring opportunity, which then was given as a penalty to United.
Challenge unsuccessful.
Challenge unsuccessful. Community FC have lost their challenge now for the remaining of these games.
FC was unsuccessful.
Because it was an unsuccessful challenge. If it is successful this year, you will keep the flag. Cadell Daniel with a chance to put United 2-2 in this game. Can he find a way past Serge Fay? Cadell Daniel! 2-2! He's on for a hat-trick before half-time. As a goal is scored, another player will be added onto the pitch. As Puku comes on, he's got a chance to break away now from Jay Barnes, who cannot give away a foul again. And Puku cuts it back to Cadell Daniel, who will put that one wide. That could have been his hat-trick before half-time.
Put the ball in the
Put the ball in the net, the words from Sam Cox and Ginge. Not happy at all. Do not get a better chance than that. Shot comes in, that one just goes wide from Alex Bird.
Decent strike. Final minute of the half. 2-2.
New gets up. Kiddu coming on with Callum Rowe now. Cadell Daniel, that's a corner. One more of those, United will get another penalty.
One more.
Second of the game.
A penalty.
.30 seconds just over left of this first half. United 2, Community FC 2. Callum Rowe. He was going to go take on Mpoku there. Still might fancy it now. Can he get around Mpoku?
First half's ended in 10, 9, 8,
Rowe
7,
to save on the
6, 5.
There's only 4 seconds left. There is not enough time to get the ball down the over, and I think that's going to do us for half-time. That shot is off target. And at the halfway point, although United went 1-0 down early doors, they have come back fighting. Cadell Daniel, their franchise player, has delivered as usual. At the halfway point, it's United 2, Community FC 2.
Lorenzo here, and I'm with the one and only Alfie Matthews. How you feeling today, bro?
I'm good, bro. How are you?
I'm feeling good, bro. Obviously, game week 1 didn't go exactly how we wanted. How are we bouncing that back this week?
We've worked on things in training. We've brought in a few different players. So we're just looking to get a win today.
Hat-trick last week, bro. Top spins, top bins. The real question is, where are you playing? Are you in goal or are you out on pitch?
It was 4 goals as well. But nah, I'm not in goal today. I'm back on pitch. I'm looking forward to it.
Alright guys, let us know where you want Alfie to play. Should it be in goal or should it be out on pitch? Another question I have for you, bro. That top spin you got, bro. I've only seen CR7, Gareth Bale, and yourself whip it like that. How did you learn to get such a technique, bro?
It was definitely not Diddy. It was someone called Francis Mampolo. He taught me how to do the top spin. So hopefully I can do it again today.
Hey, word on the street is Francis Mampolo's. He's right there. Come in, mate. Come in. Come in. Get in for the camera, mate. We only got 50 seconds. Make it quick, mate. Francis, have you got any look-up?
Of course I do.
Cheers. We'll speak to you later, mate. Final question as well. Neymar or Rooney?
I'll be honest, it has to be Rooney. Oh, you must be Rooney.
Crazy. We'll see you later, guys.
an Alfie Matthews interview, and fresh trims. We do it all here at Baller League. Now,
all of it.
He's had an incredible match day one. I mean, Liaz, we were chatting about this. One of the most interesting first games, first halves in Baller League history, would you say?
I was speaking to him after the game. I said, you're the most versatile player in the history of this league, because to go and do what he's done on the pitch and then step in the goal and even come up with some saves, but then the goals on top. I think we have some of the video available, but I just need you guys to take a look at the ball striking on display. This might be the best pure striker of a ball in Baller League. The way he hits it, the technique, the swaz, if you want to call it that, the dip. I don't think anyone is on his level in terms of just striking a ball, and it was on full display, even though he was playing in goal.
Yeah, Alfie Matthews really reminds me of a young me, to be honest. I think is what I could do back in the days, but fair play to him, man. Obviously, unfortunately, didn't get the win. And but yeah, look at the strikes, man, ridiculous.
This is like Soboslai. Seriously,
genuinely,
this is Soboslai's technique.
Genuinely.
And I give him credit as well, too, to step into goal when a teammate goes down. Anyone else could have done it. He took the responsibility. Again, came up with some saves. I give him huge credit. And then look, as well, too, stepped up. Bro, these strikes, man. Oh, my goodness. And I don't know if we have the one at the end as well, too, when it came to the 1v1s. Yeah.
He does it all, doesn't he? He really does it all.
Everything. I just wish, to be honest with you, obviously, he was with SDS last season. I don't think we got to see that side of his game as much as we did maybe in season 1. But new team now, I think this is a huge opportunity for him to kind of rebuild his stock, because he is a very, very good player.
We've heard a lot about keepers playing out from the back, but he takes it to another level.
Literally that. And then finally, like we said, in the game changer, nearly brought it back on his very own. 4th of the game. Give me a break, man.
What a player.
Well, here we go then. Thank you so much for the boys downstairs. We are, of course, admiring that performance from Alfie Matthews last week. Up front, in goal, wherever he was playing, he was unbelievable. He'll be in action in our next game tonight, as he said. Not in goal this time, though. Aaron Stevens, thankfully, is back, recovered, and will be in goal tonight. We are back underway for the second half here of game 1. In case you missed the action, United 2, Community FC 2. It was Community FC that once again took the lead, as they did last week. After just 7 minutes. Kidu getting the opening goal. Shot comes in off the bar. And is there a penalty shout? Ref challenge comes in. Was it a penalty on Michael Falevi?
A penalty has been given.
But it's already been given. Penalty's already been given. Of course, Community FC can't challenge that. They don't have a flag. Ginge was going to throw the challenge in, but it isn't needed, and it looks like Adele Daniels on for a hat-trick.
So United have a chance to take the lead.
It hasn't been the welcome that Jay Barnes has wanted in Baller League. He's given away 2 penalties, unfortunately, for his team. Cadell Daniel on for a hat-trick.
Here we go.
Can he find a way past Serge Faye? No hat-trick yet.
Serge Faye, love that. Celebrates with his cheerleaders.
He got 10 goals last season. If he scored that, it'd be on 4 goals already in 2 match days.
A big moment now, Tony. Huge moment.
Keeps us stepping up. He's had a good game. He's had a good game.
Some big saves.
Before you ask in the chat, of course. No flag given on that one, because it was a penalty. United 1 corner flag away from winning another penalty. Their 3rd of the game, by the way. I wonder if Cadell Daniel will step up to take that one again. 2-2 still. We're only a minute off the restart. Butcher. Cadell Daniel turns away from his man. Is he going to fancy getting a shot in, or is he going to look to cross it in instead? Is he looking for a final touch? Cadell Daniel gets a toe and it goes down to ground. Serge Faye will play quickly forward now to Alex Byrne, who will try and tip that over. Eddie Alito is having his first few touches of the game. Missed the passes from Serge Faye, but it's all the way. The Community FC kicking once again on this left-hand side, far away from me in the commentary box. Kamara. Who is foul? That was too easy for the referee. Kamara. Goals last season for the champions Wembley Rangers. Grayshik flicks around the corner from Kamara. Was intercepted by Kid, who keeps United in possession now. And Poku, that one apparently came off United. Not United player last. That will be another kick in for them as they're edging closer towards the pitch. You feel like they are building towards a third in this game. Nicely done there by Alex Byrne. The two number 10s battling on the far-hand side of the chance to just continue up the pitch a little bit more. I mean, chat, question for you. We're only week 2 here. Of course, NDL top of the table, 4 points. Can you give me a prediction already for your top 4 this season? There is a long way left to be played. It's a great flick on, by the way. He's going to pass it back to his teammate. No, he's not. It is classy from Kickoff. The link-up play between Alex Byrne and Joyce was beautiful. And the finish was slotted ever so nicely. Community FC back in front, 3 goals to 2. Poku is at the corner. It is. United get a third penalty in the game.
Third corner, which means a penalty.
Who's going to step up and take this one? It looks like it's going to be John Bostock, who is in conversation with Kamara and Sam Cox, who is taking the penalty. I don't think that's going to help either of them, that they've had to stop there and have a think about it. Bostock, this is his first touch of the brand new season. He misses. The rebound, of course, won't count. But Serge Faye, he's playing his part in this one. He saved 2 penalties. You can't help but start to look at the fact that there was a little bit of deliberation there between the 2 players, Kamara and Bostock. They weren't sure who were taking the penalty. I mean, welcome back for season 3, John Bostock, who was a franchise player last season, a huge part of United's start to the season. Maybe not the end of the season, but the start to the season they had. We're disappointed with that one. This is the penalty again. And watch the manager's reaction. They both can't believe it. Stressful time on the touchline for Ginge. Bostock. The lead, so he's a bit too much on that for Callum Butcher. We'll look to it back across to Michael Felivi. Charlton's in the way. Bostock looking to make amends for the penalty miss. Couldn't really get enough power on that, but might get one on the follow-up. Faye parries it away, and Poku miskicks the ball. Save was there from Faye, and Poku just could not
Jump up, jump up. Yeah, no, I think that's a bit hard. Come on, jump up.
Elito and Byrne. Elito does a good job there of just dumping that one. He's going to be off balance for a shot. Just come in there asking for a corner. They will get one. Both teams on one flag. A few in the chat asking anything changed for season 3. Not a great deal in terms of the rule set. There are a few small changes that have happened. Game changes are the same for both halves. There is the challenge rule, which has changed. If you get your challenge right, the ref's challenge that is, you can then throw it back in again. If you get it right, you can throw it back in again. That's up to 3 times. You get the challenge wrong, you will lose the challenge, as Community FC have. For the remainder of the game, there is an extra 2 yards as well for set pieces from the wall. It was previously 5 yards, now 7-yard gap between the taker and the wall. Not too much has changed. Medialito looking for a teammate, tries to disguise that pass into Felivi. He's under a lot of pressure at Callum Charlton. Faye has to go long. Was he fouled? Felivi. Nicely done by Rowe. Can't quite keep the possession though as Bostock goes back to his goalkeeper. Nicely done. Clever pass, too much on it for Felivi. Over the bar. And Butcher. Asking a lot from that far out. Gracie again, not the best distribution as well. Cadell Daniel is still desperate for the hat-trick. Bostock. Not cut back on the right foot that he was aiming to do. And Joyce. He's also on for a hat-trick tonight. In the chance, and Alex Byrne needs to take a rest. I mean, look, I think he's going to be playing more minutes than any other player in Community FC, and rightly so. I mean, he was a big reason why they got here. His performance in the Community FC final. The copper box just 3 Mondays ago. Another shot comes wide from Callum Butcher. Following this one tonight. Deport Trio take on Clarks and Ruckus take on Prime. Wembley Rangers NDL. SDS M5. The Gold Devils against Idris. 3-3. And it is Tyrell Miller-Rodney that gets his first goal. He may have been off balance. It's a clever finish into the right bottom corner for United. 3-3 game on. The former Fulham and Brentford man, now at Billericay Town.
This one, real.
Will get his.
It's a nail biter.
All League Season 3 tally officially underway. Chat, I'll ask you again, 3-3, who is taking this one? little bit soft there on the goal scorer. Adua. Daniel runs into Adua. I'm sure they're a bit frustrated between the two of them. Fidel down and then is pulled back for a free. If you've been in the chat asking how the tiers work of contracts, so the way the season works here in Baller League, start of the season, teams can sign 12 players. 2 of those players are franchise ballers. They are the contracts of the biggest value. And there is designated ballers. 4 players get those contracts. Is there a ref challenge that's coming in amongst this? It's a foul that he's looking for. I mean, look, he has still got the challenge. And to follow up the point I said, there's 6 players for each team that are
challenge from United for the foul given.
They're on the lower contract, but that makes up the 12 players. Any wild card that comes in, of course, get a separate contract for a one-off week. Well, let's see what we're looking at here.
I think that's a foul. It's not. Deport's only played this man's legs. Ready? 45. No ball, all leg. There. Which is the one I gave. Yeah.
Challenge unsuccessful.
Challenge unsuccessful. United felt that that wasn't a foul.
So we're 2 minutes away from a game changer.
But it was a foul.
For real. Just our first match of the night. Blockbuster Arena. Let's hear.
Should he have saved the challenge for a moment later on in the game? Maybe. Only time will tell. 2 minutes away from our second half game changer. First one of the night. Ball forward. He's going to find a comeback for his team. Oh, that's brilliant football from United. It's about time. Ginge ball has finally arrived at the corner box. And it's between 2 of the new signings for United. Miller Rodney. Over to Nathan Adua, who bags his first goal. That's a United player. 4-3 United lead. They are just over a minute away from the second half game changer.
One minute to game changer.
Okay, going through back. There we go. That foul it is. I think John Bostock could be the player for this, by the way, if he is able to get subbed onto the pitch here. Who's going to step up over this one? Adu was on the floor in some discomfort there. He's going to hopefully get some treatment and get himself back on the pitch. Cannot forget the goal that he just scored, the 4th of the game.
Oh, wow.
Some treatment by the looks of it. He can't walk himself off the pitch here, Nathan Adua. He's in some serious discomfort. And it's from this moment here that he's struggling with a slight injury by the looks of it. Just how? Pulls away, I think it might have been. On his feet now. Hard to tell if it was worse than a look for the distance, for the time that it was on the floor. Well, we always have a few people in the building. Ashley Williams is here on the sidelines. Fancy being a wild card maybe one week, Ashley? What team should it be on, chap?
Free kick to Yanited.
Cadell Daniel stepping over this one. He's still on for a hat-trick, remember, tonight. Scored once from a free kick. Cadell Daniel, that one was bending.
The surge squad behind him.
Daniel. There's the hat-trick! Cadell Daniel picks up his first hat-trick of the season.
Number 45, Daniel!
He may play his football at AFC Croydon on a Saturday, but on a Monday night he's balling here at the copper box. He's got himself a hat-trick, smiles all round. Are United on their way to their first 3 points. And more importantly, their first win in quite some time.
We can all change. Game changer in 10, 9, 8, 7,
Game changer.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Game changer.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. We go higher. It's time to go higher.
The line will be our game change for the next 3 minutes.
Is the line. Goals count double if scored from behind the offside line. The double still applies if the ball.
Basically, if you fancy your chance and you fancy a shot from far out, a goal will count as double if you take the shot from behind the offside line. If you take it in front of the offside line, the goal will count as one as usual. There's only been a handful of players across the 3 seasons, and all the goals that have been scored that have counted as double. It is quite an ask, but for the Community FC, if they are able to do this, they can be straight back in the game. The goal will count as 2.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Here we go. 3 minutes. Have Community FC run out of steam? It's going to fall back nicely. That's taking the deflection. You don't know where that was going. That's the second corner for Community FC.
Second corner. One more.
One more of those. And they'll win themselves a corner. I should say a penalty. A third corner will be a penalty. Joyce also gives away a corner. That's United on 2 flags too.
2 corners apiece.
3 minutes. Come on!
45 seconds gone already. Angry Ginge asking for more from his players. Tell you what, this game could be won on a corner. Or more so, it could allow Community FC to be brought back in. Another corner would be a penalty. You would not believe, by the way, United have already had, what, 3 penalties in this game. They've only scored 1 of them. He's on a hat-trick, though, Cadell Daniel. Looks a little bit like that. Butcher and Byrne having words. He needs to be careful. He might be on for a 2-minute suspension. United 5, Community FC 3. 1 minute left. I feel like United might be on their way to pick up their first win of season 3. Just enjoy possession. They're in no rush at all. They've got to go and win the ball back, Community FC. Get a goal now, get a late corner. Game might become 5-5 and we might be all square. You're not just going to game manage this, to be honest. But Grejcik goes long. Matthew Waller is fouled off the ball and there's about 15 seconds left. I'm not sure what happened there from Sandro Kamara. There will be some words after the game, that's for sure.
Let's hear you. 10.
Keeper's off his line. Is he going to be chipped? No, he's not.
7.
And I think we might be heading towards our first full time of the night. United
6
have found a win. It has been quite some time since Ginge has won a game. His first win back in the corner box since the 26th of May in season 1. United have won a game after not winning their last 5, dating back to season 2. He will be happy, no doubt. He was stretched. But Sam Cox and Angry Ginger have got 3 points on the board. And after a draw last week, they are still unbeaten. They're 4 points from 6. Unfortunately for Community FC, it is just not good enough again. There were so many good moments there, and positive moments from them. They led the game at points. But it's 0 points in 2 weeks. And it is back to the drawing board to get it right next time round. Of course, next up we have Deport Trio against Clutch. But let's head down pitch side with Josh Gentle, who is with a very happy Angry Ginger, the goal scorer, Cadell Daniel.
That's right, I'm with Cadell Daniels and Angry Ginge. Ginge, I'm going to start with you. You made it hard work.
Yeah, we made it very hard work. I mean, he scored an hat-trick, but he did miss a penalty. I won't let him off for that one. I mean, that could have been double figures. But again, just like last week, played really well. Give poor goals away, but fortunately this week we could put the ball in the net a bit more.
Cadell, Hattie. Yeah. Listen, could have been more, but happy with your performance. I was stood there with Micah, and he was saying when that game opens up, you're a dangerous, dangerous man. Did you feel that way?
Yeah, I felt that way. I mean, when I missed the goal, I thought like I've got to make it up to the team. Do you know what I mean? So the third goal was probably the best one, and I enjoyed it, man. Yeah, as a team, we done well today, and just got to keep going.
No doubt about it. Now, is that the football that you want to play, or do you still feel that United's ceiling is even higher than that?
It's even higher, of course it is. I mean, until we're scoring 8 goals a game, like it could have been, and last week, it's unfortunate it's not, but we've got so much more to give, and happy to get 3 points and finally get a win. We're still unbeaten, so that's all that matters.
First win in 5. I mean, the dressing room must be absolutely buzzing. We're going out tonight or what?
Yeah, no, we're locking in for next week. That's what we're doing.
No doubt. Guys, thank you so much. Cadell, sensational work. Great first win. See you soon.
Baller League is hitting the road. Liverpool, we will be seeing you very soon at the ACC. Grab your tickets now.
All right, and we're back, man, joined by the 2 GOATs. My brothers, it's Mike.
I like the way you're talking to us, man. You're talking to us nicely this year.
That kettle is... I didn't even see that. Anyway, listen, we're not here for that. We're here for Deport Trio. Now, last season, I remember your face was long. You were upset last season. But now, you guys are performing very well already. How you feeling, Daniel?
I feel good, bro. You know, this year was a lot more involved in the recruitment.
How involved? How involved?
But you know,
to be honest, he brought in Jet. He brought in Jet.
Listen,
he brought in Jet.
Listen, it's a lot more involved in the recruitment, and I feel like we built a team. We got a vibe together, chemistry building in London, what I'm saying? We just feel good, that's all.
No, to be fair though, he brought in Jet, and I think Jet has been the difference in terms of holding it up, in terms of the energy for the group. And he's just got it, hasn't he?
In terms of Jet, I noticed it as well too. He was one of my players to watch from last week, and he didn't disappoint. We prepared a little bit of a video in terms of like his best moments from last week, because I think this guy's hold-up play is on a whole different level. If we can just see right here, man. In terms of just being a presence up front, talk through some of this stuff, because is this what you had in mind when you recruited him?
Yeah, well, Studge, because I brought him Wagon. I nicked him from the Legends Creators game, and Studge said we need someone who can play up there with him, because Wagon really likes to come deep, but all these touches and everything, and actually when he's seeing this sort of stuff, he's like 2 and 3, or sometimes 4 players around him, which gives other players space as well. But I just think he's been a phenomenal signing as well, and not just that, his work rate. 100%. He works hard for the team. I know he's a bigger fella. He's got a few pounds on him.
But he uses it to his advantage, because I think when he really throws his body into a defender like the way he's doing in some of these clips, you need 3 guys to move him, man. He's a problem.
Was that intentional, getting Albrighton, Waghorn, and Jet? Because obviously they've all played in the Premier League or just in high level, you know what I mean?
I think it was more, from my side, Studge will probably agree, it's more IQ. All these players here are good players, but then just the last decision, the last moment, they rather pass it when they should shoot or shoot when they should pass. So it's just that last moment. But we've got Sassy as well. We can't forget Sassy.
Jardel.
He's one of my favourite players in the whole thing. Yeah, Sassy, just the way he can twist and turn.
That was a big one for you, right? Because obviously I think you wanted him the year prior to that, and you finally got your hands on your man.
Yeah.
Good to get him back.
It was hard because obviously we lost Polo. Francis, I've said he's like my son. But
Erase that thought from your mind.
I know, yeah, but it's like
Francis Polo has moved on.
PTSD.
We're on to bigger and better things.
With it.
Sassy. Right now, we've acquired a fantastic squad. We're confident in our players.
He's political.
We've only got 10 seconds.
What, ED?
Are you gonna win today?
Sorry?
Are you gonna win?
Hopefully. Karma.
Listen, we're gonna go because we have to go and watch the game. They're gonna carry on talking. Take care, guys.
Well, look, I've got my first manager of the season in the commentary box, Mark Goldbridge. How are you? Welcome to Baller League, more importantly, here for season 3. We won't speak massively about last week, but what have you made of the start to season 3 so far? Of course, your team, Gold Devils FC, you're playing last tonight.
Yeah, got here early tonight. Really enjoying it. I think last week, I don't really learn things from a book. I learn it from doing it. And it was a little bit like into the fire, a bit of heat last week. We played a very good team. We're going to watch it now, Deport Trio. Learned a lot. I think the players feel they can do better. I think if we were to lose tonight like that, I'd be a lot angrier than I was last week. But there is context to us. I think, a lot of people saying Community FC are the second team of everybody. I think people need to realise a week before this started, we only had half a team.
Yep.
A lot of these people have never played Baller League before. So I think if there's a second team for everybody that's trying to do it the right way, it is Gold Devils.
It is Gold Devils. I mean, look, you have got some names in there, great experience as well. I mean, you've got, of course, Serene Sané, you've got Beal Sayoud, who is, as you said, more than just a player, but more in the coaching side for you as well, right?
Yeah, 100%. Well, I mean, he was going to go to United. The offer was on the table. I got the team. I said, look, how do I make you stay? And that was the deal. You get involved. You're part of the training setup. You're a big part of the team. And we had to make that move, and he's one of the best players in the Baller League. So it might take us a few weeks to get going, but I'm just hoping we don't lose too much ground before we do catch up, because I know Ruckus last year lost their first 5 and finished well. So.
Absolutely. Well, the key thing is, it is a long season. There's 11 match days, isn't there? There's a lot of points on the line, including pressure penalties. Let's have a look at the teams for this one, of course. Match 2 of the night. Deport Trio against Clutch. Kicking off first and foremost with Michael Richards and Daniel Sturridge's side. There is 2 changes tonight. There is still an injured Daniel Atherton. That means Joshua Schofield comes in as our first wild card of match day 2. He was superb last week. We also welcome back Jack McConnell, who comes in to the side for the missing Josh Harrop. It's a great team. Martin Waghorn bringing the goals. Emmanuel Thomas as well coming over from M7 from last season. Clutch on the other hand, great to see Aaron Stevens playing tonight after that injury to the eye last week. Alfie Matthews is not in goal tonight. He's outfield after that masterclass. Remy Karima and Evans Kouassi come in. Josh Fasoke and Eric Kenko miss out. I'm sure you saw him, Mark, but that Alfie Matthews' performance was ridiculous. He was up front, his goalkeeper got injured, he went in goal, and he was still just as good in goal.
Incredible. I mean, I was actually in the car on the way home, watching it on my phone, and absolutely fantastic first goal outfield. But then to do that from in goal as well, a proper game changer. But look, Deport Trio, we played them last week. They've built a super squad. I don't know how they've managed to do that. We'll leave that there. But Sterling at the back, Martin Waghorn is a perfect ball player.
Brighton Premier League winner. The list goes on, doesn't it? They've got a great wealth of experience. What do you think that adds for them? Having, I guess, some teams have six-a-side players, futsal players, versus ex-professionals that have been there and won trophies. What do you think the main difference is there?
I don't think all ex-players really do suit Baller League because it is very much a skill, but these players do. If you look at Jess up front, Martin Waghorn, all Brighton, they really were. And Josh Harrop, who won't be there tonight.
Yeah, there must be a special touch as a United fan. When he played against you. We're underway, and we are very nearly already seeing Martin Waghorn score another goal. He is the captain, of course.
I mean, I think he's got to be up there for me in the top 3 players in the entire league. I mean, if I could get one player into the Gold Devils on a wild card, I know it can't happen, it would probably be him. I mean, fantastic player, low centre of gravity, powerful, great shot, and can make a tackle as well.
I think you're right, he's got the perfect frame, hasn't he, for sort of a six-a-side build, hasn't he? Of course, multiple appearances, including a championship title win with Leicester back in 2014. He scored 15 goals last season, and he was that good that Deportrio signed him. Are we in for Clutch? His first chance of the game as Dini, known as David Marquez Castano, puts it over the bar. Of course, he was in hot news, leaving SDS for Clutch, and that was very nearly the perfect start. Went through the legs of Richard Afrankesi, and should have got that on target, at least, you'd like to think.
Definitely should have scored, and it'll be interesting. I think Deport Trio obviously beat us last week. They'll be looking to, you know, it's going to be competitive at the top. They've got to keep hold of this guy, though, Emmanuel Thomas. He's so powerful. He's got such good feet. But this...
Did he now again? Yeah. Was that the right decision? There was his teammate, Evans Kouassi, calling out for the ball.
But we found it in the first few minutes. We went 1-0 up. It was a good goal. First 10 minutes, we did really well. And we've seen it with Community FC fading in the last 10 minutes. Deport Trio, because they've got such a good squad, it really comes into play in those last 10 minutes. Super squad.
If there was one player that you could have added to your team that you've missed out on, other than Martin Waghorn, Mark, who would it be? From seeing week 1.
You know what? The lad who got injured for NDL, I thought he looked fantastic. Is it Redmond? I can't remember his name. He won the bonus.
Jaden Raymond.
Yeah.
He won the pressure point as well.
I thought they played the best football last week, and I thought he looked a really good player. But there's so many. There's so many. I mean, look, we're really happy with Bilal. I think we've got some new players that can really light it up. But I mean, Alfie Matthews is a talent as well, isn't he? I mean, you'd love him on the halfway line.
Absolutely, you would. That was the first corner, by the way, for Deport Trio. 3 corners, you will win yourself a penalty. Speaking of Alfie Matthews, there he is on the sidelines. 4 goals he scored last week. He's already put himself in the contention for the Golden Boot, which Martin Waghorn came.
It's an interesting approach here from Clutch. They're playing quite deep. It's not something we did last week. We had an intention to try and play in a certain way, but fair play to them.
Did he? No problem that time.
It's that deep and break, and it's worked. They've had, what, 2 or 3 chances in the first few minutes here?
That's another one of the key signings there. Jardel Sterling, of course, former 26ers player. Emmanuel Thomas. I mean, when you've got an onside game changer, Mark, and there's no offsides, that's the sort of build you need. Him and Martin Waghorn. You can play long, you can knock it down.
Yeah, we've seen it a little bit. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I mean, second half against Deportrio, they basically were playing with a back 4. I think we saw it with Vision last week as well. But it is a tactic that's hard to beat. If you've got a big guy like Emmanuel Thomas up front, sit deep, hit it, especially if you've got a lead. As soon as you've got the lead, it's a tactic. But look, it's for us and other managers to defeat that.
It's Afrankesi now, who, of course, is playing against his former team. He was a Deport Trio player last season. There is maybe a little bit of something in that for him.
Who was your pick last week?
was some unbelievable performances, wasn't there?
I mean, got to say Prime, as much as I don't want to. All the WWE, Razzmatazz and all that, but they were good. They were very good.
I think when Prime are good, they're going to be great. But when there's maybe a moment when they're up against it, there's a lot of big personalities in that dressing room. How do you control them all? Was my question to KSI. And more importantly, Stephen Sammer, who is probably the right boss for that.
That's always the test, isn't it? When things aren't going your way, which is inevitable in a format like this. And also later in the tournament, it's going to be really interesting when you see Deport Trio playing Prime and NDL. You know, the big ones, the favourites, SDS as well.
Emmanuel Thomas up against Remy Clarimo, of course, was a former United player. He's changed teams this year for Clutch. Waghorn. It's not going to be the first time that those two are going to find each other in the air.
I think it's a clever start, Brandon, from Clutch. They're playing deep. They've obviously watched our game last week and seen what happens if you leave Emmanuel Thomas up there on his own. And they're picking up the runs of Waghorn. And they've probably had the better chances, to be fair. They'd be pretty confident with this start.
And speaking of your team, you were 1-0 up in 3 minutes last week, Mark. I think you were off to the perfect start here, didn't you?
It's them game changers. And look, we have got players who know how to do game changes. Bilal, you know, by his own admission, I think he had a bit of an off week last week. And it literally did change the game. We went from 1-1 to 3-1. Then, as I said, they sat deep and hit the big man, and it was an uphill task.
Mark Albrighton was played in the All-Stars game at the end of season 2.
Yeah, you've got to keep him off his right foot.
Got the space. Ralphie Matthews looking for a fifth. Schofield doesn't quite get two hands on him and recovers well. Of course, he is the top goal scorer in the league at the moment, Alfie Matthews.
Yeah, is it fair to say I actually expected him to do a little bit better there, but straight to the keeper.
I fall back to Waghorn. Can he get around the goalkeeper? Went for the idea to just try and place it round.
That's a second
corner.
From a penalty.
I mean, how important is that, Mark, in your sort of team talk and tactics of winning those corners? Because they are huge. You win 3 corners, you get a penalty. It can be the difference for some teams of building some momentum or even winning a game.
Yeah, I think we saw it in the last game as well. You know, Gingers into season 3. They were on the verge of getting a second penalty. Community didn't get one. And it's that mindset, like you say, you've got to bring it into your game. You've got to think about taking shots where you might not take a shot, because that, you know, it should be a goal every time you get 3 corners.
Broughton is fouled. And this will be a dead ball opportunity for Martin Waghorn, no doubt, to whip it towards Clutch's goal.
These free kicks as well, you've seen it again in the previous game, knowing when to challenge and not to challenge. It's, as I say, last week for me it was a real learning curve. I think we'll see a different one later. You've got to know how to play this game.
Well, from here, direct shot.
Yeah, he'll go for that, won't he? Either of them. Both got a lovely left foot.
Doesn't look hit this then. Emmanuel Thomas or Waghorn. Emmanuel Thomas has the shot. Sort of decoyed a pass to his teammate on the opposite side of the pitch. And a chance to maybe break here, or if Emmanuel Thomas can have a shot. He did this last week. Was there a deflection? There was. He has gone for a corner, and Deport Trio have just won a penalty. I think it was not the best of touches for Frank KSI. This is a big chance, Mark.
Yeah, it's a well-drilled machine, Deport Trio. What we got, 7 minutes. They got the first penalty with Waghorn.
Here we go, Martin Waghorn.
No doubt.
Well, last week he had a penalty and he missed. This week he is on the score sheet. Martin Waghorn finds his 3rd goal of the season. And I think you're right there, Mark. In those little areas, that's the player you want there. He's got enough experience in multiple matches of football, let alone baller league, to deal with the pressure. And more importantly, I think he plays every week in pressure point.
He does, and I think the thing about that, when you watch it back or you watch the pressure points, you can tell he's good at it because he makes his mind up. The players that struggle are the ones who change their minds. He goes through, he hits it early, he's got a lovely left foot, and that's the difference at the moment, which is... Hold on a minute. Goal! Oh, wow! There we go.
Keane Dixon! It's not a bad couple of touches, is it? He's only just come on the pitch, him and Brian Lee. Ties the game up at 1-1. Speak about a ferocious effort at this one. Bang!
Fantastic, fantastic finish. He's done Sterling there, and then he's roofed it. Keeper can't do much about it, and it's the perfect response from Clutch, who I was going to say before the penalty, I think they defended really well. Obviously, penalty's part of the game, but right back in it, so let's see what they can do.
It's more so the ability just to use both feet. They're back to Emmanuel Thomas is going to fall. Emmanuel Thomas and Alfie Matthews in a tussle. Aaron Stevens does come off his line. Deportrio will have to fall slightly back there. Christian Pearce will be man marking Brian Lee. Michael Brighton on the right. Jardel Sterling. I mean, Alfie Matthews, why not? They were flying in last week from those sort of areas.
The interesting thing is going to be with Clutch is the longer the game goes on, how disciplined are they going to keep these numbers back? Because it only takes one lapse in concentration and a bit of space for their forwards, and Deportrio will take advantage. So far, so good.
Just got to remember on the sideline to Deportrio. We've got Jack McConnell, who is waiting to come on. Amin Sassi, who left NDL for Deportrio this season. Marvin Sordell.
You've been doing it for a few years, Brandon. Who do you think's got the best squad at the moment? Is it Prime? Is it Deportrio?
I think the most exciting team I would have probably said would be NDL last year, but for me, Prime this year, Mike. I mean, look, the players they've got. I don't know how KSI's done it. I probably don't want to know, but how he signed all those players. But as you said, it's just who's going to challenge them. Hopefully the Gold Devils will, but you know, Prime FC look like for me and NDL, them two are maybe sort of the two most stacked teams. If it wasn't Gold Devils, who's yours?
But I'm looking to do an SDS or something like that.
Yeah,
you know.
just squeeze into the top four.
You time it right. I think we will come good. It's just going to be when it is. But yeah, I mean, I think this is the first season where I've spoken to other managers and they've said there's two teams that are just stacked. It's the first year really, Prime and Deportrio, and I'd love it to be somebody else. I'd love it to be somebody. I like NDL. I think they played well last week. I mean, we're only game week 1, but if I had to pick anybody at the moment, I'd probably say Prime.
You're right. I think it depends. Like if you look at a proper old school six-a-side team, Deportrio is that team, isn't it? It's got the right board of players, they're strong. They've won Premier Leagues, Championships, the list goes on. Former academy players in there.
Yeah, and we can't just level it at Prime. I think the Deportrio have done something as well that's... Look, it might just be, playing devil's advocate, players wanting to go and play for a certain club and willing to take those, you know, lower contracts, but ambition, they don't need the money, so... But they have assembled a fantastic squad. But I've got to say, Clutch, so far, so good, worthy of the point, or the draw at the moment.
If you just see Mark Albright, if he turns round, on the back of his calves, he's got an FA Cup trophy and a Premier League trophy.
It's not bad.
Moments meant for him. Brian Lee. Is he on? Schofield was there. Did get a hand on it. He was just inside the box by the looks of it. Switch of play. Finds Emmanuel Thomas now. Waghorn. Stevens comes off his line.
1 minute.
And we are 1 minute away from our game changer mark. It's going to be 3 play, onside or +1. What do you reckon?
Well, they had 3 play against us last week, didn't they? And they were very good with it. That's where they got the advantage. I don't know, with these game changers sometimes, as a spectator, I like the ones where there's lots of goals. As a manager...
3 play is that, so yeah. Unfortunately you're against that. There's Emmanuel Thomas! And Stevens with the save. We'll get the scoreboard.
But I think sometimes as a manager you want an onside or a line because it keeps a tight game tight.
25 seconds away from that first half game changer. Deportrio 1, Clutch 1 so far. Brian Lee into the path of Eddie Allsop, who can't get around Jardel Sterling.
On the hands Blockbuster Arena. Game
+1 for our first game tonight.
9, 8, 7,
see what our first half game changer
5,
is going to be here.
3, 2, 1. Clutch FC's number 11.
3 play will be the game changer.
Again,
unfortunately, you get to, I say fortunately, Mark, you get to watch it now from the sidelines, the game changer. This is the game changer last season that gave us the most goals. More goals than one-on-one, believe it or not. It's 3v3. Teams don't have to choose a goalkeeper. Defensively, you usually will choose a goalkeeper. But the attacking side here, I say it every week on commentary, you have to get a shot away, Mark. There's no excuse. There's an overload every single time.
Yeah, and the great thing about this Deportrio is you've got Paul Brighton on the right, who's got a wicked right foot, and then you've got two left footers in Emmanuel Thomas and Waghorn. If they line it up like that, it's just very difficult not to give a shot away.
Right, you can see into the future there, Mark, because that is the exact three lineup that Deportrio are going for.
Well, looking into the past, aren't I? It was last week and it is, but
it's not a bad trio, is it?
No, they'll do well not to concede a few here.
Emmanuel Thomas into Waghorn to get the party started. Chance to counter-attack. Remember, there's no goalkeeping. They can't go for Frank KSI against his former club. Just wide.
Wasn't far away.
It's a tough one, that though, Mark, because you go for that, you take the risk, but then of course you lose possession now, and Deportrio will get another bite here.
No goalkeeper.
Here come Deportrio again now. Mark O'Brien. Waghorn on the overlap. Emmanuel Thomas might fancy the shot from this side, but I feel like he's going to try and rework it back in. O'Brien.
Again, very good defending from Clutch. They've got out of two situations there, and this is where you have to take advantage of it, though. You've got to score.
Bring on that defense.
Well, this will be Clutch's first time of attacking in the three-play. Alfie Matthews, Diddy and Eddie Allsop, the three outfield players for Clutch. Alfie Matthews, you feel like it might fall to him of all players. It's a brilliant touch. Alfie Matthews off the bar!
What a hit.
Wow.
It was a rocket.
Fresh from 4 goals in match.
Tell you what, it was the touch, wasn't it, Mark, that opened up the chance.
Such a talented player, I mean, so unlucky.
Straight back down the other end, by the way. There could be a chance already for Mark O'Brien. Should he have played the pass off the line from Frank KSI? Remy Clarim is in a running race with Mark O'Brien. Deportrio will survive that and get another chance at it. Frank KSI. He came close from a shot, but here on the line, I believe he played his part. He did. What a block. Deportrio again with their fourth attack now. Emmanuel Thomas, look at the time for O'Brien.
Oh, he's missed it.
Hit the post.
He's missed it, I can't believe it. But that, how many attacks is that now for Deportrio? 4 to their 1, so they're very good at this, but they're not putting the ball in the back of the net.
See it again, he did it the post, O'Brien. Micah and Daniel Sturridge will not be best pleased at half-time, especially if Clutch can go and snatch a second before the break. Now Frank KSI. Shot blocked. Corner.
That's the key as well. You've got to keep rotating that ball. I think he's won a corner, but the shot really wasn't on. But, you know, tired legs, tired minds. They're not making any... Oh, they've made a change to their 3 here, haven't they?
Oh, it looks like Marvin Swordell's going to get his first minutes. Maybe even seconds of the half.
Straight away.
Thomas into Waghorn. You're right, Mark. 6, 7 chances they've had now.
They're all close, though, aren't they? I mean, that's not far away.
Just off camera, we've got Henry Lansbury who's just sitting to the side of me and Mark Goldbridge, and he's shaking his head. He's part of the coaching team for Deportrio this year. He can't believe what's been going on.
I tell you what, I wish they'd missed this many last week.
Yeah, they weren't this bad last week, were they, in the final third? Emmanuel Thomas and O'Brien last week. That's an open goal. Surely! No, it's off target!
We've got 22 seconds and we're going to have a clean sheet game changer on a 3-play.
Clutch, over to you now for the last chance of the half, potentially.
It's over in 10, 9, 8,
Surely not. Great tackle. It's open goal!
5,
Schofield of all players over the bar. And Micah Richards, rightly so, is not happy at the halfway point. How have his side not made the most of it? So now are they not in a winning position? At the halfway point, it's Deportrio 1, Clutch 1. A huge 15 minutes coming up.
Baller League is in the road. Liverpool, we're coming to the ACC. Get your tickets now.
Whoa, stop what you're doing. We got Mr. Francis Mampolo in the building. Whether you're at work or whether you're doing your homework, just stop what you're doing. Because, like I said, we got Mr. Francis Mampolo in the building. Right, what people want to know, everyone is saying this. You have done an audacious swap. People were watching Mr. Michael Richards say on national TV, cry out and say, you're like his son. You're like his son. So why? How are you sleeping comfortably at night? You know, something so audacious like that. Let the people know.
I'm sleeping perfectly fine, honestly. I feel like it was time for me to try something new. Obviously, Prime came in and I thought, why not?
Mike, are you listening, yeah? All right, Renz, what you got for me?
Mr. Francis, one thing I want to know is, yeah, you're the most lovable boy here in the Baller League. Everyone loves you, bro. You're always smiling, man. Why when you go on that pitch, when you're stepping up, you're always so happy, man? We just love to see it, man. What is it about football that's puts a smile on your face?
I'm doing something that I love, and I'm doing it with a big fat smile on my face, so why not?
We've seen you at World Wide Ones doing it. We've seen you as the MVP. Do you think you can go back to back this year?
It's possible. It's possible very much.
I got my money on you. That's us, guys. Over and out.
There you go. Josh.
Francis Mampolo plays with a smile on his face, and I would have a smile on my face if A, I was playing for Prime, and B, I had 3 goals in Baller League already after match week 1. How good of a player is he, Chunks?
Incredible. I feel like I always remember Francis from season 1. For me, that was him at his pinnacle. I feel like season 2 there's a bit of a drop off, maybe because Deportrio as a whole just didn't perform as well as they should have. But yeah, we know what he's capable of, and lovely to see him at Prime.
I think it's been a real redemption start for him, right? Because as Chunks correctly pointed out, last season wasn't his best. But when it comes to absolute quality and technique and talent, and Maverick, he's one of those guys that can take players on, which I think is so important in Baller League. I think I'm happy to see him kind of have that jump up that he's had at Prime this season.
We spoke a little bit about his time at Deport Trio. Deport Trio have just been playing. I want to talk about him. Missed a lot of chances in that game changer. Is that going to come and bite them?
It's possible. Honestly, I feel like the 1v1, the +1, or the 3-play, sorry, or Brighton could have scored 2 goals, man. You know what I mean? I expected
goalkeeper had a few as well, 2 open ones.
I feel like there's been like very big mistakes in that free play, but I'll be honest, Clutch are playing very well. I didn't expect them to play this well, so fair play to them. I think Deportrio need to make sure that they finish these goals, otherwise they're going to regret it by the end of the game.
That seems like the theme of the season to start, by the way. Teams haven't really got game changers as well as they did last year, but let's see how it goes.
I can't wait. Are you surprised by Clutch very quickly before we get into the second half?
They had a poor week last week, but I think it's always tough to play a team that just got beat badly, so they were always going to have a point to prove today.
No doubt. Well, let's see if they prove us right as being the team we think they are. Guys, back to Brandon in commentary. Let's go.
Well, welcome back to Baller League, of course. Mark Goldbridge, the manager of Gold Devils, alongside me. I mean, Mark, the question I've not asked you yet, I'm sure the chat will have a say in this, wildcards. You must have a list of players that we could see across 11 weeks. Surely you've got a few in mind.
Yeah, I have.
But it's a secret.
It's a secret, and we've got 12 players. We've only used 10. So not this week, but keep your eyes peeled, definitely.
I think we were saying at the break, of course, you've drafted a 12-man squad. You brought in the 2 players that didn't play last week to get a chance tonight. And then from there, I guess you can look to build upon that and see what worked and what didn't work.
Yeah, I think the wild cards, I mean, Vision tonight apparently you've got 2. And we've seen it already. And there's some good players that you can bring in. But yeah, a bit of loyalty to the team we've built. And then take it from there.
An ideal scoreline tonight, Mark? Obviously a win would be nice, but then aside of that, if you just want to win, you don't care.
I've said to the lads, we need to score 6 every game. I think they all laughed, but, you know.
We're back underway in this one. Hopefully we'll have at least 6 goals in this game. It's Deport Trio 1, Clutch 1. In case you've missed the action, believe it or not, Mark, 17 shots Deport Trio had in that first 50 minutes. How have they only scored 1 goal? The game changed. They should have been better. They should have been more clinical.
Well, it's unthinkable with the talent that they've got. I mean, as I said, we didn't get away with that last week. But I do think Clutch have been well organised. But the game changer, I was very surprised. We had no goals in a game changer in a 3 play.
How?
Crazy.
How? It's so unheard of. It's the game changer that gives us the most goals. And somehow 3 players, that shot comes in. Has not brought us a goal. It certainly would have been stern words at the halfway point from Micah. It's Keir Dixon who scored the only goal for Clutch so far. He might fancy another one. Just rolls it out to his left. Afran Kessie has a shot and hit over the bar.
But this is where having a big squad, a good squad, helps you, because most of us, we've probably got 7, 8 players that are our better players. You're rotating them around. In the last 10 minutes, you start to get tired. Deportrio have got a squad of 12 very good players, and I think they'll come strong in the last 10 minutes.
Absolutely, of course. We have got Mark Goldbridge, of course, in commentary. Chat, I can see you here. Get your comments in. Who's one player you would love to see the Gold Devils draft in Season 3? Of course, they're in action tonight in our final game of the night. They're taking on VZN FC. That's Toby's team. I'm sure someone will say Wayne Rooney, Mark. Pulse goals.
I wonder how he'd do.
This goes on.
I mean, we saw Troy Deeney last year, didn't we?
I mean, it wasn't the best performance from Troy. I loved it for the entertainment factor, but I think he got a red card.
Yeah. And that's the thing. That's why you've got to respect people like Marcus Albright, because they can actually play this game.
Oh, my God, it's the post. It's another shot, 19 of the game, I believe, for Deport Trio.
He must have the wrong boots on tonight, because I would not expect Waghorn to be missing this many. They're all close, but not close enough. And you just wonder whether Clutch can do anything with these misses and get in front. Albie Sheehan's a player I like. I liked him from the Santan Dave team days.
Oh, do you remember the goal he scored all that time ago? Unbelievable. I mean, chat, try and keep it realistic here on the wild card. A player that's ideally retired would probably help. No current Manchester United players, I don't think will be playing. I know we had the mystery baller last year that no one still knows who that is, but
you do get a few people dropping in the DMs. They're absolutely never going to be allowed to play Baller League, but
they're interested though, and they watch, don't they?
Yeah, yeah. But if there's any recently retired ones that fancy a go, the DMs are open.
The hard part for you, Mark, is you've got to drop someone. It's one of your 12 players or one of your 10 players to get him into the squad.
Well, exactly. That's exactly the case, isn't it? Hopefully we'll be playing well enough that we don't need to do it, but
still goalless in the start of the second half here. Of course, Deport Trio were full of goals last week.
You just look at the 3 changes they made in the second half, and they're quality players, all of them.
And Frank Kessie. Clutch as well, done some great business. Albie Sheard, one of the only players that, of course, that has remained from Season 2. They've done a great job of bringing in new names in there. Keir Dixon, of course, re-signed again. The likes of Rasoke moving over from MVPs from Season 2 to Season 3. And here's Afran Kessie. Again, a goal against his former club, no doubt, would be welcome. He's offside. I mean, what do you make of that offside in 6-a-side football? It certainly means you can't goal hang.
Yeah, I think it works, and I like the game changer when it doesn't work, because it offers something a little bit different. I don't think everybody really gets that. I don't think we see people in the onside game changer really utilising it, but certainly you could just put Emmanuel Thomas right up on the goalkeeper if you wanted to, if there was no offside. So it does serve its purpose. I thought we were going to get another one of those bangers from the far-hand side like last week then.
Albright. And then Sassy now getting his first touches on, of course, left NDL for Deport Trio this season. Great switch of play, goes across the mark. Just say Jack Connor, who is on, and that's a very vicious effort from Marvin Sordell, who's wearing the number 88 shirt this year. One of the few players that has remained loyal to Deport Trio, season 1, 2 and 3. Kouassi. I mean, someone in the chat's calling a great shout, Mark. We'll speak about it in a second as Sassy comes in. Great save from Stevens. Back to McConnell, who might fancy a crack at this one. Keir Dixon, he's being pulled. Kouassi, couple of step overs. Sassy comes back, gives away a corner. Someone said Lewis Nani in the chat. He played in the Legends vs Creators game, season 2. I mean, doesn't need any explanation. He was unbelievable.
Yeah, he keeps himself very, very fit as well, doesn't he?
Fancy Getting him in for a week, maybe. Lewis Nani, Gold Devils.
He's more than welcome. I'll have to check if he follows me or not. Depends whether I've said it. It would be before the United stand day, so it's safe. I never will have said anything bad about Nani.
You're all right then. Lewis Nani might have a chance of playing for Gold Devils. If not, Mark will apologise and he can walk straight into the team. That's a great little pass there into Remy Clarima. Waghorn on the shoulder. That one did not look pretty. That was Jardel Sterling also feeling the billboard there. Well, this is the challenge. Look at this. Certainly fouled that one. He had to use Jardel Sterling and the sponsor board to stop him falling over. Interesting now, Mark. Clutch FC, one corner away from a penalty. This could be a huge turning point for the game. That ball goes all the way forward. Afran Kessie has been here, there, and everywhere.
My man of the match. My man of the match, definitely. So far.
Didi expecting to cut it onto that left foot and maybe take a shot. Stick goes for his stronger right foot there.
Yeah, but you've got to push for this final corner now. It's a wasted opportunity if you don't take it.
Sordell. McConnell was once upon a time a wild card. They loved him that much. He was a permanent signing.
Interesting next few minutes for Deportrio. The longer it goes on, the more questions are asked. One of the favourites, 1-1 here, not had their best night so far.
Sordell, what a ball that could be, asking quite a lot of Waghorn there. Kind of falls back though on that first half. They were so creative in that game changer. They should have made more of it. The good thing is though, there is a game changer around the corner, and who knows what that's going to be.
I mean, does Martin Waghorn ever go off? He's one of those, a bit like Bilal for us. It's like there's certain players that you just keep them on.
That's the breakaway. Was he fouled? Michael Brighton goes down to ground.
He's going off. I've literally just jinxed Waghorn.
Waghorn off. It's a triple change, in fact.
Maybe Mika's got a little bit of audio going on here.
It's Rodney Ajayi that comes on. Emmanuel Thomas. Jardel Sterling. It's a triple change.
To be honest, as a manager, seeing them players go off, I'd be like, this is a positive.
Got to make the most of it.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat saying the De Silva twins.
Low centre of gravity.
I mean, you could just draw off one of them and then just swip them out. No one would know, really, would they? They played everywhere, didn't they? Right back, left back.
Yeah, midfield, I think, at times. I think that, yeah, I just think with ex-players, it's not for everybody. And as we said about Waghorn, he's just got that power, fitness, low centre of gravity is really important. I mean, I'd love to see someone like Peter Crouch play this game. Obviously not at his age now.
Perfect for an onside game changer.
Yeah.
Of course, we are 3 minutes away from our second half game changer. You wouldn't believe it. 22 shots Deport Trio have had in this game. They are dominating in the final third. They just cannot find that goal. They cannot find that match winner.
But I'll say it again, if you look at the way Clutch are set up, it is a back five. It's very close to that line. There's not a lot of space. It's hard to play through. And then you pounce when they make a mistake. It's exactly what Deportrio did to us in the second half last week. But they haven't got that lead to do it. If they got in front, they'd be playing the same way.
Two minutes left from the game changer. I mean, this goes either way, Mark. Is it going to be?
He's in. Ooh.
A snatch and grab from Clutch. Emmanuel Thomas.
Stephen saying we are 2 minutes away from.
I had to put you on the spot, Mark. Who's winning this game?
It's all going to come down to the game changer, isn't it? I mean, if this is a behind the line or an onside,
or a one-on-one.
Yeah. I really do think it comes down to that. Because I think Clutch have got this lot on lockdown at the moment in open play. Low scoring, but effective.
Jay. Who's going to step up and be a hero now? This could be a huge moment when they look back in 11 weeks' time.
Great tackle that. Right
time.
Not
want to draw. Clarima does very well there to get the better of Emmanuel Thomas. No one normally wins that shoulder-to-shoulder battle. Brilliant ball over the top. He's going to cut the back. Dini goes all the way through. Messi wasn't there. We are 1 minute away from our game changer.
1 minute away from game changer.
Chat, fair play, the line or one-on-one will be our second half game changer. See if you can get it right in the chat.
If it's not one-on-one, I think Clutch will get something in.
Hang on. That was a quick kick in there. McConnell. Stevens again, good save.
Good save.
What blows my mind here, Deportrio haven't had a single corner from what we can see.
Well, they had the...
They won earlier, sorry, I take that back. There's been a lot of shots.
Yeah, but not since then.
Waghorn scored.
But this is the thing, it's like Clutch. I know you can still get a corner in a game changer, but they've got 2 corners, and they can't get that third one. I don't think they've had that many chances in the second half. It's just been a very good, organised performance, and they have kept their concentration levels up.
Not that many chances in the second half, Mark, but what, 18 shots in the first? Only 1 goal, and as you said rightly, so no goals in the game changer.
He's got it.
Cut back, goal into the bar. We might be able to hear some noise in the corner box. The yellow wall here, they brought vuvuzelas. That's a South Africa World Cup throwback. We are 5 seconds away from our game changer. Strap yourselves in. This is going to be a huge 3 minutes.
Let's take this thing higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. We go higher. It's time to go higher.
One-on-one.
Changes the game completely. This can go either way now.
Mark Goldbridge, here we go. If you're not familiar with this game changer, it's no doubt the most famous game changer in ball league. It's goal-to-goal action. A single player from each team will shoot from behind the halfway line.
Go either way, won't it?
You cannot use your hands on the defending side. You get 15 seconds on a shot clock. This is going to be huge. I mean, who steps up? It looks like Martin Waghorn will be on the attacking side to kick this off.
7, 6.
Henry Lansbury's just got up and thrown his hands in the air because he knows it's in the hands of the gods now, isn't it? You just don't know.
Yeah, Henry Lansbury just the side of us in commentary. Former Arsenal, Aston Villa player, he was a former Baller League player as well. Up steps Waghorn to kick off our game changer. Saved by Stevens. Of course, keep in mind that corners will not count during this game changer.
See, Alfie Matthews, probably the best halfway line shooter in the game, certainly one of the best.
Alfie Matthews, 4 goals this season. He's on for a 5th, taking his time as he steps over this one now. Matthews.
Oh, good start.
Save, but because he's headed it back over the line, Alfie Matthews will get another bite at this. Alfie Matthews, goal! 5 for the season. And Clark and Sue and Orbison, they can snatch this mark. They might be on to do that in the game changer.
They've got problems here. They've got real big problems because Alfie Matthews, he gets trajectory on his shots, makes it very hard to stop. You can't use your hands. They're 2-1 down. They're in the driving seat here.
Back to Martin Waghorn. Waghorn steps up.
No.
Goes low. That's clever from. What's going to happen here then? Because Waghorn.
Wow. I don't know. You tell me, Brandon.
I don't know. I think he's been a bit naughty there. I like what he's done. He's trying to decoy the fact that the ball's going to come back.
I think they're going to get another one, aren't they?
I can see a ref challenge on the floor. That's Dan Edwards of Clutch, who has thrown a challenge on the floor because naturally Martin Waghorn should have not touched the ball there. Well then, ref challenge, Mark. Let's sit our.
Well, I'll be guided by the ref here. I never normally say this,
we
but...
have a referee's challenge for Deportrio playing the ball in the wrong half.
the first time this has actually happened across the 3 seasons, a moment like this during the game changer. Shot comes in.
So he can't touch it now until it's gone past the halfway line.
As far as I'm aware, yeah.
He definitely
Still,
does.
even if it was in the centre circle, which it isn't, and that was his argument.
The referee's challenge is successful due to Deportrio playing the ball in the wrong half.
Yes, fair
a
play.
technical goal is awarded to Clutch.
Wow.
What a challenge.
3-1 down. My Wacko might have just cost his team the game.
I feel like I've jinxed Martin Waghorn tonight, saying what a great player he is. He's had an absolute stinker by his very high levels.
Well, it's the first time that's happened. You cannot interfere with play.
Yeah, he's having it explained to him now. He doesn't know. Which, in fairness, many of us probably don't know. But they go again. They need this.
What have these for? Swearing there. Here's Emmanuel Thomas now, who was just far over the bar. How on earth are they going to leave this game, Mark Goldbridge, without at least a point to their name, Deportrio?
I know, this is going to be a very big result, and it will resonate throughout the other managers, because, in fairness to Clutch, they got beat last week. Alfie Matthews tried to get them back in the game. But they're going to be worthy winners, and if this goes in, it's definitely over.
Alfie Matthews to get another. He's off target. There is still enough time to at least get a draw.
Just a bad day at the office for Deport Trio. That's what it's been.
Emmanuel Thomas, back to you. 3-2 over the bar again. 30+ shots in this game now. Still only 1 goal to their name.
Take your time. Definitely take your time.
Brian Lee. Over to you to get your 2nd goal of the season. You got 1 last week. From United to Clutch. Saved by Jardel Sterling.
Still time. Waghorn's back on.
Waghorn, the captain. Up he steps. Make it 3-2. Not going to happen right this time.
Yeah, he
cannot touch it. Now he can. So the ball crosses the halfway line. Waghorn again. This needs to go in.
No.
Stevens is going to go for it. Aaron Stevens, why not? 4-1. Game over. Aaron Stevens.
Well, this definitely will send shockwaves through. No one would have expected this. This is like, I mean, they are the super squad.
He's going to go again. Aaron Stevens, bit too much on that one. He apologises that they got a 3-goal lead.
You can't underestimate anybody in Baller League, but they would have expected well, they wouldn't have expected to have scored 1 goal from that many shots, let's put it that way.
Well, as we close this, Mark, we're not going to get too much more out of you until we see you tonight. What can we expect from Gold Devils in Game 6?
Hopefully goals. Yeah, hopefully goals. We'll try and do it our way. As I said, I think we're the underdogs. We should be everybody's 2nd team. We have sort of come into it with an arm tied behind our back. We're not complaining about that, but let's get the show up and running tonight.
Absolutely. He'll be taking on Vision, of course. Game 6 tonight, Mark Goldbridge. It's been a pleasure having you in commentary as well for this game. I'm still so shocked that Deport Trio not had a draw of it. Congratulations to Clutch, though. They have played this well. Last chance of the game. It's going to fall back to Waghorn. He's off target, and it will not be a night to remember. 4 seconds left. Clutch are going to get their first 3 points of the season. Full-time result. 4-1 win for Clutch. Looking back to the level each time, Mark, that could be a big result.
It's a massive result. It really is. And it just shows you can get at these teams. They can build super squads, but you can get at them. We saw a bad day at the office, like I said, and it got to them, and it got gradually worse and worse, and it was a comprehensive win in the end for Clutch, so fair play.
Absolutely, Mark Goldbridge, pleasure having you on commentary, my friend, absolute legend. Good to see you tonight, and good luck in Game 6. That's Game 2 concluded this evening. We are going to head down pitch side just in a second to go and check in with 2 Clutch players. They must be buzzing with those 3 points.
That's right, I'm here with the Mr. Stevens and Alfie Matthews. Alfie, I'm going to come up with you first. This is your game, isn't it? We were talking earlier in the studio about how you strike a ball, the whip, the dip. They said only CR7 has that same amount of whip. You must feel so confident going into a game changer like that.
No, listen, I feel like they're doing it on purpose, just to create a name. But listen, as much as it was about me last week, the team was unbelievable today. Aaron, he scored one. He said he's going to say two, but he didn't. But listen, we've done Chloe proud today, and we've had a massive, massive reaction from last week.
Am I with two keepers or two strikers? I'm not sure. 2 goals from you, you'll say it's 2. You must be buzzing with that.
Oh, 100%, especially after last week coming off. Obviously, it's not how you start, it's how you finish at the end of the day. But buzzing for the team, we deserve it, we're a good team. So we'll see ourselves in the top 4, hopefully, yeah? Because we're good guys.
Do you feel like there's a bit of clutch slander? People not putting the respect on your team? Because this was a bit of a giant killing today.
Yeah, listen, everyone is talking about Crime FC, but Deport Trio, they're a bit dodgy as well, and you can see from our team, like, listen, we all work together, we all work for each other, and listen, we got the W today, so that's all that matters.
No doubt, a W, 3 points on the board. Is this the ceiling of clutch, or can you go much, much higher?
Well, like you say, it's only game week 2. We can go even much, much higher. Like you saw first game, it was getting to know each other. Second game, we're starting to get on and building it. By week 11, I think we should be a very good squad. We've got very good players. Alfie, shooting's ridiculous. We've got Brian Lee, one of the highest top goal scorers in probably ball league history. We've got a very good squad, so you can see us in top 4, 100%.
Boys, congratulations, enjoy the win.
Well, there we have it, game 2 concluded. Remember, you can vote for your Head & Shoulders MVP of the night. Grab your phone, scan the QR code now. Who has been your MVP so far tonight? Remember, we've only had 2 games played, but believe it or not, Aaron Stevens, in that 4-1 win, bagged himself 2 important goals. Scan the QR code. You can have your say and vote for MVP of the night. Chat, tell me so far, what's been your MVP of the night? Lots to talk about there. We're going to head down to Josh, who is back down pitchside for the Cook for 2 Halves challenge.
That is correct. We are here on the pitch with my main man, Kane. Join me and tell me, are you excited to be involved in this Cupra 2 Halves challenge?
Yeah, man. Over the moon.
Over the moon. Listen, did you see last week? Do you know how this rolls? Because it's a new season with a brand new challenge. Okay? You're going to have 1 attempt to hit the ball from the halfway line and hit the crossbar. If you do, you will be in with a chance of winning 1,000 English pounds. That sound good?
Yeah.
I want more reaction. Is it good? Are you £1,000?
I'm trying to stay calm. I don't want to bottle it.
I like that energy. Right, there's £1,000 on the line. But in the case that you do miss, which I don't think you will, you can have one of these 2 boys. Come over it. Come over it. Join me. Alex Byrne and Cadell Daniels, 2 of the finest ballers. Kane, get in here. These are your boys. You might have to rely on these boys, because if you miss, you can nominate either one of these 2 boys to take that shot for you. If they hit the crossbar, you still win that £1,000. Okay? So, listen, I'm going to let you go. I'm not going to make you pick right now, okay? But just have that in the back of your mind in case that ball does sail over the bar. Okay? Boys, are you ready for this?
Yeah, we're ready. Pick it down.
Yeah, ready. You just got to give me 250 if I get it for him.
All right, give him a little drink. No problem. Okay, Kane, what's the technique?
Just hit it, good connection, not too much power, just nice, even contact, make it sail straight onto the bar.
Just float it in. Okay, that is your crossbar. Put the ball down, Kane. Take it away in your own time. I'm going to be stood with Cadell and Alex and make sure that they're not needed. Come on, boys, a little bit of noise in the room. Let's go. Here he comes. It looks good. Oh! Kane, don't you worry about that. It is not so bad, because you do get another bite at the cherry. And look, these boys are willing and ready. You just have to pick which player you want. Is it Yanited? Is it Community? Is it Alex? Is it Cadell?
I'm going to go Yanited.
Ooh. You, my brother. Everybody, Cadell Daniels! All right, Kane. Okay, we're going to join Alex. Cadell, take your time. Remember, there is £1,000 courtesy of Cupra on the line. Here we It looks good. Can it drop? Oh! Oh, guys. Come join me here. Get in here. It's very sad because I have just seen the £1,000 check walk right off the Baller League pitch. Cadell, what happened?
It was close. I'm sorry. It wasn't good enough.
It wasn't good enough. That 250 quid is not going in your bank account. Listen, commiserations. Alex, are you feeling like you would have been a better choice?
Yeah, he can't stop scoring. I'd have clipped the bar there. I've already hit the post.
He's already hit the post. He would have hit the bar. Kane, unfortunately, it is not your day today. But I've got to ask you, you had a United player take your shot for you, but who are you here to support?
Prime.
Ooh, guys, maybe that's why these guys missed. You know what, lucky we said that afterwards. Do you think Prime can get the win today?
100%. With Sack, we're in good hands.
It's Sack, good hands. Cadell, thank you so much. Alex, thank you so much. Kane, commiserations, it wasn't to be. But guess what? It runs over. £1,500 on the line next week, and we'll see you soon. Welcome back. We are joined by the governor, the main man. He's in all orange. He's not in diamonds today. It's JJ, a.k.a. KSI.
Oh, my God. I'm looking at the screen. I'm looking good. Orange and black, baby.
One thing about your fit, yeah, you're never going to get run over because they're going to see you from the M1.
Oh, my Lord. You might not be wrong.
Real quick. Deportrio.
Oh.
4-1.
I'll be honest.
Hey, stinkers.
Very wasteful. They had so many opportunities to score goals and they didn't score, so it happens though, man.
Horrid from them.
Listen, I
thought Clutch FC were ass as well.
I don't know if we have to apologise for that, but I don't think so. I think that's absolutely fine.
Oh, should I say bottom?
Yes, yes, I think that's probably better. And they might be bottom of the league after performances like that. It is dark. It is dark. Now, listen, Prime FC, a lot of pressure on the back. You said you want to go invincible. That is a big ask. We've seen SDS go 13 games unbeaten. Can you do better?
Well, yes, easily. We have the players, we have the mentality, why not?
One thing I will say to you, bro, Ruckus looked very good, genuinely.
I know,
yeah.
I can tell that they're trying to take this very seriously.
Of course, bro.
But then when we show what we're made of, they're going to be defeated mentally, and then we slowly break them down. What are you going to do when you ain't got the ball?
Fez.
Do you know what I like about him? He's all about mental warfare. He understands that sport, a lot of the time, is up there.
Well, I've been in the boxing ring. I know this. I know how important this is. Without this, all of this don't work.
Do your players have that, though?
Well, they do. That's both. This was trained first before we could do this. Now,
okay. Train the mind. It's Mr. Miyagi stuff going on over here.
Sounds like Rosinia. That's what he sounds like.
He's swallowed a book today. But listen, let me tell you right now, you have put yourself under some serious pressure and you've made some big statements. But there's another guy, a certain Mr. Speed, who's out in the States. And he feels like he has the same braggadocious, bravado energy as you, JJ. But I want you right now to look down that lens right there and give him a little message.
All right. Speed, I'm going to be real with you. Your team sucks. Your team ain't good. If your team face my team, we would destroy you. Prime FC would, bro, we would walk you. Literally like our son. Literally like a dog, bro. That's what would happen. You'll be barking for us. We'll destroy you. It's one day, bro, one day. It will happen, trust.
Let me tell you, I just want to be part of the build-up for that one.
Mate.
Let me tell you right now, because we think that we get some good boxing build-up. We're going to need somebody between
it will
you
literally be best in the UK versus best in the US. I said it. Best in the UK.
They need to make a league like that.
Against best in the US.
They need to do a league like that. 6 of the best from the UK, 6 of the best in the US.
No. Just Prime FC.
Just Prime versus everybody.
All for one game.
Prime FC versus the rest.
The rest of them.
Bro, we would destroy each and every one of them.
Back-to-back games.
Bro, easily. Bro, have you seen their players? Did you watch?
UK, I can't lie to you. I generally, I'm going to put my neck on the line.
Okay.
I think if UK was the best USA, I think any team in here beats any of their teams. Genuinely. It's my opinion.
We've had Marlon have a bet with Angry Ginge. 5 grand on the line. Who finishes higher in their league? You believe you're going to dog walk speed and make him bark. I feel like there's a lot of that mental warfare, that positivity in Baller League UK.
Oh, by the way, Idris ain't here. That's how much he cares about his team. Rukkas FC, he cares so much that he's not here. He got, what, Steve the Madman?
Stevo's here. Stevo knows ball, guys.
Oh, I can't wait to see him.
Stevo knows ball. Guys, listen.
Bro, that's embarrassing.
Listen, we could speak about this all day, and it's always entertaining when JJ's in the studio, but there is a game to play, and it is a huge one.
Watch
Go
us
meet your
do
team.
our madness
You're
tonight,
the only
baby.
gaffer here. Idris ain't here. JJ, it's an absolute pleasure.
It can get dark.
Guys,
My family
we'll
love.
leave you with Brandon Liez in the commentary mission for a massive game.
It can get dark.
Thank you so much. Yeah, great to hear from KSI. I think he's been wearing orange every single week now, isn't he? He's got a few outfits to pick, hasn't he? He's got 9 more weeks after this. Leah's joining me for this one. This is the game of the night. This is the big one. Prime against Ruckus. They're both teams that are making all the noise.
Now I'm super looking forward to this, honestly. Prime started probably how we thought they would. Obviously, there's always that question mark about whether it can all gel together, but they got a pretty comprehensive win. Ruckus, though, maybe the shock win of the first week. Clutch looked so good, and they actually looked really good in the game we just got finished watching. But Ruckus made light work of them, so this is a really interesting matchup. Let's see who comes up on top.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, we cannot wait for this one. It is coming up next. We are buzzing for it. Chat, tell us home. Who do you think is going to win this one? Prime, they were superb last year. They are the team that have come into the league this year. KSI, from president to team manager. And by God, Liez, hasn't he picked up some serious ballers?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we've talked about the manner in which they've done it. I like what you said on commentary. Maybe I don't want to know. But, yeah, the names just speak for themselves. Saka-san, Mampolo, the hat-trick on opening day, Montel McKenzie. But I think maybe the most impressive thing about their first win was that from 7 goals on the day, there were 5 different goal scorers, 4 different goal scorers, something like that. So it shows you that first and foremost, they're capable of spreading the goals, and it shows that guys don't need to also be scoring to have an impact. I look at Stefan Illich in particular. So many goals across his Baller League career, but he doesn't have to be the main guy anymore because you have so many different weapons.
And also, when they score, Liez, all of them celebrate. I don't think I've seen as many 6-man celebrations as these guys have. I mean, they're a team, and that's great to see for how many big personalities there are.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think the real test, though, will come from Prime when they lose that first game. When they taste defeat, how do they react to that? That'll be the very first sign of what kind of side this is.
Well, here we go, then. Prime against Ruckus.
This place is deafening.
And once again, Prime have called off a section of the copper box. We've got the yellow wall, we've got the orange army, we've got Ruckus with Mr. Ruckus. I think it might be the only mascot alongside Shades of Nico. Well, here we go then. That should get quite free, wouldn't it, when NDL play Prime. Handshakes between the two sides and a chance to look at the teams coming into this one.
No Idris Elba tonight, of course.
We do hear he's got a surprise up his sleeve, though, which we'll hear very soon. Let's have a look at the teams then. No changes tonight. There's another wild card. There is still no sign of Aidan Prowl. Their original goalkeeper is Belron Berisha, the wild card. He played in the Baller League in Germany for Hollywood United. It's a stacked team again. Emmanuel Robe, who came from the 26ers. Zainal Hassani was superb last week from M7. PK Humble, yes, does feature in Season 3, and he is on the bench starting in this game. Osman Ali, Musabam and Ergus Pepai, the most consistent player from penalties. On the other side, for Prime FC, we've called these guys the new Galacticos because there is just so much talent. No changes for them, no sign of Ethan Cachosa or Joseph Hadawayemi. It's an unbelievable side full of former franchise players, and he's been the talk of the town in the last 7 days. Zach Hassan does start, Stefan Ilic, Maral Velhete, Tafu Skandari, Montel McKenzie, more assists than any other player last season. Toby Ball of M7, and it's a bench that has Hani Bashish, Timmy Abraham, brother of Tammy Abraham, Francis Mampolo and Eddie Mieko. 19 goals he got in Season 1. You cannot forget that. He is a proven goal scorer. What a squad.
I think the toughest job on the planet has to be Steven Sama in terms of deciding who gets left out of the team. Francis Mampolo scored a hat-trick this week. Onto the bench you go, mate. Eddie Mieko, how many goals in Season 1? Onto the bench you go, mate. That's a tough job.
Well, we are ready to go. Chat, let us know your predictions for this one. Ruckus or Prime? Ruckus said they came in Season 2 to make a ruckus. I mean, this season they definitely have made some noise. But Prime have been the new loudest team.
Am I crazy for thinking that Ruckus could unironically cause a ruckus today? I fancy them. I really do.
Your hands. If you're Ruckus and you know it, clap your hands. Oi, Rukkas FC is in the building. Except for me, of course, because I couldn't be there because I'm on set. But guess what, though? Guess what? Ruckus is coming. KSI, good luck, mate, because you're going to need it. No one cares about Prime FC. You know what they care about? Rukkas FC. You don't know. Team, you know what to do. Bad intentions. Win it back, score early. Simple. All right? Love you. Ballers League, make some noise.
Idris Elba, he's not here tonight, but he's let KSI know they'll be watching him from afar. What do you make of that, Lies?
Hey, battle cry. Are you ready for war?
We are ready.
I said, are you really ready? 10, 9,
Game 3.
7, 6, 5, 4.
Ruckus against Prime.
2, 1.
Emmanuel Rowe versus Skandari, and we are underway.
Quick start here. How loud is this atmosphere, by the way, huh?
It is very loud, and already there is going to be quite an energy in the place. The starting six that looks like this then. It is Musabam, Berisha, Osman Ali, Zainal Hassani, Emmanuel Roben, Ergus Pepai that start as the original six for Ruckus. On the side of Prime, Stefan Ilic, Zach Hassan, Maral Verhete, Skandari, and Montel McKenzie, of course, Toby Ball in goal.
I think that starting five is really as good as it gets. And I'm talking about Ruckus. I think that's a really, really strong starting five from them. Now, the question is, can they match up with the firepower that Prime have on the bench? But I think 5 for 5, that can match up with anyone, I'm going to be honest with you.
For those in the chat that are asking about the constant sound of the Vuvuzuelas, they are coming from the Yellow Army, the Yellow Wall, sorry, of NDL. They are here ahead of their game, and they are giving us a small insight, Lies, of the instruments they're going to be playing this season.
I feel like I'm back in 2010.
It did feel like that, didn't it? We are in the Copper Box, we're not in South Africa.
Brilliant.
How good was he last week, Lies?
You talking about Musabam, or are you talking about Zainal Hassani?
Zainal Hassani.
Yeah, fantastic debut for him. What a player. But this guy wasn't too bad himself either. That's brilliant from Musabam. Grabbed the goal last week.
Now, can he find a comeback for his teammate? He can. He's stopped on the line by Toby Ball.
Early warning sign here from Ruckus.
Usman Ali thought he had the first goal of the game. Well, Prime had more possession than any other team last week. 64% possession across the 30 minutes.
I think every team that plays Prime this year, by the way, obviously the first team to beat them, we'll see who it is. But I think the target that they have on their backs, that every single team will want to be the one to say, we gave them their first loss. That's a tantalizing little incentive for whoever plays them.
The opposite side of that, which is quite scarily, is if they start getting an unbeaten streak out of them.
Oh yeah.
Every week they're going to get more and more confident.
Broadway play. Stefan Ilic.
Ilic. Hassan. Create more chances than any other Prime player. No corner.
Great defending there from Rome. I thought Ilic maybe had the shot there. Montel split the defense extremely well there. Mauro and Sak both taking their defenders wide, and I thought Stefan Ilic had an opportunity to shoot, and typically when he does, he doesn't turn it down.
Well, last week, Zach Hassan, he created more big chances than anyone, but he also missed more big chances than anyone.
Including that penalty.
He can't make this mistake this time round, can he?
No.
Chat, first goal scorer. Who do you predict is going to get it?
Great feet. Well played. Oh, he's silk, man. He's just silk. Maybe a bit too much. Emmanuel Rome.
He's played. Emmanuel Rome, you don't let him on his right foot. Skandari's brave. And he will win a free kick.
You know who Zedo Husani reminds me of? Reminds me of Riyad Mahrez. That left foot is absolute silk. Look at that, the footwork right there. Just to avoid Sakasen. From one technician to another, he'll appreciate that.
Out for his shot, the corner box.
Oh yeah, what a pass.
Ball, what's a pass
Ilic.
that? He unlocks the door into the sniper of Stefan Ilic. Was there a touch on that?
So far, Stefan Ilic has had one shot that he's actually given up, and one finish just narrowly wide. I'll tell you what, I'm not a betting man, but if I was, I think the next attempt he gets might end up in the back of the net, because he doesn't miss often.
KSI's first touch of the night.
I think he's taken as many touches as Ruckus has so far, by the way. Maybe the one guy from Ruckus that hasn't gotten too involved yet. Mampolo's on the pitch now.
Just the intensity from both these teams in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah. It feels like a final. Brilliant.
Emmanuel Rome. It wouldn't surprise me, Liz, if I told you that he used to be a 100-metre sprinter.
Oh yeah, with legs like that, with legs like that. How good was that promo, by the way, in midweek for this? I didn't know Baller League were making cinema now.
Certainly set the tempo, didn't it, for what this is planning to be.
Ooh, Mara wanted it. I don't blame him.
Toby Ball has just won his team a corner, by the way.
Yeah.
Belron Berisha won't want to see that again. He's one of the few players that have actually been flown in here to play. He's from Germany originally.
Brilliant from Zaid Husani, man. Honestly, what a touch. Here's Ruckus.
Ruckus Pepe fancies an effort, Toby Ball.
Eddie Maeko.
I think Eddie Maeko, by the way, I think people underrate how good he is in this team as well. He scored 19 goals in season 1, Liez.
Yeah.
Last season, he actually had a pro contract out in Europe, but it didn't quite work out for him. And by week 4, he came back as an MVP's player. Didn't score all the goals, and it wasn't maybe the season to remember by his own standards, but still, what he adds to this team. And then also Timmy Abraham, who's on the sidelines.
It's a scary team. Honestly, it's the Monstars I feel like they've assembled over here at Prime FC, man. But unfortunately for Eddie Maeko, yeah, like you said, didn't work in Europe, but Europe's loss is Baller League's gain, because this is a terrific goal scorer. Real eye for goal. Someone else who has one is Ilic.
Oh, Ilic.
Passes it off there, though.
McKenzie.
Strength.
And Polo.
Well done.
And
Well done.
With Otis Pepe shot comes in. Marisha does get 2 hands on it. And for the chat they're saying cancel horn, guys, it's not a sound effect. There is actually people blowing a horn in the stadium. I can't leave commentary and go and take the horn from them.
That was a really good hold-up play from Mampolo there. Nice.
Bam.
Oh, Bam. Man, seriously, when he gets into these tight situations, 1v1, such a good player. Woo! Maybe one Urgus would have whooshed back. Illich. Heavy touch.
He's already got the most positive, though, hasn't he, out of any prime players so far?
That ball in behind is always there. There's been a few occasions that Maro's wanted it played into him, and I think they've just overlooked it. Stefan similar. But maybe something for Ruckus to worry about, because there's a few moments where I think Prime have or have missed the chance to really exploit them.
Seven and a half minutes gone. We are halfway through the first half here between Ruckus and Prime, still goalless.
Oof, well played, Maro.
Of course, it is NDL that are top of the table at the moment. They're on 4 points because they were just so good. Emmanuel Robe does great there, not just to get past 1 or 2 players, but then to eventually.
He is such a handful.
Across it.
I think Maro's defended him well there, but when you're that big, that's strong.
Mieko falls back to Marisha. Abraham will squeeze it in. And Timmy Abraham will give Prime FC the start they want. Timmy Abraham, he scored last week. He's back on the score sheet again this week. And he was quickest to react. He simply just wanted it more.
Keeper's had a few moments today where I think he's looked a little questionable of his handling, and I think that one right there is one he's going to look back at later on and think, I wish I had it back.
Unfortunately, for what's been a really high-quality game so far, Lies, it's probably the most scrappiest goal we've seen.
Yeah, 100%. But maybe it's what the game needed. First blood to Prime FC. Let's see how Ruckus react. We did say, though, that the advantage that Prime have off the bench is something that not many teams can really match up with, man.
It's a Bam gliding as he does forward
brilliant.
past 1, 2, 3 players.
Oh, world class. How's he kept that? Put the guy in a telephone booth, he'll come out the other side. Oh, wow, what
Clever
a pass.
Robe. Into Robe on his right foot. Just wide. Don't let him in those areas.
What's up, Bam, though? I mean, he's got the ball glued, it's elastic glued to his foot. Uh-oh. Second one.
Second corner, one more from a penalty.
Remember, they are 1 corner away, Prime, from a penalty. This could get out of hand. Shot blocked from Emmanuel Robe. Bam again, look at him.
He's just gliding. What a pass!
Wow. Osman Ali, that's great feed, great save from Toby Ball. Might fall back to Otis Pepe. It's just hooked away by Montel McKenzie.
I thought Steven Sama was about to swing at my ankle right there. He is furious with defending, but I don't think there's much you can do about that. When Musa Bam gets ahead of steam and he starts running at players, you really just have to sit down and pray. Uh-oh.
They're an offside.
Tell you what, the keeper's got away with one again, man.
Or a handball. It's a handball in the end there from Timmy Abraham. Long ball goes forward into the body of Toby Ball. Will take all the time he needs.
Is that a good half, Toby Ball?
Don't forget Toby Ball's story. Once upon a time was on the bench for Brighton of Albion against Manchester United in the Premier League for suffering an injury. Speaking of Toby Ball, happy to have a shot again, and look, he's won his team a third corner. Belron Berisha. That's twice that's happened. 2 of the corners that have been won from Prime. It's from Toby Ball having a shot in his own half.
Could he have caught that? Or maybe stopped it from going out for a corner.
Over to you, Prime, to double the lead.
And it is going to be that guy, Eddie Maeko.
Eddie Maeko is taking the penalty here for Prime. Prime to double their lead. Eddie Maeko, 2 goals to 0. Prime will double their lead. Eddie Maeko gets his 2nd goal of the season.
Unfortunately for Ruckus, we talked about it, right? In terms of starting 5, I think they've got as good as it gets, but you look at what Prime's bringing off the bench, and it's the 2 goal scorers, Eddie Maeko and Timmy Abraham. That's firepower that most teams just simply can't afford to even start, let alone bring on. Well fought.
You really break the game down tactically, though, Leas. I mean, look, they've played it so well. Yes, they've scored a scrappy first goal, but the way they've won those corners,
oh, yeah.
Tactically perfect.
That's the name of the game, man. It's not all about being the best team in open play, because you can argue there's been moments in this game where Ruckus have played some really good stuff, but who's the savvier team today? I think it's impossible to look past Prem. Here's an opportunity, though.
What's the bam over this? Does he shoot?
I think you have to.
He might shoot.
Ooh.
Bam! Saved. It's going to be a corner.
Does anyone have a better name to yell out when someone takes a shot, by the way, than Musa Ben? Great feed from Stefan Illich. They've got themselves out of pressure so well there, though. Oh, yeah. Ball's out.
Toby Ball. Scandari, Mampolo, Illich. Sakasan is fouled.
Takes contact so well.
We are 10 seconds away from our first half game changer, and there is no rush from Prime to get there.
4, 3, 2, 1.
And we are off to the game changer. Prime.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like ever. We go higher. It's time to go higher.
+1 will be our half-time game changer. This is the game changer which often brings the most goals. It is the game that starts as a 1v1 plus goalkeepers. After every goal that is scored, a player will be added onto each side. Goalkeepers are not allowed to leave the penalty area or engage in build-up play. If a goalkeeper does this, it will result in a penalty. I mean, look, this is an opportunity, Liez, for Ruckus to get back in this.
Yeah, but let's also call it what it is, man. It's also an opportunity for Prime to put a dagger in this game, because I think they have the quality in this kind of situation to really go a few more goals up ahead. And if they get ahead of steam, 4-5, I struggle to see Ruckus getting into this game.
All right, bro, let's go.
So a really big 3 minutes coming up.
10, 9, 8.
So far, so good for KSI.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we are underway. It is going to be Timmy Abraham.
Fresh legs as well, Tua. Wow, burns him.
Who is going to kick us off with a goal.
I'm that guy, he says. Today, he absolutely is.
Bradley Williams, not the nicest of welcomes to him. It was his first seconds. Wasn't even able to get a touch. Timmy Abraham scores, and it allows.
Oh, good feed.
Ruckus to have another player on the pitch.
Foul, nothing?
Nothing there, Prime. Massive chance. Montel McKenzie is there as well. Fires to Montel McKenzie. 4-0, Prime lead.
Steven Sama doesn't care for the theatrics, but You have to say his team have been sublime. Near flawless first half performance, 4-0. Who could have seen this?
I think Stephen Sammer's not very appreciating the celebrations. I don't blame him. He's probably the man for the job to keep this side intact.
Oh yeah, doing a fantastic job of it so far.
4-0 Prime lead. Again, they're on another counter-attack here. Stefan Illich comes
again.
on.
Here he goes again.
On for a hat-trick. Timmy Abraham has just bagged a 13-minute hat-trick.
I'm sorry though, you got to look at the keeper in that situation. You got to look at the keeper in this situation. It's a great finish, all right? He does everything he has to do. But near post, outside the box, he's on the ground before the ball even leaves his foot.
You could argue he's expecting him to go in the other corner, Lies, but it's not an excuse to, is it?
Nah.
You're 5-0 down in 13 minutes. And unfortunately for Beltor and Berisha, who's been wildcarded in from Germany, I don't know if we'll be seeing him next week.
I don't think he's had a great game whatsoever.
Every time they score, they celebrate with their own individual celebrations. 5-0.
They're going to run out of celebrations soon, man. The rate they're scoring. 12 goals in 2 games, and there's still half the game left.
It's the counter-attacks here. Hani Bashish comes on. And that's going to be a penalty.
Is that a penalty for Ruckus?
It is for Ruckus, yeah.
This is they need this one. It is Urgis. I mean, they don't come much more certain than him.
Well, the Albanian Eagle, as he wants to be called now.
Stefan Illich, the Serbian sniper in his ear.
A chance back. Urgis Pepai does score. There's one back.
Deft taxes and Urgis from the penalty. There's one back.
The penalty came from the fact the goalkeeper was not allowed to leave the box or receive a pass back after the original piece of play has kicked off. That is why Prime conceded the penalty there.
That's going to infuriate Stephen Sama, by the way.
It's just a simple rule, isn't it? Can't go back to the goalkeeper after they've kicked off the play.
Got a corner here, I think. Yeah, I think you've got to play that situation better. Well done.
David Opo, what can save? Pepai blocked.
Toby Ballas had an amazing half so far. Amazing half.
And as much as they've had a great half, I mean, you even hear Sammer at half-time, though, don't you? As he won't be happy that they've made such a simple error.
Yeah. I mean, he is the most precise manager potentially in this entire league when it comes to the details.
I'd love to play under him.
Oh, yeah.
He would scare me as well.
I think he'd scare the life out of me as well, too, but that's a winner. Oh, yeah. It's brilliant, like I said, brilliant. Again from the keeper, again from
the post!
He's got to do better there.
Ali Bashish, nearly out of the 6th, and we are 14 seconds away from half-time.
That's another situation with the keeper as well, too, where I think he invites more pressure than he has to.
It's coming to an end in 10.
Oof, great ball forward.
8, 7, 6.
And Osman Ali will play that out.
3, 2, 1.
Half-time. And at the halfway point, Prime are in an unbelievable position. Timmy Abrahams had a hat-trick in 30 minutes, and KSI's Prime are leading Ruckus by 5-1 on the break.
KSI must be happy. I can't see it on the pitch, so.
Baller League is hitting the road. Liverpool, we will be seeing you very soon at the ACC. Grab your tickets now.
That is right. Baller League is going on the road up the M1 to Liverpool on the 20th and 27th of April. I'm buzzing, Chunks, for that.
I can't wait.
I can't wait for you to stop doing that accent. It needs a little bit of work, my brother. But let's talk about that game. Absolute demolition job from Prime FC.
I'll be honest, I think when I watched Ruckus last week, I thought this is a team that's competing for that top 4. I expected better from them, I'll be honest. 5-0 in that first half, and Prime FC are all over them.
I want to take a look at some of those goals, because I genuinely didn't believe that they were the better footballing team, but they have taken every single chance they've had. I mean, look at this. Is there question marks over the keeper there?
I was going to say that, but I don't want to single them out, because obviously I support Arsenal, and Kepa had a bit of a stinker yesterday, but I really expected better from the keeper, man. There's obviously some that are not his fault, of course, but there were some that were literally right. Like, for example, let me see this one. Let me see if No, he couldn't do much there. But like, there are goals in this where I felt like he definitely could have done more. This was one of them where he kind of just went above him. Like, come on now, you know what I mean? But fair play to Timmy. I think he's got a first half hat-trick.
First half hat-trick. I mean, that is it's sensational stuff.
Look,
and every single time they score, they do a brand new celebration. Like Leah said, they might be running out of celebrations by the end of the day.
They generally might do, because it's 5-0 now, or 5-1. What can we expect from that second half? There's 15 minutes left, and I feel like KSI and Sam are going to tell them, don't put your foot off their necks, just keep going. I think this can get tennis.
This could get brutal, and we saw a call to action from Idris Elba before the game. It has not hit in the way that he thought it would hit. These guys, they're the ones to beat in Ball League. And KSI's spoken a little bit about going unbeaten. They could really, really go unbeaten, because Ruckus, I'd say, was probably the second best team in the league.
Yep. I thought this one was going to go to the wire. You get what I mean? Wire. Never mind. But no, generally, I did expect more from Ruckus, because like I said, I watched them last week and I thought, wow, this is an incredible team. But yeah, they kind of look off it today, man. Especially in that game changer. They look like they've never played it before. And we're seeing hints of what happened last season, where they struggled in the game changer. So yeah, man, unfortunate.
I would say that this was probably the time in which, you know, JJ and Sam could do a little bit of squad rotation and rest some of their players, but they got a team full of tier 1 style players, franchise style players.
KSI really did hijack the players. Hijack Idris Elba, you get it, the show he does.
Chunks, you're on fire today, my brother. It's absolutely sensational. Listen, I cannot wait for the second half. I want to get a prediction from you. Do you think they can get to double-figure goals?
No, I think Ruckus have more respect than that. I definitely won't get to that. I think it'll get to 7. 7-3.
7-3. Okay, I can't wait for this, guys. They are ready on the pitch. Hopefully, for you guys at home, we will have far more goals. It's been extremely exciting in the first half. But let me tell you, Liaz, Brandon, in commentary, you're going to be busy.
Welcome back to the start of the second half between Ruckus and Prime. I mean, look, it's safe to say we might have just as busy of a half as we had in the first. Prime were leading 5-0. Timmy Abraham didn't even start the game. He came as a sub. He opened up the goal scoring. And off the side of that, he bagged 3 goals in 13 minutes. Brandon Smith and Liaz on commentary. Liaz, is there a way back for Ruckus in this?
I mean, for the sake of the game being entertaining and even, I hope so, but it just looks like Prime can score at any point. I mean, that's a good save right there from the keeper, but I worried for them, honestly. I told you during the game changer that I think this could really get out of hand, and unfortunately it did in terms of, I keep saying unfortunately, like I don't want Prime to win. I'm more than happy for them to win, but I think I had higher hopes for this match, and so far we haven't gotten it.
We said in the break in the game started so well, and then it kind of, with the scrappy goal that it was, it then just changed the game.
Yeah. I think, again, I'm going to keep saying it, I just think Prime has something off the bench that not many teams can say they can claim to have. Like when you're bringing on Timmy Abraham, well, like you said, he scored a hat-trick, Eddie Maeko, Matt Polo, who scored a hat-trick last week. Those 3 players would be the best players on most teams in the league. But who knows, maybe a quick early goal from Ruckus, make it 5-2, and you never know, man, stranger things have happened.
In case you missed the headline news here, 5-0 Prime are leading. That was a late goal back for Ruckus. It was a penalty from
Timmy's open if he wants him.
A mistake during the game changer.
That out ball is there every single time for Prime. I'm surprised they haven't played it as many times as they've been able to, because right there, Timmy's in acres of space that they can find him.
those asking as well, will be pressure point after this game. It will be a penalty shootout, a non-stop rolling penalty shootout between all 12 teams. Winner gets an extra point.
Last week was... Brendan, last week who won the pressure point again?
NDL.
NDL, that's right.
Now 4 points top of the table as it stands.
Oh,
Montel
Montel.
McKenzie. That is PK Humble, by the way, that's just been introduced onto the pitch. I don't think he'll be welcome to being run around by Montel McKenzie in his first 10 seconds. It's not the sort of game you want to be brought onto, is it? 5-1 down?
No. Been so impressive, Stefan Illich so far, man. We talked about this team needing unselfish players, players that were able to do different roles that they might not have been doing at their former clubs, and I think he's really the personification of that.
Error from McKenzie. Back post is available for Osman Ali. Again, it's soft target from Said Al-Hassani.
Chance.
Keep going.
Oh, as he shortchanges goalkeeper. Sobel has to go forward.
Well done, Musa Ben. 2 on him. Look at the way they're swarming. That's Steven Sama's identity all over display, man.
Someone needs to step up.
Higgins got to take that space. Oh, yeah.
For a shot over the pitch.
Well done.
Sabam.
Well done.
Gliding forward.
Stefan Illich again with the tackle. That's the last player you would have thought last season would be getting stuck in like that.
What's more impressive is he's sort of dropped a bit deeper, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Felt the off-the-ball instant there, Stefan Illich, but superb.
That's okay, man. That's okay. Look at the quality they can bring on to replace you. No problem. Oh, yeah, what a flick.
And Polo into Scandari, that nearly could have been dangerous.
I think Ali was just offside there.
Sheesh plays forward. That is looping. Rishi has to come out.
Ooh.
Sure where that one was going.
Scandari, I think the look for him, but just overran it a little. Brilliant. Has he kept it in?
The pitch still. Al-Hassani. They thought it was off.
Barrows has it. Oof.
Great pass. Marabelete was there. Back to Scandari it goes.
So much time though when he receives the ball.
Polo, was he fouled? Still in possession.
Oh yeah.
Sabam. As Total comes out.
So the ball starting to feel himself a little bit.
People in the chat asking why NDL are on 4 points in the table. That's because they want pressure point. If you're not familiar with pressure point, he will follow up after this. At the halfway point every week, every Monday night, there is a penalty shootout. All the teams will go head-to-head with 1 player nominated per team. The last player standing. The last player will pick up an extra point on the table. It was NDL last week with Jaden Raymond. Scandari fouled. It was soft, but it was still a foul. A little touch away, anticipated the touch from the Saban.
Morrow standing over this one. Decent opportunity here, huh? Really good position for a right-footed guy.
Abdul Hete wrap his right foot around this.
Just look at the keeper's right. I think it is a little bare. See how the wall does. Morrow.
Abdul Hete, chance to break.
On the throw to the goal.
Just look at the press. Everybody back hunted impacts here for Prime, making it a very difficult job.
I'm suffocated. I'm in the commentary box. Tells you everything you need to know. This press has been ridiculous. Oh, Saka can he keep it in? Well done. Here's a chance now, 3v2. PK on the overlap. Does Musa Bam use it? Musa Bam!
Over the bar.
Those are opportunities that if you are Ruckus, you have to take them. Prime's defense hasn't been exposed too many times today, but that was one of those occasions.
Believe it or not, dating all the way back from season 2, Ruckus on a bit of an unbeaten streak at the moment. 5 weeks unbeaten. They were the surprise package last year. They didn't place very high up in the table. They were winning games that on paper you wouldn't have expected them to win.
Yeah,
Hang on a second. Needs to pass that to Emmanuel Rowe. Back to David Opu, who cannot get the almost connection on that.
Almost a return to Emmanuel Rowe there. Can't say they haven't had opportunities though. Some good goalkeeping from Toby Bull. But I think some chances that I'm sure they would have loved to have over again.
I was just having a look at the highest scorers in Baller League history. There's been 3 teams that have scored 9 goals. 26ers did it last year. They got 9 goals in 1 game. And at half-time, I think we could have been looking at that.
Yeah.
In your opinion, why in the second half have we not had more goals?
Because I don't think there is that much in between these sides when the best players for each team are on. But I think as the half goes on and the legs of Urgus get tired and the legs of Zaid get tired, and now all of a sudden you need to start bringing on some subs. I think that's where the quality difference kind of shows. But we saw that first half. At times, this looked like one of the games of the season. Also, for being real, right, there's always a natural tendency that when you go up 5 goals, 4 goals, you tend to take your foot off the gas a little bit. And I think maybe you could accuse, I mean, look at that.
Oh no, they're not going to be made to pay for this.
I mean, there you go. That's exactly what I was saying. When you go up big, there's always the risk that you take your foot off the pedal. And I think that's sloppy right there. Steven Sama is furious.
And rightly so. 5-2, they better goal back. And if you really deep it, Liez, the 2 goals the Ruckus have scored have come from prime mistakes.
Oh yeah, the stuff of them.
Remember, we are only around the corner from a game changer.
Depending on the game changer as well, too. 5-2 is not the worst situation to be in, especially because this game looked like it got out of hand.
Teams 1 corner flag each. 3 corners, they'll win a penalty.
I think
that said, following this pressure point after.
I think the next goal is huge. Morrow finds his way to Timmy Abraham. Ooh. Snapshot. Why not though? They've thrown the flag.
Is that a ref challenge coming in from Ruckus?
What is it?
Go back and see what they're challenging here.
We've got a challenge from Ruckus for the corner given.
Are they trying to say there was a... Did they give a corner for that?
Corner was given for Prime.
I think they have a point. I'm not sure that deflected off anybody. Oh yeah, that's just a weary shot, no?
It didn't look like a good shot, but was there a touch?
I don't think so. No, I think that's clean.
You cannot tell at all.
If you're given a corner for that, if you're Timmy Abraham, you're saying, oh yeah, I can get away with that. It just wasn't a good shot. Any contact for Emmanuel Rowe.
What do you think?
From that angle, it doesn't look like it. Unless you're talking narrowly brushed the top of the toe. But
challenge successful.
there you go. Challenge successful. If you're not familiar, they will keep the challenge now. And it will just be one corner flag each.
Could be the difference.
Especially with the game change around the corner.
Yeah. I think this is where teams, though, need to start taking a leaf out of SDS's book, especially towards last season, because in a situation like this, right, you're down 5-2, next goal, you get into the game changer 5-3 down. It's all to play for. Start playing for corners. Start taking shots. I think you have to be a little bit more strategic in situations like this, rather than just try and be the better footballing side.
3 minutes, just over that away. Just under that, I should say, from our second half game changer. 3 goals in it between the two sides. What a different Prime we have seen in this second half.
Oh yeah, brilliant feat, well done.
Free kick for Ruckus.
No goals though in the second half for Prime FC yet.
So say, it's been a different Prime, hasn't it, this second half?
Oh yeah. This is a great opportunity as well too. Does he go for 2 in the wall or 3?
You've got to go. Just try and get a touch from Toby Ball through a corner. That's what you're looking for. A shot on goal and a save from Toby Ball. Better that would be a goal. Musabam, there's your deflection.
There you go.
And
One
there's
more.
your corner.
One more. Now you got to play for that corner.
Corner, that's Rukkas FC, second corner, just 1 away from a
This could be timed perfectly. Get a penalty before you get to the game changer. Just needed 2 goals in the game changer.
Oh, brilliant. And they're out. And they're out. Here's Morrow.
Marrow. Enebieko, is that a corner? It is 2-2 now. This is interesting on the corner flags.
And now how big does that successful challenge look? Oh. Oh,
What a touch.
wow.
He's got to pass it. There was the pass. That's
You'd
what
bank
Timmy
on-
Abraham's asking.
You'd bank on Illich to score that, but wow. Maybe the first bad touch Musa Bam had taken this entire game, by the way. Oh, wow. Nearly.
game changer.
Dispossessed Enebieko now has got the legs on Williams.
He's on. Holds it up well.
Oh,
wow.
what a touch!
Wow!
Got to pass it. There's the pass.
Wow.
There's the goal. Game on.
Hello. Hello.
David Hooper, who used to play for the 26ers.
I'd love to see the play right before that. Yeah, right here. To keep that in and split them with a back heel like that. And then how unselfish as well, too, for David to finish at the far post. And all of a sudden, it's all to play for. But here's Saka-san.
Saka-san. It's Apollo. They needed that. They really needed that. 3-goal advantage for Prime again, and suddenly it doesn't look as dangerous.
Yeah, Ruckus got that goal that they were searching so hard for, but that's disappointing to concede so early after.
Important goal.
Huge goal. Saka-san done so well there. Uh-oh, Saka-san, woo!
Drags it wide. 15 seconds away from the... second half
brilliant
game
touch.
changer.
Brilliant touch.
Open. Shots!
Did he touch it?
Was there a touch? No.
Not quite.
Testing you, Blockbuster Arena. 9, 8, 7, 6.
Here we go, game changer, 5 seconds away.
4, 3, 2.
There's a ref challenge. Are they asking for the corner, I'm guessing?
I don't think so. But maybe worth a try anyways, I don't know.
I think they're asking for the corner.
I think Toby Ball might have just pulled his hand away at the last second.
Surprised they didn't come in earlier.
Ruckus,
I think he pulled his hand away at the last second. Let's take a look.
A goal kick given, no corner.
Yeah.
It looks like, yeah, you're right. It looks from the angle we've seen before the referee.
I was actually thinking, I think he does really well to be aware of his surroundings to actually pull his hand away there. Ooh, nah.
It looks like he does, but... Okay, this might be a better angle for us.
Don't stop it, don't stop it, don't stop it.
Nah, he pulls away.
Good
Great
angle.
goalkeeper.
Challenge unsuccessful.
Challenge unsuccessful. Ruckus will lose the flag. And Prime will be happy with that. They are 2 seconds away from the game changer. Still leading. 6 goals to 3.
Not sure I would have used it there. I think that one was pretty obvious, but hey, maybe hindsight's 50-50. Or 20-20 rather.
Still, there's a few words on the sidelines.
Yeah, it's getting heated on there.
I think they're asking whose ball it is.
How can it be a drop? The guy's banged up the fucking top. Steven, well done, bro. Yo, how can it be a drop when he kicked, bro?
Surely not.
You're the one saying that we kicked it, bro. I'm not the referee.
They're more deciding where's this going to restart from. We're going for a drop ball. It's their ball, says Stephen Sava.
Is the ref obliged?
Cameraman's got a touch of that as well. There you go. Right, all of that.
Got another one as well too.
That's going to do it.
Take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. We go higher. It's time to go higher.
One-on-one. Oh, wow.
Your game changer is a one-on-one. Goal to goal, a single player from each team shoots from behind the half.
One-on-one. 3 minutes of one-on-one. It's very simple. You have a shot. You can't save it with your hands. 15-second shot clock. It usually provides drama and goals. If there was a 2-goal gap in this, Liz, I would be thinking there's more of a chance for a bit more drama. But as Mampolo gave them a 6th and added to a 3-goal cushion, I'm confident. I'd like to say Prime should not be throwing this away.
I think that's why it's so disappointing that A, they couldn't hold on to their lead, their goal long enough, and B, they never got that 3rd penalty, because now all of a sudden those 2 corners go out the window. But who do you fancy one-on-one from Ruckus? Maybe Urgus.
Urgus could be Musabam, Urgus.
I think I'd go Urgus. I think Musabam's shooting today. Hasn't had his boots on. And then as for Prime, I mean, go pick your poison.
Well, Illich up first.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Stefan Illich up against Berisha.
Captain's performance so far from him. No goals, but really been impressed so far with his performance.
Yeah, take all the time they need. 15 seconds.
Oh, yeah.
Illich! Ooh. Over the bar.
It's going to be Musabam, like you suggested.
Musabam, the captain for Ruckus.
Get an early one, make it interesting.
And it is Montel McKenzie on the line for Ruckus. Sorry, for Prime. Musabam! Off the post!
Whisker away. Just feel like he needed that one.
30 seconds gone already. Prime still leading 6 goals to 3.
KSI telling his team, calm down, calm down. But one goal really kills this affair off.
Illich! Off the chest. It's going to come back over the line, so Idris will get another bite at it. If they just get one more goal here, Liez, the game's been put to bed.
Oh, yeah. And the seconds just keep creeping closer and closer to 30.
He's got 5 seconds to get a shot away here. 4, 3, 2, 1. Idris, oh, he's got another one.
This is turning into disaster very quickly.
It's a 2-goal gap, maybe.
Illich.
Illich again.
If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen now.
3 goals are needed. The only way it happens is if somehow Prime waste the time. Musa Bam, over to you. To get one back at least. Musa Bam off the bar. Well done, Montel McKenzie.
I'm sorry, Brandon, I think you've been a little generous. That's an insane save. He's just headed that onto the bar.
I thought he was going to score an own goal.
Oh my word. You're more nonchalant than me. Maybe that's what happens when you commentate for 3 years, but that's unbelievable.
Montel McKenzie, brave, with header onto the bar. Mampolo! Oh, game, set, match!
Steven Sama is fuming, and Urgus has missed an opportunity there.
Breach didn't fancy getting his head on that, did he? Like Montel McKenzie. Urgus Pepe again, Montel McKenzie. You might as well be a goalkeeper at this point. 7-3, that one was dipping in. Again, Montel McKenzie, brave with his head.
And it's already another 7 goals. Back-to-back weeks for Prime FC.
I mean, since KSI stepped into this new era of management and co-ownership of football clubs, he hasn't seen a defeat yet. Mampolo's on for a hat-trick. Not quite yet.
Can Urgus add to his tally? Oh yeah, he's seen it.
Oh, Montel McKenzie, why not? Is that going to dip? No. Again, if you don't know the rules of 1v1, you cannot use your hands. A lot of teams enjoy not using a goalkeeper in. Urgus Pepe. Again, Montel McKenzie. Go on, end the game with a goal. Can he get past Pepe?
Wow.
Yes, he can.
Wow.
Montel McKenzie, that is superb. You have had the game changer of your life.
And this time, Steven Sama gets involved in the celebration. JJ showing off his shirt. Game, set, match. And ladies and gentlemen, that's what you call a dagger.
Yeah, KSI would like that.
Look at Montel.
Montel McKenzie. Game over. It's a dagger.
The show goes on.
Into Ruckus, and it's another 3 points. Well,
never shy of controversy.
That will clear up any confusion.
Never shy of controversy, is he, JJ?
Absolutely. Full-time result. Prime are unbeaten so far in Baller League. 6 points from 6. A hearty goal difference that will put pressure on NDL, who are up next, by the way, against Wembley Rangers. What did you make of that one? Brilliant first half from Prime. A slow start in the second half. There were moments, if they were a bit more clinical, Ruckus, that game changer might have meant a bit more.
I mean, second half, Ruckus really fought, man. They really gave it their all. But this machine that is Prime FC just refuses to stop. 2 games, 15 goals even. The substitutes coming on and contributing. It's a winning machine at the moment. The question is, who can stop the run?
Absolutely. Lee, it's an absolute pleasure taking you to that game. Let's head down pitch side with Josh Dent, who is with KSI.
Oh, JJ, come here. I know it's been exciting. We've been celebrating. but that was a result to celebrate. Top of the table, incredible performance.
What a performance. Hey, yo, everyone was saying Ruckus was going to destroy us. Now what? Now what? Hey, yo, Idris, you watching? Your squad dead. Finished.
JJ, you can hurt teams from anywhere on the pitch. I mean, 5 goals before the half. You look sensational. Can you get better than that?
Yes. Yes, we can. Yes, we can, baby. Oh, whoa, we're just warming up. Hey, prime time, baby!
There we go. Prime time FC. KSI is obviously extremely happy, but I'm going to leave you in the calmer, capable hands of Brandon.
Thank you very much, KSI and Josh Denzel there. Certainly will calm things down because we need a moment of pause there off the back of that. Prime are winners in game 3 of the night. This is the table as it stands now. Take a moment. Of course, keep in mind we still have Wembley Rangers taking on NDL, SDS against N5, Gold Devils against VZN FC. Community FC have played 2 games, they're on 0 points. Ruckus have played 2, they're on 3 points. Prime, 6 points from 6. They could get all 4 tonight if they can deliver in the next game this evening. But before the next game, it is all about this. Pressure point. You've all been asking in the chat, when is it? It's now. The gap between game 3 and game 4. And we'll guide you through the lineup for pressure point. Well, Sandra Kamara steps up for United, Alex Byrne for Community FC, Mike Wancorn for Deport Trio, Brian Lee for Clark, Jurgis Pepe for Ruckus, Francis Mampolo, as we just saw there, for Prime, Arjun Jung for Wembley Rangers, Solomon Barr for NDL, of course they were superb, Danny Bassett for SDS, Michael Hill coming in for N5, Bilal Sood for the Gold Devils, and last but not least, Adrian Tajik. Remember last week it was NDL who were winners. It was Jaden Raymond. Since then, unfortunately, Jaden Raymond has had an operation on an ongoing injury. He won't be back for a little while in Baller League. More interesting, United have never won a pressure point in the history of Baller League. United have never won a pressure point. And Martin Wancorn, what is happening tonight? Deport Trio, out! Brian Lee scores. Ruckus Pepe, the Albanian Eagle, through to the next round. Mampolo, out! The party won't continue for Prime. Arjun Young out. Solomon Barr through to the next round. Danny Bassett out. I mean, we went a long way, didn't we, last time? It was a non-stop rolling pressure point. That might not be the case this time. Bilal Sood for Gold Devils, they're into the next round. Adrian Tajik of his new club, VZN FC. Ball roll, is there a finish? No, there is not. Wow. Keep in mind, Ruckus Pepe has won more pressure points than anyone else. Sandra Kamara is through. Can he get United their first ever pressure point? Alex Burr, that would be a huge point for Community FC if they can go the full way. Into the next round. Pepe, classy as ever. Solomon Barr. Through. Michael Hill for M5. Very cleverly disguises that one. Bilal Sayoud. Can he get around the goalkeeper? No. Of course, keep in mind, if you're not familiar with the goalkeepers here in pressure point, these are two goalkeepers that don't play for any team in Baller League. They just literally come in to the cover box to go in goal for pressure point. That's Noah Crisp and Michael Bett. Kamara. He feels like there was a touch. Kamara is out. Sandro Kamara out. Alex Burns into the next round. Bit of confusion there. By the looks of it, Kamara has been told that he is out. And United's waiting for a pressure point. Goes on. Oh, there's Pepe. He's gone a bit too wide there. And he's out. He might have won it 4 times before, but it's not going to be his night. Right. NDL on to win it 2 weeks in a row. Solomon Barr in. Michael Hill out. Brian Lee. Alex Burn. Alex Burn is out, so will be Brian Lee. Or NDL. Brian Lee around the goalkeeper. Into the next round. Solomon Ball. Oh, why has he done that? Why has he done that? Brian Lee has taken the win.
Count me now. Come on.
Clutch FC.
Count me now.
What a night for them, maximum points, 4 from 4. Down me now, says Brian Lee. They're on 4 points, a 4-1 win against Deport Trio. And a pressure point win.
Come on, boys.
Yes, that's right. The stars are in the building. We've got Righty and Nico. Listen, NDL, Wembley Rangers. I'm going to start with you, Righty. I'm going to start with you. Looking to bounce back, but it is a tough ask against one of the best teams in the league.
Yeah, but like, we've got respect for all the teams in the league. Obviously, NDL are one of the top teams in the side, but we need to just get going. We didn't get going last week. We know it's a tough game, and it's a perfect game. You know, you don't want to get a game where you feel like, oh, we can beat. You want a game where you can prove yourselves in it. And so this is a top game for us. We're ready for this game.
I think the same way that NDL is a top team, Wembley Rangers is obviously a top team too, because it's like a clash of titans, because they've obviously won the title last season. So I feel like everybody goes into this game like it's a final because they want to be able to prove themselves against the champions.
Yeah, but the thing as well is with NDL, like we beat NDL, it's a big boost for us.
100%.
You know, if they beat us, it's another boost for them. It's a pivotal one. You know, it's one that we need to win.
You've got your fans, the yellow wall in full attendance, the vuvuzelas are out. I can barely hear myself think on the broadcast. How much of an impact is that going to have on your boys, knowing that their support and the stadium's packed out with your fans?
Those are our 7th man. They're very special. The vuvuzelas are a new weapon which we've brought in, but and we had to bring it in because we're playing the champions. And yeah, we really have to turn up because, I mean, they didn't win the Baller League for no reason. They're a very good team. Ian's a very good manager as well, so we're going to have to be on our top form.
Right, yeah, listen, it's big talk. How do you motivate your boys into a game like this? Do you need to motivate your boys, or do they know that this is it?
Yeah, but the thing is, you said you motivate your boys. We were champions last year, and it was we done it by attrition. We had to really work hard to win it. They can dig into that place. They've got that place. They knew that last week they didn't do themselves justice, and this is a team that if we don't start, then you're going to be in trouble. So, as champions, you're meant to come back. You're meant to bounce back. You're meant to show people what you've got about your grit. And that's what they've got to show tonight. If we show that, then we've got a really good chance we can win easily, yeah.
There you go, you put a lot of pressure on yourself. You know, I made my team of the week. I think there were 3 NDL players in there.
Yeah.
It's a very high standard you've set yourself. Can you keep performing to that level week in, week out?
Yeah, I mean, that's Nico ball. I really tell the players how I want them to play, and they respect that, and they execute. So now we've got to do the same, and if we can do it against the champions, we can do it against anyone.
No doubt about it, guys. You have a massive blockbuster on that pitch behind us. I'm going to let you go. Chunks, we're going to chill here. Guys, it's been an absolute pleasure chatting to these boys, and you're in for an absolute treat. Here's the commentary team.
Well, this is a big one, isn't it? I mean, we've just heard so much noise from Prime FC. We have got NDL next, the original yellow wall that started to bring the atmosphere here at the Copper Box, and they're going to be bringing the atmosphere here tonight as well. There is a few changes to their side as well. I think Kieran Clark comes back in. Jaden Raymond, who was so good for them, had a hamstring tear. He had surgery in the last 7 days. Former Crystal Palace player. He is out for 3 to 4 months now, so I don't think we're going to be seeing him, unfortunately, the remaining of this season. But nevertheless, he has played his part. But what an inclusion back for him. Kieran Clark, people thought he left NDL. He has not left NDL. He will be there, of course, for tonight's game. One change as well for Wembley Rangers too. You cannot forget Wembley Rangers. They're the champions. They won season 2. I mean, they went under the radar very much so. Squeeze into the top 4, and then, of course, won that final against the Season 1 champions. That man there, Gardner, scoring that all-important winner. He'll be looking to play his part tonight. Let's get the teams in the tunnel and get ready for our 4th match of the night. In case you just missed it, Clutch taking maximum points. They've had 4 points tonight, and they are in an unbelievable position as it stands. They're on 4 points at the moment. NDL, if they win this, they will end tonight top. As much as Prime have won their last game, they're only on 6 points to the 7. It could be the case for NDL FC. As always in the chat, there's always NDL fans there, but there is some Wembley Rangers fans also that have no doubt joined them. Who's your Mal when you've got Isaac Modi with a Ballon d'Or in his hand? I mean, that shows how much they're loving him. Always growing in their numbers are the yellow wall. Predictions, please, in the chat. Let us know who you are backing for this one. Wembley Rangers, no Alan Shearer here tonight, but Ian Wright in the dugout. Well, we do need Ian to get back into the tunnel so he can lead his team out alongside Ross Cable. He's a man of the people, having a few selfies and signatures. Why not? Here they go then. Teams on their way in for match 4 of the night. Steve Hughes back on officiating duties. There's NDL and Ross Cable. In case you missed it, pressure point, it was Clutch's night to win. NDL did make it into the final 2. Unfortunately fell at the last hurdle. Both teams just making 1 change tonight. And coming off the back of some impressive wins. 7-2 victory last week for NDL against Community FC. The Wembley Rangers, they played against the Season 1 champions. It was quite the start to the season. They played in the first game of the new season. It was a 3-2 defeat to SDS. They were looking to bounce back here today. Let's have a look at the teams there. As we said, Wembley Rangers just 1 change. Hassan Jello drops out of the squad and Christian Campbell comes in. The usual familiar faces. Don Perez, who was great last season, scoring some big goals. Callum Garner, as we mentioned, played his part in the final. The captain, Ben Long, also featuring Max Pittman from United over to Wembley Rangers this season. It's a really strong team. And on the other side of that, for NDL. One change for them tonight. Kieran Clark comes in. People thought he left the squad, he didn't. Filling in for an injured Jaden Raymond. Of course, he's missing out on the rest of the season after having some surgery this week. Well, what's going on here? Are they showing respect to the ball? Or are they showing respect to the referee? Or referees, I should say. There's two of them in there. It wouldn't surprise me. It's just NDL. It's what they do. We're going forward the night. Predictions for this one in the chat. Get involved. I'll read out some predictions. They come through now. Who have you got winning this one? And bad news, if you don't like a Vuvuzela, they are going to be in full force for the next 30 minutes. Steve Hughes to get us underway. And Tyler Winters, I believe. And Ben Long in the middle.
1.
And we are underway. Tyler Winters, foul by Ben Long. No, referee plays advantage, and already Wembley Rangers are leading in just 20 seconds. Ref challenges come in. Kieran Clark, it ricochets off the end as it comes in. VAR is what they're chanting. Steve Hughes already. What a start this game has had.
For a foul.
Was there a foul in the build-up there? I mean, Ben Long was the culprit, I believe. I mean, it's early to use the challenge move. If this is a successful challenge, they will keep it for the rest of the game. Let's have a look at this again then. Was Tyler Winters fouled? There's a tug of the shirt. Sure, if there was a tug of the shirt, he would probably fall back, not forward. Steve Hughes, over to you. It is successful.
For a pull on the shirt.
Foul, no goal. Big call from NDL. Goal doesn't stand. Stuart Cook on the sideline, part of the coaching side this year. That's going to be a corner. First one of those of the game. Of course, Dylan Barnes in goal this season for NDL. Aaron Stevens moving from NDL to Clutch. And Clutch, goalkeeper moving to NDL. Goalkeeper of the season. Apologies for any unsavoury language there. Fitzgerald. Tom Morgan Griffiths on the overlap. Barnes comes out and Abdulaziz goes flying over the ball. Isaac Modi. There was a banner around him comparing him to Lamine Yamal. love him that much. Already 2 minutes in. The goal has been disallowed. A ref challenge has already been added. Mbele, he was superb last week. Fitzgerald steps over this one, who looks to take a direct shot off the wall of Arjun Jung from M7. Of course, great to see him back playing this year. Missed the last 2 seasons as a player due to an injury. He's just been shortchanged at the back there. That's Max Pittman. As it stands, it's Kieran Clark, Fitzgerald, Mbele, Isaac Modi and Tyler Winters, with Dylan Barnes in goal as the 6. No touch on that one, out for a goal kick. And on the other side, Max Pittman in goal, of course, newly signed from United. Ben Long, the captain, Arjun Young, Don Morgan Griffiths, Don Pires, Abdoulaye Abdelaziz. Also a signing from United from season 2 to season 3. Dylan Barnes, he might have a shot from it. Dylan Barnes sticks the hands of Max Pittman. He will recover the save well. Foul off the ball on Ben Long.
Never going to reach the ball. It's always going to go. 2 minutes, no?
He's having a world of variety on the sideline. This is what they're not happy about. I think he was asking for a 2-minute suspension. It was Max Pittman that played the ball long. It's just there, a little tussle and a pull with the shirt from Fitzgerald on Ben Long. Shots over the bar from Arjun Young. No surprise, we were quizzing the players pre-season, asking for a handful of fun facts and highlights of Baller League.
Let him have his first touch, and then you don't even need the
Don Pires absolutely loves a one-on-one game changer straight down the other end. That's going to be a corner. Second one of the game for Wembley Rangers. They are taking this game to NDL.
Second corner for Wembley Rangers.
Ball there, just running to the LED board. NDL, what have you made of this so far? Gerald, Modi, to Kieran Clark. Welcome back to season 3 for him. Dara Dada now getting on the pitch, having his touches. How good was he? What a signing from season 2 to season 3, from Ruckus to NDL. Don Morgan Griffiths, great recovery. Is that a corner? Yes, it is. Penalty.
It's a third corner for Wembley Rangers. That means a penalty.
Don Morgan Griffiths there. Slight injury as he hobbles off the pitch. Who steps up for the penalty? That's my question. You think it's probably going to fall maybe to Don Pires, but it looks like Arjun Jung wants it. Great to see him back, as we said. He tore both ACLs in his career, one of them coming in Baller League back in season 1. What a moment this will be for him, a redemption story. Arjun Jung, I'm not sure what the technique was there. Well, you're trying to get it through the legs of Dylan Barnes instead of going around the goalkeeper. Clark, Fitzgerald. Just about gets it clear. Arjun Jung cleared away by Fitzgerald, who finds himself in much more of a defensive position at the moment. And then Belade. Daradana, was he fouled? Yes, he was. Nico runs over to Steve, who's the referee here. Basically runs on the pitch to make his player sub off. That was the foul. And this was the manager's reaction there, who definitely thought that was a foul. Belade over this. He will look to bend this round the wall. Or will he look to play short? Belade has the shot. Deflection. Well, what happens there? Was that off the pitch before there was a hand on them? Going to be a free kick by the looks of it, just on the edge. Asking for a penalty, NDL. Wembley Rangers' best chance coming from that penalty. They won 3 corners. Belade over this. He's got options in the box. Goes all the way over to Kieran Clark over the bar. This is what they weren't happy about. Max Pittman, of course, makes the save, tries to then keep it back in play. His second touch just comes there. Question mark was if the ball went out or not. Referee decided it was going to be a free kick just on the edge of the box. Dylan Barnes, no real pressure. Clark too much on that. And so far, I mean, NDL dominated possession. 67% possession they've had so far in this game. Done a great deal with it though. Chance for Christian Campbell to not just play his first game of the season, it's have his first impact. Comes back again. See what he's looking for there. Chance to break away now. In play. Great chance for NDL. Can he get around the goalkeeper? No, he can't. Lofted forward, goalkeeper to goalkeeper, wasted possession from Wembley Rangers. Great touch from Daradana, great tackle from Ben Long. Didn't want to be on the receiving end of that. Well, we have a moment in play. We can actually see you in the chat at home. Predictions on this one. If you see yourself, say hello in the chat. you think the end score is going to be 0-0 so far? Max Pittman. Referee says nothing wrong on that on Dara Dada. Clark. Surely but post. Oh, Belayed off the post. How's he not scored that? Kieran Clark will get a second point, and it's saved by Max Pittman. And still goalless here. Well, moments of pause for Dara Dada to potentially get some treatment here. But this was the moment, the best of the game. He would normally score that him in Belayed. And that, oh wow. Surprised he's still walking off the back of that. Dara Dada. I think there has been a challenge. Is that for a free kick, I'm imagining, before? Are they thinking, is it worth challenging or not? They've already used one challenge, it was successful.
Two minutes, though. 2 minutes. How many?
I think I'm asking for 2 minutes now, I think, on Max Pittman. They haven't challenged it in the end. And we are going to resume play. Dara is going to stay on the pitch. Speaking of which, Dara Dada! Parried by Max Pittman on the rebound. Great save. But I think he felt that one. Great reflexes and reactions. Casarate, his first touch, his first involvement in the game. I wonder what right he's made of it so far. His side, of course, had that penalty earlier on. Oh no. Pittman goes long. He didn't really have any other option there. Casarate, Modi. Isaac Modi!
Turn the face, turn the face!
That was the chance from Isaac Modi. We are 2 minutes away from our first half game changer, which hopefully will bring us our first goal of this game. Modi round the corner of Ben Long. Is he on for a pass? Goes on his own. Isaac Modi. He's once again putting on a show. The unsung hero of this NDL side. Once again delivers the goods. Watch this for a run. The touch was superb around the corner. Didn't fancy passing it. Just squeezed it through the legs of Max Pittman. NDL 1, Wembley Rangers 0. And they said he's better than you, Mal, with dribbling like that. Offside is Don Morgan Griffiths. I won't believe it. Had 12 shots, NDL, to 3 of Wembley Rangers. One of those, of course, being that penalty that they missed. Tyler Winters. Can he pull away with his shot? No deflection on that. 1 minute away from our game changer. Chat, what do you reckon when you get +1 onside or 3 play? Solomon ball. Where's that one going to end up? Pittman there again. So is Casarate. 10 seconds away from the game changer.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Half time. He's on the cards, but before that is a game changer.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. We go higher. It's time to go higher.
Onside for the first time.
Your game changer is onside. All offside rules are suspended. Attacking players in position.
Basically, for 3 minutes, you can't be offside. The usual offside rule is suspended. Stand where you want, be where you want. You won't be offside. All goals still count as one. There is no double of goals or anything on those lines. Six feet 6 as planned, still no real changes there. And we're on the way for onside. Abdulaziz, was he held there by... Oh, is that Modi? Referee says, get back up on your feet. For another goal kick there for Max Pittman. I might fall back. Callum Gardner, what a save. The momentum has taken him the other way, Dylan Barnes, but he's still got a foot to it somehow. Callum Gardner thought that was edging towards the corner. Look at that for a bit of footwork. They might have had all the shots on target, Wembley Rangers, but they've had some great chances. So remember the chance that Mimbalade had in the first half. Winters, Fitzgerald, and eventually Don Morgan Griffiths is fouled. Well, as Don Morgan Griffiths is on the floor, it might be a good chance to share you a random fact before coming into season 3. I asked all the players for a random fact about them. Don Morgan Griffiths apparently doesn't drink water, hasn't drunk water for 6 years, and he loves milk. I didn't really know where to go from that, but that's the fact that he gave me. It was probably the most interesting one of them all that I've had from the 144 players that are playing in the Ball League this season. He got caught with the head there, and he's just getting the treatment that he needs. He was brave there on the follow through. Was it Sam Fitzgerald or Dara Dada there. Just gets caught on the back of the head. Getting the treatment that he needs. And he is hopefully back up on his feet. Sam Fitzgerald over there as well to give him a pat on the back. There's only been one goal in this game. And it came from this moment here. Isaac Modi, look at the touch. You think he's going to pass it? No. Puts it through the legs of Max Pittman, 1-0. That's the only goal of this game so far. And straight to the yellow wall. Don Morgan Griffiths. Oh, wow, what a return that would have been. Good to see him back on his feet and staying on the pitch. We are, believe it or not, 2 minutes into this game change. It's not been the most entertaining on site. Big header from Sam Fitzgerald. He's sort of become a bit of a defender this game. Yellow wall pushing their side on as always. Keeper display from both of the keepers, to be fair. Max Pittman and Dylan Barnes have showed exactly what they're capable of. 20 seconds away from half-time.
Half-time in 10.
You wouldn't believe we're in a game changer, would you? That's up too much. Callum Gardner, his shot blocked. Kieran Clark hooks it away. And I think that's going to do us for half-time here. 1-0 at the break. Only one goal between the two sides. Still a lot to come in this game, but it is NDL that lead Wembley Rangers by a goal to nil.
Baller League is in the road. Liverpool will come into the ACC. Get your tickets now.
That is correct. We are going on the road up north to Liverpool to give those Northern fans a bit of a taste of Baller League and what it's all about. And trust me, that atmosphere is going to be incredible. If you want to scan that QR code to get your tickets, do that now. Now, we're back in the studio with Chunks and Liaz at half-time of a cagey, a tight game. Very, very good quality. I'm enjoying it. Can't really split them. The one goal in it. Guys, it's been special.
You spoke cagey, you spoke tactical. This is a physical game. This right here is just war. It feels that way. And I think they made it very, very difficult in the opening exchanges, Wembley Rangers. We know how they like to play. But I have to say, I think NDL have actually given it a bit of their own as well, too. And then when you have the quality that they have, I think they're well deserving of their lead so far.
Chunks, only 1-0, 13-3 in shots. NDL 13 shots to Wembley Rangers 3. Does that show you kind of tactics that Wembley Rangers are coming in with solid defense?
I think the issue was Smalls knows I respect him and rate him, but I feel like he should have put away at least a couple goals. But yeah, like I said, it's a very physical game, but also there were some big fouls in there. I feel like were very not looked into properly, because Pittman, obviously that was a high.
I mean, the way that ankle bent inwards.
I think he's lucky he's wearing indoors, right? I think he's wearing flats. If he's wearing actual boots, right, that could be him. Done.
But Wembley Rangers, that was the thing about them. That's the USP. The fact they're hard to break down physically, mentally, whatever it is. So fair play to them. They're still in the game. It's 1-0, and they can go either way.
A physical, tough game, 1-0. Let's take a look at the goal that splits them at half-time.
Real quality right here, huh? Look at this. Isaac Modi avoids the contact, and then right through the goalkeeper's legs, terrific finish in the bottom corner. And I think this is what this game was crying out for, because like we keep mentioning, it's a physical altercation, but sometimes that little bit of genius can be what separates the two sides, and that was Isaac right there.
Who needs Lamine Yamal when you have Isaac Modi?
Let me tell you right now, it's sometimes in these cagey, these physical games, it's those one moment of brilliance. Can we see a moment of brilliance coming from Wembley Rangers, and who do you think it will come from?
It's Check Thiam. Check Thiam's the main man. I feel like if anyone's to score, it's going to be Check.
I agree. Maybe Dom Perez as well, too, from a game changer towards the end. But you don't really attribute, in my opinion, individual brilliance from them. They are a very compact team. So if they're going to break them down, I'm expecting a team move.
Listen, it's going to be, I think it's still a tight, cagey second half, but we still have that game change to come in again. And 1-0 is not a safe scoreline in Borderland.
Not against Dom Perez, definitely not.
No, and listen, Dom Perez is an absolute specialty, and we've seen the vuvuzelas around. The yellow wall is making noise. Hopefully, those guys maybe will carry NDL to the victory that they need, because they've been talking a lot. Guys, it's been a pleasure to be here with you at halftime, but we have so much football left to come. Guys, I'll leave you in the capable hands of our commentary team, and we'll see you after the game.
Welcome back to the start of the second half here between NDL and Wembley Rangers. At the halfway point, only one goal in 15 minutes. A penalty missed from Wembley Rangers. The post was struck by NDL's Emin Belay. But it was Isaac Modi who has scored the only goal so far in this one. Don Vos from the tip-off for the second half will get us back underway. As it stands, with a result like this, NDL will stay top of the table with 7 points next to their name. A bit like this. Casarate, Mimbele, Kieran Clark, Dylan Barnes, and Dominic Vos. Don Vos on the floor. Has he been fouled, or what's the situation here? Don Perez over this one now. For his first goal of the season. Remember, Wembley Rangers are the defending champions. Delayed. Foul, but they want to kick it on that far hand side anyway. We have still got 2 more games coming your way tonight here on Matchday 2 in Borderley. We have got SDS Season 1 champions. They did beat Wembley Rangers last week. They take on M5. This is a good chance. Simin Belay, back post was the idea, and Amadou Casarate wasn't there. Brave there from Max Pittman on the where that was going to end up. There's some volleys by the looks of it out there in these last few minutes. Shots! Was there a hand? Yes! Second corner. This time they'll be hoping that they can put it away, Wembley Rangers.
Wembley Rangers, second corner. One more. It will be a penalty.
Fitzgerald shifts it onto his right, saved by Max Pittman. You wouldn't believe if they're told that NDL had 16 shots in this game so far, and he leading by a goal. Don Vos. Not fine, the ongoing run. Question for NDL fans, who do you think is the most important player in this NDL type? Last week it was Mimbele making the headlines. Sam Fitzgerald playing his part in that. Round Max Pittman, he's offside. In the chat we can see he was always get involved in the conversation. The goalkeeper, says Sammy. I mean, look, he's in for a... He's got a good point there, I should say. I mean, it has been two great individual performances. Even coming into the chat, we can see, we always want to get you involved in the conversation where we can. Abdulaziz. Over the bar. Must be said as well, no Chet Tiam at the moment in this Wembley Rangers side. He is part of the squad. He was not here last week, not here this week. Don Vos. No problem at all there. In a spark, aren't they? On the sidelines there for Wembley Rangers. They've got 4 subs that are willing and ready to come on. Keep us off his line here. NDL able to keep possession still. Making it all on the sidelines, Nico.
Well done, well done.
No touch on that. Remember, they are 1 corner away from a penalty. Wembley Rangers, it could change the game for them. Arjun Jung, corner! No! It has been given. Penalty. 3 corners. Penalty for Wembley Rangers, and for the 2nd time in a game. But he has challenged it, NDL. He got his first challenge right in the first 20 seconds. Is he going to get this one right?
We have an NDL challenge for offside in the build-up.
The challenge for offside in the build-up. It's not that there was a touch from the goalkeeper.
Take it on a little bit, and then as he kicks it, and then 1 frame on there, clearly. Yeah, ball's compressing. And
if it's an offside shout, he's on there.
Crossover.
I'm not sure if it was originally, if there was actually a save from Dylan
penalty restart.
Challenge is unsuccessful. NDL will lose their flag, and it will be a penalty. Nicely done there by Arjun Young. I mean, he missed the opening penalty, but he just won his side back another penalty. This time, Callum Gardner. He was the hero in the final. Can he be the hero here on match day 2? Callum Gardner scores! And he looks up to the yellow wall and shushes them. One. Callum Gardner ties up the game. Modi there asking for the possession. Not happy with the referee's decision. Some of the chat saying, where's Kevin Bagan? I'm not sure. Not part of the draft this year. Could be a wild card still at some point. There is a foul there on Jack Collins, otherwise that may have stood. Corner count starts building again. Data. Casarate continues his run. Max Pittman makes the save. He's had a busy day. Nearly enough 20 shots have come towards his goal. Away from the end of this one. We need something to bring it to life. Who will step up? Will NDL win this game? They go top. Joint top. Was there a foul on Blade? They can't challenge. Don Perez, was there a foul on him? No.
Outrageous. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace.
Well, like tug of the arm from Don Perez. Shot comes in off target. On ball forward, that's a brilliant touchdown! Oh, an even better finish! Christian Campbell! Yes! First goal of the season! Christian Campbell! Don't know what was better, the touch or the finish! What a touch! And what a finish! Wembley Rangers lead NDL by 2-1. Our NDL about to come unstuck on match day 2. Daradada looked like he was fouled, continues his run. Max Pittman, good save. Ozak Modi's shot blocked bravely by Don Perez. Not done yet though, are they? Modi. That post there is an option there for him in Blade. Nicely done by the goal scorer. Christian Campbell is back defending for his team. Can the game change it? Give NDL way back, or will Wembley Rangers make the most, especially if it's a one-on-one? Don Perez, one of the best 1v1 players we've seen. Callum Gardner. Not going to end up kicking for NDL. Under 2 minutes away. Really break down the game. It came from Wembley Rangers. Here's a chance now. Solomon Ball. Solomon Ball over the bar. At least he's injected some sort of energy into this NDL side. Him and Tyler Winters looking to do that. Solomon Ball goes through. One minute away from a game change that might revitalise. What is going off the ball there? Not happy with the referee there, Steve Hughes. A few handbags between the two. Stephen Sambury from running over from the sidelines just to calm things down. I'll let Steve Hughes and the officiating team to calm this down. Well, let's get the football back underway. Nico saying let's keep our heads. Resuming by the looks of it from a free kick for NDL. Sam Fitzgerald off the back of Jack Connors.
1 minute, 2 game changer.
Well, that may have been ever so slightly unnecessary. But they'll do all they can to continue to frustrate NDL. "35 seconds away," shout from our second half game changer. Fair play. I mean, that would be great right now, wouldn't it? A bit of fair play. It might calm the game down a bit. The line or 1-on-1. Max Pittman tries to find Ben Long. Sam Fitzgerald, quickest to react now. Sam Fitzgerald tries to find the overlap. He's asked a bit too much of his teammate and he's going to run out of play.
Side one, game changer in 10.
10 seconds away from this game changer.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Game changer.
1.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. We go higher. It's time to go higher.
The line will be our game change for the next 3 minutes. I kind of wish it was fair play because it may have spiced this game up even more. Basically, the next 3 minutes, if you have a shot behind the offside line, it will count as double. And it could change the game for the likes of NDL. They score from behind the line, it counts as double. They could go and win the game, of course. However, any other goal scored in front of the offside line will count as one as normal. Only a few players in the history of Baller League have been that lucky to score from that far out. 2-1 Wembley Rangers lead against NDL. Can they hold on for the next 3 minutes? Here we go.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Game changer. Chat, who is winning this one? We need something to bring this next 3 minutes to life, as Don Perez is asking quite a lot from that far out. I mean, what a goal, by the way, from Christian Campbell. That's been the main talking point of this one.
Huge, Tony. NDL had a great start to Matchday 1.
NDL scored, what, 7 goals last week?
Champions. Hoping for their first victory in the new campaign.
These guys might be lucky to win fair play, that's all I'm saying. It's been tasty.
Where's that one going to end up? Could be a tap in. Solomon Ball, how's he not scored? Max Pittman goes long, but gives possession back to NDL. Remember, this game changer is the line. You score from behind it, you get a goal that counts as double. That line there, just where the ball is now. Campbell. Perez. If you score a penalty from behind the line, does it count as double? No. It's a great question, and one that has been asked many times. We're not playing fair play, so this is the earliest save. Max Pittman does well, but you just thought that there could have been a bit more power on the strike. He knows it. It's a free kick that is just behind the offside line. If this was to go in directly now, it would count as double. That is the line. And what an opportunity it could be. This goes in, NDL are 3-2 up. Fitzgerald and Tyler Winters over it. Oh no, it was actually in front of the line. That was just very clever from them too. They moved the ball back behind it. It would only count as one if they scored from here. Winters. Fancies the direct shot. His shot is blocked. Second time of asking, off the post. And there will be a kick in right in the corner. What's happened there? Hang on a second, we have to go back to the original kick in. Pretty sure that NDL wanted to play quickly there, but Steve Hughes is having none of it. Daradada, Fitzgerald, somebody is going to step up here for Wembley Rangers. Are they going to see this out as the champions of last season look to do? Max Pittman goes long, great battling from Abdulaziz. Devontae Totsal coming on as well, wearing the number 9 shirt, new signing for them this year. Got a goal last week. Looking to play his part in this last minute now. Unless NDL can snatch it off the ball incident, Kieran Clark goes down to ground, but the goal goes in! Sam Fitzgerald! I think he was pulling out his own dance there. Ref's challenge has been thrown in. Kieran Clark was quite frankly off the ball bodied there. He's in some discomfort. He's back up on his feet now. But will the goal or stand? That's the question, because there is a challenge in the build-up to that.
We have a challenge for the throw-in before the goal.
Challenge for a throw-in before the goal was scored. Well, let's have a look here.
Challenge unsuccessful, goal awarded.
Challenge unsuccessful, goal will stand. Are we in for a 2-2 all-square result? There's the last-minute winner of this game. This place is going to go mad. We didn't even see the challenge, by the way. It was unsuccessful. On ball forward. We have got 40 seconds left. As it stands, Prime at top of the table. NDL in second. We'll still be an unbeaten run. Dylan Barnes goes long. 28 seconds left, not really any power left in that shot. Here we go then. Last 20 seconds. Surely not. What a chance for NDL. Max Pittman off his line. What an opportunity for Amadou Kazarate. I think that's game over. 4, 3, 2, 1. Full time. Hopefully, there will be some hands shaken after the game between these two sides. But it was certainly cagey, to say the least. 2-2 the scoreline. And a very frustrated NDL and Wembley Rangers in the break there. Neither too happy with how it ended. Well, that is game 4 concluded. As it stands, Prime will top the table on week 2. NDL are unbeaten, but they will only be on 5 points. Anyway, that's it from game 4. Let's throw it back down to the guys.
Wow, wow, wow. I was there just looking at the scenes after the game. It was a very, very feisty one. I'll be honest, I didn't expect anything from it. But at the end of the day, we move on to the next game. It's SDS versus N5. And we've got 2 of the managers here in the studio. Lias has joined us too. Guys, how are you feeling about playing another game? This fixture is always spicy.
It's feeling good. I mean, we played N5 twice, and both times it was tough. Like, the first season, even though they've struggled, that whole season came last, I think that was our hardest game that we won. And then last season, of course, the last game, whoever won that game made it to the top 4, and luckily it went our way, but they were always a tough team to play against.
Yeah, and it feels like every season you're going to have to re-strengthen your team. I feel like there was a whole complete change in season 1 to season 2, and season 2 to season 3 happened again.
Well, no surprise, because we didn't know 2 weeks before kickoff here that we actually had a team. So we needed to get some players together. We hope that we found some good players. In the first game we couldn't show that, but against SDS we are really motivated because we are playing the 2-time finalists of the last 2 seasons.
Well, let me ask you that about Sharky, right? Because your team, in terms of going to the finals, is the most successful that Baller League in general has seen. And yet, when we go into this year, we're hearing a lot about Prime, we're hearing a lot about NDL, we're hearing a lot about Deport Trio, and yet your side continues to be the one that kind of goes under the radar. Is that frustrating for you, or do you almost use it as an advantage?
Both, because it always happens every single season. They rule us out. They always say we've fallen off, or we're going to fall off, or we never ever get respect. I don't know what we have to do to get it, but it is what it is. You know, let all the other teams get all the big respect. Obviously, their managers are a lot more famous than I am and popular, which they've worked hard for it. But look, in Ball League, 12 teams play every season, and in the end, SDS always make the finals, so that's all I care about.
Jens, how is this team different to the last season's team, and what do you think you can do this season?
I couldn't hear that. Do you compare?
How is this team different to last season? Yeah, compared to last season's team.
We got a new keeper, your former keeper. I don't know where you let him go.
Good keeper. He was a wild card for us.
All right.
He wasn't
He's a very good goalkeeper.
We got some new players, good players sometimes, or some are from other teams. We got some, I think 2 or 3 new players. But last game, you could see that they had to adjust to the baller league because they weren't used to the intensity, going backwards, forwards, to the pace of the game. This day, this match day, we hope that they're going to find their form and that we're going to beat SDS.
And one last question for all of you guys. How are you going to get it done today?
Sorry?
How are you going to get it done today, each of you guys?
I'll say first, we're looking to play a lot more entertaining today, expansive football, and I think that's going to have a lot of fun watching us today.
I think that all the teams here, they're not playing intelligent. And that's where we can make a difference, because we know how it is to play intelligent. I don't know if the players know how to do that, but definitely free from outside, we know it a little bit better, like you guys, because we were players ourselves.
There we have it. I think that's all we have with the boys. You guys go and manage your teams, but we're about to see an exciting game between SDS and N5. Brandon, I think it's back to you. Hopefully you're in the studio somewhere.
I'm here. I'm not leaving the commentary box, Chunks. We're here for Game 5. Of course, hope you enjoy the action so far. Match day 2 underway. Remember, there's 11 match days in total here in Baller League. It is the top 4 that will make it to the final 4 at, of course, the biggest stage of them all. SDS Season 1 champions. Rightly so, saying we haven't had the respect that we deserve. They are the champions. They made it into 2 finals in 2 seasons. Yes, they might have not been top the whole season. They may have just clawed into the top 4 as they do across the season. But I'll be honest, it's just the level's getting better, the quality's getting better. That sometimes, as you said, maybe the big names and the star players, the franchise players, just take centre stage. Speaking of franchise players, they've got one very good one. KSI Sterling, he left it on the last day of deadline day to re-sign for SDS. Of course, they'll be taking on N5. Jens Lehmann in the hot seat. He's one of the only managers that's been at every single match day from Season 1 all the way to Season 3. Let's get the boys out, if we can, to get this underway. Match number 5. We are closing out the night here at the Copper Box. As it stands, it will be prime top of the table. 6 points from 6. They may have not won a pressure point, but they've still been absolutely incredible. Here I am. Hello, everyone. Here's the commentary box. It is the Copper Box Arena where we are taking place across all of our match days. Remember, we are heading to Liverpool on the 20th and the 27th of April. Make sure you come and see us. Here we go then. Teams coming out for our next game. Predictions on this one then. Season 1 champions against N5, who had quite the season last year. I don't know how they missed out. Jens Lehmann, I don't know. What's Jens? Maybe he was training with N5 and picked up a slight injury. That won't be a wild card if they need to call upon him. Let's have a look at the teams if we can. There has been a handful of changes for both sides, one of them being for SDS. One of their new signings, Frank Ketia, comes in at Farnborough Town for Camilla Restrepo, who scored 2 goals last week. Aside of that, it's a really strong team. Joshua Abbott, of course, has joined them from M7. Connor Woods joined from the 26ers. Nia Kirby re-signed alongside KSI Sterling as their 2 franchise players. Ebenezer Aduka, 4 signs from the 26ers. Yusuf Shentov returns. Salim Sayed is a new signing alongside Frank Ketia. M5 2 changes for them this time out. Jean-Baptiste Fischer comes back into the side for another season, and Mustafa Karoyol comes in for the first time of his Baller League season, I should say. Former Middlesbrough, Nottingham Forest and Leeds winger, apparently is playing Baller League because his 6-year-old son was desperate to see him play. Well, he's playing tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing him in action. He'll be wearing the number 18 shirt. No Ryan Tunnicliffe or Ruben Jr. this time out for N5. Will he be a big miss? There he is. Mustafa Karoyol. Welcome to Baller League. Let's see what he can do. Michael Hill stepped up a pressure point earlier tonight, of course, formerly of Clutch and Santan in Season 1.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
And we are underway. Danny Bassett and Michael Hill. There he is. Clutch FC pressure point winners tonight. They may have not been successful in week 1, but they've picked up maximum points. So there's the captain, KSI Sterling, who is linking up alongside fellow franchise Noah Kirby. And it's Connor Woods who has scored the quickest goal of the night, just in 30 seconds. I'm surprised he's got an energy left in those legs, Connor Wood. He's preparing for a 100k ultra race during this season at some point. And his preparation's been pretty relentless in the weekdays. You've been following me across your social media channels. Of course, was part of the 26ers squad last year. And you can see the pace he's got in those legs. 30 seconds in, there has already been a goal. Danny Bassett into Noah Kirby for a second. This could be an unbelievable start for SDS. Danny Bassett doubles the lead. SDS have just scored 2 goals in 48 seconds. But he is offside and it won't count. No goal, he is offside. That could have been an unbelievable start.
Sharky's team coming out fishing early.
Cool, it looks like a close one from that angle. Danny Bassett, the famous whack, he whacked that one, and of course he doesn't count. Well, let's look at the starting lineups of both of these two teams. Well, there is a break in play. There's been a lot of business done for N5 this season. Quite frankly, a brand new team in some ways. He's on the sidelines by former Ipswich Town, Luke Chambers. Captain leading the line. He's been part of the Ball League process since season 1. Connor Wood. Try and cut it back. First instance there from Half. Great work once again from KSI Sterling again. 17 goals last season, 16 goals in season 1. Former Tottenham Hotspur player. Played in the Champions League group stages for Tottenham Hotspur all the way back in 2017 against Apoel. Actually just missed the last game as well. NDL 2, Wembley Rangers 2, a point apiece. Look at that for a shot. Long ball forward. Is there a cutback available? No, not that occasion. Davies there, of course, he's moved sides. He was once upon a time a Ruckus player. Now one of those players on the sidelines for M5 is Joe Bennett. A Championship pro where he played most of his career, Middlesbrough, Aston Villa, Cardiff. Over the bar, Noah Kirby felt like his shirt was pulled by Michael Hill. Scorelines tonight, in case you've missed them. United won their first game in a while, 5-3 against Community FC. Clutch 4-1 winners against Deport Trio, also won pressure point. Prime, 8 goals they scored, 8-3 winners against Ruckus. Wembley Rangers 2-2. And this is our 5th game of the night. Of course, following this one is Gold Devils versus Vision. Danny Bassett. Joshua Abbott now. Here comes SDS in the numbers. Strong tackle from Abbott. Can't really keep hold of possession though. Michael Hill, lovely save from half. He was just about onside there.
It's the first corner for N5.
If he went long.
3 corners.
A looping header, tipped over the bar by half. That's the first corner of the game for M5. Great feed. Jezreel Davies, can he get round? He was just one ball roll away, wasn't he? Connor Wood on for a double. This goal 30 seconds in has given SDS the lead in this one. Connor Wood. Unchanged 6 so far for SDS. Shot bending towards Ibby's goal. Does just carry it down. Joe Bennett now getting his touches on the ball. He looked brilliant last week. On that run he's making on the far-hand side, continues to make the run. Lofted out there by Michael Hill. Chance to break away, Danny Bassett. Not confident to go there, and very nearly found Connor Wood. Noel Ranger also been introduced for the first time in this one.
Hey, you just gotta do that!
Freeman. Where is the movement? Brand new to Ball League. Get your questions in the chat as always. We are live everywhere. I'm familiar with the format, the rules. 6-a-side football, 6 games every Monday. 15 minutes per half with a game changer with 3 minutes that ends each half. And a pressure point penalty shootout which comes in after game 3. Brilliant interchange there, allows Joe Bennett to come forward. Was he fouled? Yes, he was. Ranger finding the feet of the former championship defender. Is Fisher over it, fakes the shot. That was going top corner from Bennett. Ranger plays short, well defended there by Nia Kirby. Chance to break for SDS now. That's it. Finley Chadwick, his shot glances wide. Was there any sort of touch on that on the way through? No. Chambers just telling his side to calm down. Listen, Garnett, remember him last season, dispossessed now on the turn, now Ranger. Can they make the most of this, SDS? Yusuf Shentov, first shot of the game. And again, it's another great save from Ibiu Grada. All the time in the world for Joe Bennett.
Okay, corner box 3 now. We are 2 minutes from Game Changer.
Garnett disguises that one well, Ranger. He's offside. 2 minutes away from the game changer. We have not had a great deal of action since the first minute. There was 2 goals in 48 seconds. Break for M5. Ranger didn't fancy getting past KSI Sterling instead. May have been dispossessed. Luckily enough, Joe Bennett is there. Is there a pass at the back post? There was, but Connor Wood, fantastic recovery run. Chat, we're 1 minute away from our first half game changer in this one. +1, onside or 3 play. What do you want to see? Shot comes in, saved by Ibi. That would have been an unbelievable welcome to Ball League for that man there, Frank Etia. Didn't play last week. That was his first touch, it was his first shot on goal. Ketia, again, another shot, that one goes up for a throw-in, or kicking I should say, on the opposite side of the pitch.
Another shot there, mate.
Great flick on Chadwick. Was there a pass for Ranger? He feels like there was. 3 minutes of game changer in front of us.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. We go higher. It's time to go higher.
3 play. This one should bring us a couple of goals. Game changer that gave us the most goals last season. It's a 3v3. Goalkeepers are not needed, but they aren't often used, especially for the defending side. Substitution errors are penalised if they affect the game. And each attacking phase may only last 30 seconds. Here we go then, who's going to be the 3v3? That's the question.
And we're going to get started in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we are underway. Danny Bassett alongside Nia Kirby and KSI Sterling will be the first 3 SDS players to have an attack. Where's that one come off the post?
How many times have we seen that posted tonight?
Resume when the ball went out of play. Michael Hill. Carry all back to Michael Hill. That's the equaliser we've been waiting for N5.
26, Michael Hill.
There's your equaliser. Michael Hill getting N5 back in this one. Bassett. Big celebration there from Luke Chambers on the opposite side for winning that one. So often you don't see the defenders having any success from this. It just feels inevitable there's going to be enough space to get a shot away. As we see there.
You're going to be on this pitch for this one. Yeah, when we're attacking, you're going to take Naya Kirby's spot, okay?
Changes made now, defending side. Shot comes in, saved. Great touch from Michael Hill, not the best of finishes from that man there. Back to SDS now. To score in the game change. There is a new addition on the far-hand side of the pitch. There's the cutback. Oh, what a welcome for Salim Saeed. The first touch and moment, is that okay? Salim Saeed in the game changer, gets his first SDS goal. And he's taken that one perfectly well in the near post. Bennett. Michael Hill. Goes out wide now, only 50 seconds left in the first half. They get counter-attacked here. There's no goalkeeper to defend them, so they have to be perfect. Bennett recovers. Allows Hill potentially a chance. It's a great tackle from Ebenezer Aduka for that. Former 26ers man. You can see how Bennett's felt that one on his knee. Again, the goal scorer for SDS is second. Sterling, this might be the last chance of the half. Our Season 1 champions, SDS, going to go in at half-time in an even more comfortable position. They've reworked that one perfectly well. It's taken a deflection. It's hit the post. And I believe it's just about stayed in there.
Starting off 4 seconds left until half-time.
4 seconds left, not enough time really, unless Michael wants to hit it now. Why not? Off target. Around the halfway point. As much as M5 got back in the game, it is the Season 1 champions who are unbeaten so far this season, SDS, the lead 2-1 at the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, you already know I've got Mr. Bilal and Serene in the cut. Formerly of the 26ers, but now rocking with Gold Devils. Obviously, last week didn't really get off the greatest of starts. However, someone who's got, over 30 goals plus over 2 seasons, 33, obviously the all-time scorer in that. Like, how are you going to make sure that you're going to put Mr. Goldbridge's team, Gold Devils, on the map, mate?
Just the reaction from last week. A lot of players in our team, that was their first experience of Bowling League last week, so we'll be better for it. And as a team, we've got to lock in because you can't lose back-to-back games in Bowling League.
Facts. And Serene, again, same question, obviously not the best of starts, but coming back from injury, coming from 26ers to the Gold Devils, staying in goal, but I think this game you might have to come out of goal and you might have to do some of the side, the sidewinders, you know what I mean? Like, you might have to get yourself a hat-trick. Like, what are you doing?
If Bilal doesn't do his job, then obviously I'm the backup striker for Gold Devils. But no, yeah, last week was a tough game, but I think, as Bilal said, you don't want to lose back-to-back games. You want to make a statement this week, and then hopefully we can bounce back this week and get the win.
Obviously, people in the chat, people in the comments, put down what you think Gold Devils are going to be up to this season. Like, subscribe, comment. You already know what time it is. Let's dance, let's boogie. See it there.
And that is right. Remember, we have some ballers on show, and we have our Head and Shoulders MVP vote. That is open. So all you got to do is grab your phone and the QR code on screen right now. Scan that and vote for your Head and Shoulders MVP. And we'll be revealing that at the end of the show. It is going to be a tough decision because there's some real players on the court here at the Copper Box, and I'm delighted to have Chunks and Liaz in the building. I want to talk about this Head and Shoulders MVP vote because me personally, from what I've seen right here pitch side, I've got to go with the main man, Cadell Daniel. Okay, guys, but I want to know from you.
I'm going with Cadell Daniel as well, too. Wow. And we have a few of his goals. We have his performance up for you guys as well, too. But when you look at the big numbers that define this guy's performance today, 3 goals, 1 assist, most chances created, most successful dribbles, most shots, most touches. I'm not even talking for his team in the entire game. This guy ran the show, and 3 times today, Community FC took the lead. And every single time, he had an answer for them.
Yeah, I can't lie. When Liaz drops bars like that, you really can't say anything about it. But one thing I will give notable mentions, obviously, I'm going to say Timmy Abraham was up there, and Alfie Matthews as well, to be able to beat Deport Trio. I feel like he was a big reason as. So, yeah, I'm going to give them 2 a shout, but I think Cadell Daniels, probably MVP.
So just because we believe it's Cadell Daniels doesn't mean you guys at home think the same thing. We want to know what you think. This show is all about the guys on the stream, the guys watching on Sky Sports. We want to know who they feel is the MVP. And like you said, there are so many options, and we've seen some quality players on show. Guys, maybe we're going to get an MVP from this game right here. We'll find out in the second half. Here's Brandon. Let's go. I cannot wait for this one. It's going to be special.
Thank you so much, Josh. Yes, we are back underway for the start of the second half here between M5 and SDS. SDS 2-1, they lead at the break, the Season 1 champions, who might be the most consistent team in Baller League. They've made it to 2 Baller League finals in 2 seasons. Of course, unsuccessful against Wembley Rangers just back in January. Already, Finney Chadwick coming close to find Niall Ranger at the start of this second half here. Of course, remember that we are on the road. Baller League is going to Liverpool on the 20th and the 27th of April. The 2 match days this season, 11 weeks of match play, and then there is, of course, the final 4.
Great movement. 3 times.
5 in one good position, but they're 1 corner away from winning a penalty. That could be big for them. Very long ball forward. He was always asking a lot.
0 points. We should have had 1. They didn't give it to us. But again, it's more.
You know, he's on crutches, Jens Lehmann, but hopefully he's still seeing a few more positives of what he's seeing this week from his M5 side. They were on the receiving end of a 7-3 defeat last week to Prime. Shot for Amadou Kafour. That one off target, no real problems.
Be brave! Stop playing in your shell! You're with us!
Coach Matchday just wanting a bit more from his players. Now Ranger, quickest to pounce. Can he get round half? No, he can't. Shot comes in from Bennett. There's been a lot of chat already about the MVP of the night. YouTube chat, let us know in the comments. Who's been your MVP of the night? The Head and Shoulders MVP. Rightful mentions to Timmy Abraham. Alfie Matthews. Cannot forget as well Cadell Daniel of Yanited, a big reason why they got their first win of the season. Danny Bassett opens up the play off the ball. KSI Sterling. Felt like he was blocked. It's a great head down from Noel Ranger. Oh, that's beautiful. There's an offside. That would have been an unbelievable goal for M5, by the way. Offside call comes in. Noel Ranger played that perfectly, and then the finish from Davies was just really well taken off the post and in. That could have been 2-2.
We're having a challenge from M5.
There was a challenge for M5. They don't believe that he was offside.
Offside.
Putting the challenge down, challenging the offside call.
Offside or not. Let's have a look at this one again on the replay. I mean, they might have just got that perfect. I tell you, the officials. Challenge unsuccessful, no doubt.
Challenge unsuccessful.
And that is a challenge that you could argue might have been wasted there by...
Unsuccessful offside decision. It remains 2-1 to SDS.
Oh, that one looked to hurt there from Noel Ranger. Albert, off the bar! Alison Garnett is fouled on the follow-up there. Look at that for a rocket off the bar, and you never knew where that was going. Maybe goes long, not the service that Fisher wanted. Now back to the point, Chow. Who's been your MVP of the night? Just reading back some of those. Montel McKenzie was superb, wasn't he, on the line, making some really important blocks. Max Pittman. Great to see some goalkeepers getting some love in the chat as well. Timmy Abraham, he bagged a hat-trick. A 13-minute hat-trick as well, one of the quickest we've seen in the history of Baller League. Nicely done there from KSI Sterling. Will loft it forward into Connor Wood. He heads it down. Alison Garnett and Danny Bassett come together there. Danny Bassett has remained on the floor. They're asking for possession to be stopped there with a potential head injury there for Danny Bassett. I hope he is okay. Aaron Stevens MVP. Aaron Stevens got 2 goals tonight. This was it again. Sure, these all good to continue. Danny Bassett, of course, what story he's had, by the way. He was a Wembley Rangers player at the start of last season. Then he got released during the transfer window. No one saw the famous whack. Then he got wild-carded for SDS in their most important moments and parts of the season. They loved him that much. They made him a permanent signing for season 3. What you're asking as well, where is the Gold Devils going? That one does come after this one here, VZN FC. Shot comes in from Fisher. Able just to parry that one down. I wonder what season he's going to have this year, KSI Sterling. Averaged at least 60 goals across both seasons that he's played. He normally scores more penalties than anybody else. Freeman. Addison Garnett, the big switch of play. Is there a handball shout maybe there against? Yusuf Shentov, they do win it, M5. On the pitch now is Joe Bennett, new player for M5 this season. Carry all carried away by half, only as far as an on-rush at M5. Player Bennett with the shot, hits the bar. Was there a touch on it? They're saying there was. Hasn't been given, that would have been a penalty if so. Effort from Bennett there. Salim Said back on the pitch now. He scored the second during the game changer. Other than that, he hasn't really had too much of an impact. He might be on for another one here. That one goes as far as the goalkeeper. Four minutes away. Why not? Nia Kirby, where did that one come off? Chance to break away now. Mustafa Carriol, half comes flying, scoops it away. Tell you what, it's written in the stars there for M5. One more corner, they get a penalty. And it's all even Stevens going into the game changer. Come on, SDS. Gold Devils is up next against Toby's Vision FC. That'll be our last game of the night. That one is slightly short-changed there from Bennett to Addison Garnett. Davies is injured. Able to continue there on that tackle. Michael Hill, clever pass. Tesrell Davies. Shentov, not a great touch. He's going to be made to pay for that one, potentially so. Michael Hill is on the ground. Certainly felt that one.
2 minutes.
And so did KSI Sterling. They're both going to get subbed off here, potentially. Felt the one on the shin. Minute and a half away from our second half game changer. There has never been a moment that N5 have beaten SDS, and it seems that that format is going to be the same here in Season 3. Season 2 is a 4-2 win for SDS. Season 1 a 6-5 win for SDS. Keziah Sterling scored in both of those games. Hasn't scored tonight so far. Recovery there from our Ranger.
Game-changer.
1 minute away from the second half game changer here, and it might bring this game even more in the balance for the last 3 minutes. Where's that shot going? Elba interchanging with Danny Bassett. Just back the way of SDS.
Sometimes we need to tell players to shoot.
You go, Copperhouse Arena. Game changer in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6.
Here we go, second half game changer.
3, 2, 1.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. We go higher. It's time to go higher.
Fair play for the first time tonight will feature for the next 3 minutes. Basically, any foul that is committed in the next 3 minutes will result in a player getting a direct red card for the remaining 3 minutes. Any usual 2-minute suspension will also result in a player being sent off. Very simply, don't make any rash decisions. It still will be a 6v6 with normal rules, unless you do give away fouls. And then you might be in a spot bother for the next 3 in-game minutes. SDS to get us underway. Has that one gone? That was very nearly. Short change it, Ibby there in goal. 2.5 minutes left. M5 knocking on the door here. No, Ranger, where's his option? I thought Bennett might have been that on the edge of the box. He was asking for it. No win here for M5 would be 0 points from 2 games. It might be the M5 that we used to see him from season 1. No, Ranger. Played in season 1 for Santan, season 2 as an M5 player, did get a goal. So 0 goals last season in 10 appearances. Currently playing for Chatham FC in the step 3 of non-league football. Of course, once upon a time was a Newcastle United player, 62 appearances for Newcastle. Stands. Looks like we're not going to get a second half goal in this game. Ranger. Was he fouled or was Saeed fouled? Which way is the foul? Was it against Sterling or was it against Ranger? You know what that means? It's not Ranger this league with the pitch. It's a red card. It's not a 2-minute suspension, it's a red card because we're in fair play. Any foul that is given. Is it? It's given off that. That was actually the foul. Can M5 get the corner? That's got to be their motive here. Get a corner, get a penalty, and maybe tie up this game. Which way is that one gone? Foul or not? Ref says no. It's game management here from SDS. Not pretty, but they won't care. They're on their way to 6 points from 6. 2 weeks unbeaten. Or not. 8 seconds left. I think that's going to do us. SDS are going to be unbeaten from 2 match weeks. They beat the champions last year, and I think that reaction from Sharky probably sums up how he felt about the game. Not the most entertaining for him, but the job is done. It's a 2-1 win. And it'll be one of the lowest scoring games we've had tonight here on match day 2. SDS, though, I mean, they're going to be joint alongside Prime, top of the table. They might not have, sorry, the +9 goal difference that Prime have. SDS have a +2 goal difference, and they have scored 10 goals less than them. He hasn't found his scoring boots as of yet for season 3, KSI Sterling, but there is still 9 more weeks of league play to come.
Here we go. The 6th and final game of Baller League Match Day 2. We're joined by the Gold Devils gaffer, Mark Colbridge, of course, Vision's gaffer. Let's go. Toby, now boys, listen, it's safe to say, season's not started quite as well as we wanted it to. There's more to come. Excited for this battle?
Yeah, man, I'm excited to come up against the guy they call a tactical genius. I've heard a lot about you. And you did Sidemen charity match previously.
I did, yeah.
But no, I think you got a great set of players, and I'm excited for the competition, excited for the fight.
One thing I do want to ask you guys, of course, Toby, you're very similar to Jens Lehmann in the fact that every season your team is completely gutted, changed and restarted. That shows the ruthlessness, that shows how much you expect of your players, and if they can't deliver, then they got to go. What was the reason you managed to keep a hold on Josh Parker? What was him in season 2 that made you want to keep him?
He told me he could see the vision.
Crazy, I like that one.
Literally, no, dead ass, that's what he said. So, yeah, man, like, he's a fantastic player and a good leader, and I hope he leads the boys out there today.
And Goldbridge, of course, your first game wasn't the result you exactly want. What is it? How was your first game at Baller League, and what have you learned just from that first game week?
Yeah, I think like last week I was listening to you guys and the commentators, and I think like a lot of people have said that the community team is everyone's second team. I think it should be the Gold Devils. Like, we came into this a week before with half a team. We've got some new players, we've got some established players. We're learning as we go along. Last week was a baptism of fire. I think this week it's got to be no more than Mr. Nice Guy. As much as I respect Toby, I think we've got to be a little bit on the front foot. We know what it's all about now. If it goes wrong tonight, I think we're in a bit of trouble. Although, I will say, Ruckus lost their first 5 games. It's only our second game. So, but I'm looking forward to it. I love the concepts, and we want to see a good game. Yeah, definitely.
Toby, going into this, you obviously don't want to underestimate them, but is there, obviously you have 2 seasons of experience. You're one of the longest managers being here as well as other guys, of course. But does that experience maybe help you stay calm on the sideline, maybe on a touchline, or what do you think that going into a game against Gold Devils?
It's like you never see me on the touchline. I'm never calm.
No, definitely not. But I'm saying, hopefully, you've learned after 2 seasons, maybe, you know what I mean? It can happen at any minute. You can score any minute.
Do you know what it is? I'm just passionate about the game, and I'm someone that's played football myself, so I know what I would give if I'm on the pitch. So I expect I expect that I expect that of my players. Any manager who's played knows what they expect of their players. But yeah, massive respect for Goldbridge, and the most respectful thing I can do is get my team to give you 100% out there. It will be a good battle.
Yeah, I want a good game. 100%.
Looking forward to it, man.
Yeah, looking forward.
Wow, this is really, you know, you said no more Mr. Nice Guy, now you're shaking
That's
out.
not Mr. Nice Guy.
Oh yeah,
that's like a mutual respect.
That's respect.
Yeah.
I respect
I'm going to give him 100%.
Leave it out there on the pitch.
Yeah.
Listen, Goldbridge, Mr. Goldbridge, I'm going to call you Mr. Goldbridge because I feel like it's like the Fergie times, right? We're going to take it very, very seriously. You talk a lot about, you spoke a little bit off camera about getting that first game out the way, those kind of nerves out the way, and the learnings you took from that. Do you feel like your team's in a much better place to deal with the environment here at the Copper Box, the TV cameras, the big games? You obviously had a brand new team. Do you feel like you're in a good place now?
Yeah, I think a lot of these players know how to play six-a-side, but they don't know how to play Baller League. And we were in that game against Deport Trio at 1-1. We're playing really well. We scored first. You hit the game changer, you're 3-1 down. They sit back, they put a big guy up front. It's hard.
I've been there, bro.
Yeah, and it's like, welcome to Baller League. And every game you're learning. I mean, even watching the games today, Deport Trio have lost. So it's a completely different environment. We've all played six-a-side. It's a completely different environment. A game can change on them game changers. And last week we were learning. I think, it's like Amrim said, we're going to suffer. We know we're going to suffer. But it's about succeeding as quick as we can.
Let's bring it back bad memories. Toby, is there one piece of advice you would give to the gaffer sat next to you?
Yeah, I'll give it to him after the game.
You're going to give it to him after the game? Yeah, send him off.
Hey, pause.
Anyway, listen,
we're live on Sky.
Your players are there, ready to go out. You guys, good luck, enjoy yourselves.
Thank you so much. Good one, boys.
Well, for the final time tonight, welcome back to the commentary box there. I mean, look, friendly words between Mark Goldbridge and Tobe heading into their final game. Both teams are winless so far in this, but are very much looking to get the season underway at least.
No, 100%. I think for Vision, it was disappointing for them to give away the 2-0 lead that they had, but it was a very tough game. And I think for Gold Devils, a real learning curve for them. I think that's the best way to kind of put it. And we've seen that be the case for a few of the newer sides, but I think both teams will be looking to make things right and get their first win of the season.
Absolutely. Well, look, there's been a lot of changes coming in to this as well. Both have made big changes. Well, here we go. Final game of Matchday 2. Quickly, Liez, what's been your game of the night so far out of all of these?
I would have to say, I think Ruckus versus Prime FC was unbelievable because although it's a 5-goal win, it didn't feel like that at times. It felt like a real show of quality, but ultimately Prime have just passed a massive test in their season and they look like the real deal.
Absolutely. I mean, look, for me, Prime, you have to say the goals they've scored, Liez, is ridiculous. When you compare that to SDS, who've only scored 5 goals in 2 weeks, they might be on the same points as them, but the gap there in the goals is clear to see, especially on the goal difference. That could be a huge factor as we go through the weeks. Let's look at both of these two teams coming in to this one. 2 changes are made. I spoke to Mark Goldbridge in game 2 today. He said, look, we're not wild carding yet. We've got a 12-player team. We're bringing in 2 players. 2 of those changes being James Nolan comes in and Marville Ekpiteta comes in, of course, of Prey Valley. Also has a twin brother, Marvin Ekpiteta, who currently plays for MK Dons in League 2. He'll be wearing the number 22 shirt tonight. Bilal Sood looking to get his account started. I mean, look, he hasn't scored a goal yet.
Yeah, and I think by his own admission, didn't have his best game on match day 1, but we know what Bilal Sood is about. Goals, goals, and more goals, so fully expecting him to open his account tonight.
Well, how about this one? Speak about changes. Speak about 4 changes in fact for Vision FC. We know that they've wildcarded in another goalkeeper. Cesar Uzar comes in. He did feature before as a wildcard back in Season 2, Matchday 2 against Wembley Rangers in the goalkeeper. Dimitri Nikolai comes in. Ronald Gordon, Eric De Mello, who scored that famous goal against Santan all the way back in Season 1. You remember that one?
Am I wrong for thinking Cesar Uzar was the goalkeeper for the other side in the Community Cup final? I think he might have been. A really, really bad game for him on the day. I'm looking forward to see if he can bounce back because that was a disappointing day from his part.
Mark Goldbridge was saying that a few of the players the Vision have picked up was from the Community FC Cup. Great spot from Liez. I mean, look, they've... I like already from Tobe that, yes, his team have not started as he would have wanted to last week, of course. They drew in last week, but still, they're happy to make changes from the get-go. Of course, it will be the Gold Devils playing in that blue and black stripe kit from right to left for the first half here. Vision in a different design kit from left to right, looking to find their first win of the season.
Yeah. No, I think from Vision as well too, the big interest, the big talking point from the first week was the lack of possession and the lack of passes completed. I think they ranked both last in each category in the league, despite getting their draw. So Ginge was quick to point that out. Is that the game plan from Vision? Is that just what they were kind of forced to play into? What does that look like today?
Well, no player had more shots than Bilal Sood. He's kept that record. I don't know how many are on target. He had 11 shots in total last week. And as you said, Vision had the fewest accurate passes, only 99 in total across the 30-minute game.
Keep an eye out for, of course, Salim Nassour as well, too. Got his account opened on the first week and has been a player of huge talking in general in terms of Baller League circles.
Here he is now getting his first touches. He did put the Gold Devils 1-0 up, didn't he, last week? And then it was the onrushing traffic of Deport Trio. It ended up pulling away in that game in the end.
JT, get that press right.
2 goal scorers in that game. Nassour and, of course, Lukman Kasim, who's not in the squad tonight. Of course, former Ruckus and M7 player. Oh, no, that could be an easy.
Nearly the opener for Bilal.
An easy opener for Bilal Sood to get his first goal of the season. Chance to have a look properly at the team of Vision who's starting here. Florian Castrati, hopefully we can see the season 1 Florian Castrati.
Yeah, things didn't necessarily go to plan for him in season 2, as it didn't for most of Vision. But we know what he's capable of.
Yeah, Joshua Parker as well. Where's the captain's armband? Remember that hat-trick he got last season? He was
good player.
Superb in the first sort of opening stages of the season, and wasn't really able to follow that up as his form did drop off. They have brought in Adrian Tajik, though, who is a baller who was brilliant last season for M7. Retain 5 players out of the 12 Vision, 7 new signings they did bring in.
I mean, it's natural. With all due respect to Toby, who I have immense respect for, the season didn't go how we planned, and big changes come when big disappointments happen.
Favourite player there as well, Tariq Fosu, who's on the sidelines at the moment, wearing number 24 shirt.
I think there's a few really interesting players on Gold Devils' bench, actually. Obviously, James Nolan, ex-Man United defender.
The sidelines ready to get going. It's the first week, as Albridge said.
Arazad as well, too. Or as they call him, Risky. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
He has been left in no man's land. Can he make the most of this? Bilal Sood gets his first Gold Devils goal.
You can't keep a good man down for long. Bilal Sood, it was coming. But what did I tell you about Cesar Azar? There is a mistake in him. It's been on display before, and that's a moment he's going to want to forget really, really quickly.
Especially so. Yes, when you are the wild-card goalkeeper, and that's the mistake that you make.
Yep.
Just miskicked the ball there. Nicely done by Louis Johnson, who got the ball across to Bilal Sood, and for a second time in his second week, Mark Goldbridge's side have actually scored the first goal. It's just how they respond from here, Liaz.
100%. First blood, the Gold Devils. We saw it last week as well, too, but now it's about figuring out, has this team learned how to defend the lead? Because obviously it didn't go to plan last time.
Marvel Pitetta getting his first couple of touches on the ball, number 22. Oh, how's that going to go? Florian Castrati looking to find his first goal of the season. Cannot forget, he got 14 goals last season. Of course, he was suffering an injury at the first half of season 2. His form was crucial to Vision in season 1, but he just missed out on that top 4.
There's Bilal. He's got a taste for goals already. He wants more.
He's up for a brace. Was he fouled there? It looked like he clearly was fouled. He's asking for a 2-inch suspension, which I'm sure no referee will like.
Yeah, Bilal's got a taste for goals now, and that's not good for any opposition defender.
Well, let's get this for a run.
He's really dangerous when he puts his head down and just drives at players, man. Has a really nice low center of gravity. Good left foot as well, too. And he can pull that trigger at any given moment, which I think for any defender is really the fear.
There's Tariq Fosu there, who was asking for a 2-minute suspension, and we just pulled him back. Allow Su to step up over this.
Oh, yeah. Although I have to say, I think this favors maybe Nassour a little more. Maybe the guile of Nassour, the power of Bilal Sayoud. I think Bilal wins that argument.
Yeah, I don't think Salim Nassour's taking this one. Up steps Sayoud! Ooh, corner.
Tell you what. You got to get some crazy whip and bendage to really find the top far corner from that angle, but Bilal nearly did it.
Past the wall as well.
Oh, yeah. Oh, rescue.
Great defender from Jordan Thompson, the former M7 defender. M7 no more this year, which has allowed all of the players to disperse and disband with different teams. All of them dotted around different teams in the 12 that play in Baller League Season 3.
Bilal seen a lot of the ball early on, huh?
Well, he had the most shots, didn't he, last week? He had the most shots, I think, all season long. I mean, yes, they weren't all on target, but he's not afraid to get his head down and have a crack. Oh. Was he blocked there by Joshua Parker? That's his argument.
Well, Bilal is in a constant battle with the officials at the moment. Really unhappy with how the way the game is being called. That's the second time where he's asking for something, and I know he got the free kick the first time, but he was asking for a little more the first time. I think this is really, you really want to see more from Vision. Obviously, we talked about the possession and passing stats that defined that first game so heavily, but they are more than that. Nice play here. Oof.
Wow. Fosu over the bar. That's their first real chance of the game for Vision.
Wayward shot, though.
Another foul again on Louis Johnson this time. He's got to be careful. There's a few players on that side of Vision that are maybe a foul away from potentially suspension.
Let's see.
I'm just looking at it. There's only been 32 goals tonight, Liaz. There was 60 last week. Quite different, isn't it?
That's startling. Yeah. Obviously, there was this huge wins for NDL. Prime got their goals. Bilal's going to take this one again, is he?
Bilal Sayoud plays it short to Louis Johnson. Then Bilal Sayoud has a shot. That's going to fall back to Bilal Sayoud again. That time, he was just...
Bilal is fuming at the moment, and it's another one he thinks that's gone away from him. But you talk about not being afraid to shoot on sight. That pretty much sums up Bilal Sayoud at the moment. It's not a surprise, really, when you give me that stat about racking up the most shots in the league.
I didn't believe it last week. He had more shots than any other
Here he
player
goes
on the
again.
night.
Look
Here
at
he is
that.
again. Didn't get a goal last week.
Well, all the talk about, buy a ticket, don't win the lottery, but I think Bilal's taking the extreme viewpoint on that.
He's buying all the tickets.
Oh, yeah.
Last week it was an assist. Tonight so far it's been a goal. The only goal of the game so far, approaching 10 minutes into our final game of the night. My question is, how many minutes is that man going to be playing?
Who's that?
Bilal Sayoud.
Yeah, I think if it's up to him, every single one of them. Really growing, though, into a Baller League legend. I think the only shame for him at the moment is the fact that he obviously hasn't been able to feature in the Final Four yet, which I wouldn't say is really any fault of his own. I think he's done tremendously for his previous teams, but maybe that's the one thing kind of missing from his resume. You've seen the amount of goals he's scored, the amount of moments, just missing that I guess, postseason legacy.
Someone we haven't really spoken about today, Serene Sane. He is in goal for the Gold Devils. He's had a pretty quiet day.
Oh, yeah.
Former 26 is, of course, one of the two players that have moved over to another blue side in Baller League in Gold Devils.
It is funny, though, on Gold Devils. No gold in their shirt, or it's a blue shirt. Goldberg's is a United fan, you think maybe a little bit of red. And yet we've ended up with blue. It's a nice kit, no taking away from it, but interesting.
Crossing foul to the way he's in the crowd.
1 minute, 2 game changer.
Timella on the pitch and to get us back underway, Daniel Bowrick. Two of the players that have been loyal to this team throughout all 3 seasons. Shot comes in.
Don't mind that.
Why not?
Yeah, I think at this point for Vision, they got to just keep the keeper honest at this point. No real attempts of any note, to be honest with you, after 11 minutes.
Interesting as well this week. No George Nikac, who of course was unbelievable for M5 last year.
Nice.
One of their big signings they moved across.
Here's Risky. Really talented player.
In 10, 9, 8, 7,
Looks like heading to a game changer.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Game changer.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. We go higher. It's time to go higher.
Offside. The next 3 minutes you simply cannot be offside. The normal offside rule is suspended. You can position yourself freely anywhere on the pitch. I mean, we still say this. We had an onside earlier tonight. Teams are just struggling now to really change, or if they actually want to change anything, and they just want to continue to play in the way that they are.
Yeah, I mean, how long has it been now? 3 seasons straight, and no one has really been able to exploit this one. So let's see if that can change tonight.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I just always think stretch the pitch out, right? Like, take advantage of the rule. Make the pitch maybe a little less congested. There you go. There you go.
Potential cutback. There's the Vision player. Was he fouled?
Wow.
I've got a challenge. If they want to throw it, they're throwing it. The challenge. Well, that's a flag that's been thrown. The referees haven't spotted that yet, and now
I think that's a good shout. I think that's a penalty.
Well, the question is, was he in the box? If it wasn't in the box, it'd be a free kick.
I think he might have been as well too, but that's a good example of the onside rule being exploited.
Yeah. We've normally been offside, not onside that time.
Let's see it.
Was it in the box? I mean, just from the last thing I remember, I felt like it was outside the box, but
I think he might have. Let's take another look at it. Takes it down really well. Ooh. So the foul starts outside the box, but it carries on inside. I think I've always seen these to be up to referees' interpretation, but there is,
there's a pull there.
I think that's potentially
there's
fair.
a tackle maybe there.
That's inside. That one's inside. Oh yeah.
From that angle.
The referee's challenge is successful.
Oh yeah.
Penalty awarded.
Wow, penalty Vision.
And well done to Vision. Score this penalty or not, because like I said, we don't get to see this game changer exploited enough, but they've done a terrific job of using it.
They get the flag back, brand new rule for this year.
Mark's not happy about it. Neither is Bilal.
Coleridge not happy at all. Joshua Parker to step up to bring Vision back into this one. Can he get past Salah? He can.
Wow. And talk about emphatic. Talk about emphatic. Stunning penalty.
Well, he got 9 goals last season, including a stunning hat-trick. That is his first. I'm sorry, his second of the season. That's from the penalty spot. They do keep the challenge flag. Oh, and as we said, Liaz, it was a decision that was well done there from Toby.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Well done to Vision. Yet again, not playing the most convincing game yet, I would say. But the score says 1-1, and that's all that really matters. Oh yeah, brilliant.
What a flick. Eric Demella will chase that down.
Well touchdown by Risky.
Over the top. Goes long.
Oh wow.
Risky was there. Suddenly this game has come to life, hasn't it, in his last few minutes.
The center of gravity is just crazy from this kid right there. Has he managed to keep that in? Unbelievable. Risky.
Risky goes on his own.
Ankara Messi is what the announcers just said, and look at that for a takedown. Wow, unbelievable. Really, really good player, man.
Corner. It's the first one for Vision there to restart the corner count. Remember, 3 of them. And you will win yourself a penalty. Just 30 seconds left of the half now. The goal from Bilal Saud and the penalty challenge that came off for Toby, which allowed Joshua Parker to start the game at 1-1. There's another ball on the pitch. We better get off. Final 10 seconds. Stopped by Serene Sané. 5 seconds left for the half. Sané's going to go long. And that's going to do us at the halfway point. Half-time score. It is Gold Devils 1, Vision 1. Well, so much to talk about there at the start of the half. I was going to say, Bilal Saud gets his first goal of the season. No one has more shots than that man. It felt like it was about time. The amount of shots he's taken, one's going to come off Liez. And then look, what a penalty shout. I mean, that's what the ref challenge is about this year. If you get it right, you keep your flag. They called that one perfectly.
Oh, yeah. To be honest with you, this game started off a little bit slowly, but it's really sparked into life. I think the game changer done exactly what the can says. Change the game. And credit to Vision, who continue to make life so difficult for our oppositions. They're doing it again tonight, and we've got a really interesting second 15 minutes coming up next.
Absolutely. We're 50 minutes away from the night. MVP of the night, Liez. Lots of chat about it for you. Who's
oh, yeah.
MVP?
I spoke about it on punditry down below. I think Cadell Daniel was the star of the show tonight. Hat-trick and an assist, led the entire game in shots, successful dribbles, chances created, touches. And then every single time it felt like Community had a goal in them, Cadell Daniel was there to crush their dreams. So for me, the MVP of the night. He's
been one of the only few players as well, Liez, that's remained loyal to his club as well, as he's been with United Season 1, Season 2 and Season 3. But it feels like Season 3, Cadell Daniel, might be the best we've seen so far.
I just think he's so complete in terms of defensively, scoring goals, creating chances. That for me is what a franchise player is all about. I think he fits that tag to perfection.
Absolutely. Again, Cadell Daniel, I feel like could be on his way to an MVP of the night. Here we are in the commentary box. Hello, hello. We are inside for our final game here of the night. We've got the best view of the house. We can see it all unfold in front of our eyes. Please give us a 15 minutes to remember here Well, I think Cadell Daniel deserves a shout. If it isn't for him, Timmy Abraham got one of the quickest hat-tricks we've ever seen. 13-minute hat-trick.
Oh, yeah.
He did get his first touch was a goal. He then followed up with 2. Prime have been unbelievable. Something that, I mean, for the Knicks look pretty good. Aaron Stevens scored 2 goals from
I think
being in goal.
That's certainly a shout as well too, because the amount of chances that Deport Trio missed, yes, some of them were off target, but huge saves from Aaron Stevens.
And Alfie Matthews again.
Oh yeah,
playing superb as always.
I even think Max Pittman as well too in goal for Wembley Rangers. Some big saves today for them.
It felt like the battle of the goalkeepers
between
those two.
Today was very much, as you said, a defensive day of Baller League, which isn't a bad thing. At times there's beauty in the defensive side of the game, but it's more difficult to pick the attackers as it was last week, where you just had so many goals everywhere you looked. Salim Nassour.
Well, there's a few fans behind the goal of VZN FC making some noise.
Love to see it. Anything NDL can do, they can do better. Ooh. Josh Parker wants a foul there.
It was quite noisy in here tonight, Lee, as it does worry me as the week's scored. Can you imagine when we see Prime versus NDL?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
At the moment I'm using an earpiece just to hear from other people, but I think I might need it.
You might need ear defenders by that
ear
point.
defenders, honestly. The atmosphere here these days is absolutely scintillating. We wouldn't have it any other way.
Absolutely. Especially when both teams are doing as well as they are. Both, of course, unbeaten. Yes, NDL didn't win tonight, but they are still on 5 points. Prime only on 6. SDS as well, quietly going about their business.
As they do, man. Ooh, good save. As they do, though. Seriously, I feel like SDS continue to be the side that, while we talk about Deport Trio, we talk about NDL, we talk about Prime, let's not forget that they've been to 2 finals straight. They got the know-how, they got the experience. They have one of the best players in the league in Cat Sterling, so they just continue to do things quietly, and I don't think Sharky would have it any other way.
Referee's challenge for a corner.
There's a ref challenge coming in here from the side of Gold Devils. It's for a corner. Let's see if it was the right call from Mark Goldbridge. Let's have a look again on the replay. Pitetta. I think it's come off his boot by the end of it from that angle. Corner or not, chap?
Referee's challenge unsuccessful, goal kick.
Well, there you go. Looks like the last touch did come off Pitetta there, and that will be a unsuccessful challenge. One on the scoreline here, Chow. Who do you think is going to come out on top on this one? Gold Devils have used the flag. They've used the challenge.
Oh, great pass. Got a runner ahead.
It's taken a lot for some of these players, guys. I mean, of course, they're playing the last game of the night. Some have come early doors to prepare.
Yeah, no, honestly, I think every single player that participates in Baller League deserves so much credit, first and foremost, because the level of Season 3, I think, is higher than it's ever been.
Yeah.
So to even, like, make these teams then compete and get called upon week in, week out is something. But then the intensity and athleticism and short bursts that you're able to have over 30 minutes, I really hope people aren't taking, almost, not taking advantage, but what's the right word here? Taking them for granted, because these guys are doing something really, really impressive out here.
Don't forget as well, 144 players.
These are the best of the best.
Drafted for this season.
Oh, yeah.
To even get into the starting 11, Liaz, I mean, that's hard enough as it is.
100%. You're talking about some ex-Premier League players. I mean, you look at the likes of Kieran Clark and Joe Bennett, who's, of course, playing for N5 most recently. You got players who are playing at a really good level as well, too. And then guys who are just trying to make their name in the game, and this is a great opportunity for them to do it.
And on top of that as well, there's even wild cards that could feature in multiple weeks. We haven't even seen the real addition of wild cards yet. When do you reckon they'll come in if we see them? Week 4, 5, 6?
I think week 4 or 5, like you said, is kind of where teams start to panic a little bit. It's where we're past that, oh, we have a great squad, and it's like, okay, what can we introduce to almost light a fire with these guys? And we've seen it in the past, right? I mean, the most extraordinary one was Petr Cech last season for me. That was a real crazy one. Troy Deeney had a go at it as well, too. And then we've had more successful ones where Kaz Sterling came in as a relative, not unknown, I would say, but almost out of the wilderness, and the same season finished as the league MVP. So definitely want to keep an eye out for. But I think you're right. Week 4, week 5, 6, that's when it starts to get a little worrying for some teams, and they start to think, well, what can I introduce to change my team up?
They're into the contacts books. They will. They will
and when I'm thinking of the likes of JJ and the likes of Nico and the likes of Mark, like the contact books these guys must have.
Let us know in the chat. One player, I'd love to see wildcarded here.
I was hearing Nani earlier.
Lewis Nani, I was speaking to Mark Goldbridge.
He looked really good in the obviously Creators vs. Legends game. Yeah, of course. Nani would be a great one.
Painting on now. Speaking of 26ers, of course, he was part of that side last season and the season before. To our final 10 minutes now. Dimitri Payet in the chat, someone said.
Hey, he's available now. He's available now. I'd love to see that. If he's up for it, I would love to see Dimi Payet give it a go.
Shout from you guys in the chat.
Good touch.
Pitetta that time runs it out of play. Only 33 goals tonight. Might be one of our lowest scoring weeks. We have got 9 more weeks of action though. Parker, the only goal scorer for Vision in this game so far. Looks to spin and turn his man. Can't do that.
Good hold up there.
Well, look, in the chat, we are seeing your predictions. Wildcard chat, speak to us. Who should be a wildcard? Adel Tarab, Dele Alli, Gareth Bale,
Marcelo. I think Marcelo would be amazing. Marcelo, I saw him obviously in a charity game a few months ago, right? And I watched him train. The guy's technical ability is it's like a joke, man. He's playing a different sport to everybody else. I can only imagine him in Baller League. Wow.
Eden has the often popular shout.
Yeah, of course.
He's popped up in the odd charity game, hasn't it?
Yep. But I think Marcelo is really the one. Oh my God, people will genuinely not be able to like when they see Marcelo play in front of their very eyes, they'll think they're watching witchcraft. It's that good.
Keep coming in the chat as always. Good to get you involved in the conversation at home. And off the 30,
nice.
3 goals we've seen tonight. Prime scored 8 of them. Again, they have been on goal scoring form. 7 last week, 8 this week. They are on 15 goals already this season.
We don't have next week's fixtures to look forward to yet. I'd love to see who their next opposition is.
As of yet, keep your eye on Baller League.
I really want to see Primo Prime up against either Wembley Rangers or SDS. Not only because they're the 2 finalists, but I just think in terms of teams that will try and stifle them and make things very compact and ugly against them, I think those sides will play a more pragmatic game than perhaps Ruckus attempted to today. And Ruckus might be able to go more toe-to-toe with them, but in terms of just trying to stifle that goal-scoring machine, I think either Ross Cable or Maz are capable of maybe halting it a little bit.
We saw that a little bit today, didn't we, from Wembley Rangers against NDL.
Yeah, they can just make things ugly for you, man. And I think ultimately, they might not score as much as NDL or Prime, but that's also why they've been so successful in getting deep into the Final Four and ultimately winning it.
What a week for Clutch as well, by the way.
Huge comeback for them. That's
Brian
the Clutch.
Lee getting that could be huge for Brian Lee, just individually getting himself going.
Oh, yeah. And that Clutch, they needed that comeback. Kia Dixon as well, too. I told you, one to watch out for in week 1. I thought he looked really good. Grabbed his goal so well today. Bilal. Ooh. Chance. Oh, just a little wide.
Where's that one ended up? Is it a goal kick or a kick in?
Oh, tried it. Too tight of an angle, though. This game kind of sums up the night, though, huh? Not many goals. Neither team willing to give too much up to the other. Oh.
Great pass. Can he get in the end of it? Yes, he can. Marville. Ekpiteta.
The curse of the commentator. Well taken goal from Gold Devils.
First appearance in Baller League. And his first goal.
The finish is brilliant, but I think the beauty comes from the pass right here.
Oh, Louis Johnson again.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What a night he's had.
Foul.
There is a ref's challenge that's coming from Vision. I mean, if you're going to use it, why not on a goal?
I'm curious to see what he's thinking here, though. That looks pretty clean on the eye. So we're seeing that first-time ball over the top. No, excuse me, into Joshua Parker. Do they want a foul here?
Is there a tussle? Is there a pull? Is there a foul on Josh Parker?
I think there's contact, but I'm not going to lie. Josh Parker's a big guy. I think it's a little soft. I wouldn't be surprised if this challenge fails. He does have his hands on him. I mean, it's not like stone wall, no foul, but
the best part is you got
unsuccessful.
Is it successful or unsuccessful?
Unsuccessful.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Like, look, is there contact? No doubt about it. But I think
sort of leaning back into him, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. I think that's the right call from the ref. Not enough in that for me to overturn it.
Foul or no foul, chap? You tell us. Gold Devils, Mark Goldbridge side, 2-1 up.
Oh. Here's Risky. Not maybe the place you want him to be dribbling in, but he gets out of it. Oh,
that's
wow.
beautiful from Johnson.
Some really nice link-up play here from Louis Johnson, honestly. Some really nice flicks and passes. And
he's back 2 assists tonight. Set up Bilal soon. He's
2 minutes.
got that last one as well. 2 minutes away from our second half game changer. Our last one.
Here's Risky.
Of match day
the 2
2.
Algerians combining.
Where's that one going to end up?
Josh Parker plays it wide. No one in the box still for Vision, and that's got to be the big worry there. Look, that's a terrific ball, and no one's there to even challenge
That's the
for it.
breakaway. Is Sayoud onside? I believe he was.
Bilal, Risky.
Is he offside? Risky is offside. Otherwise, Johnson would have had a 3-1 lead.
Those 3 are combining really, really well, though. Risky, Bilal, and Louis Johnson. I think for Goldbridge early on in the season, it's all about kind of finding the partnerships and the chemistry that works in this team. Because we know he's got great players, but who fits with who plays well with who? Early days still, but those 3 together, they looked good in spurts. Nice.
Castrati.
Just hasn't worked out for him so far tonight. Well defended from Gold Devils. Castrati's going to go for it again, is he?
Castrati, why not? Sané called into action for the first real time in the game.
That's better. Oh, he's got an opportunity.
Off target.
Time ticking down for Toby's Vision FC. Bilal. Can he score?
Word as well. We haven't seen James Nolan
Not at all.
The pitch yet. So he's on the sidelines there, James Nolan, of course, former Manchester United player. I didn't see him used.
Still time, of course, but yeah, quite odd. Player of his experience, you think maybe would have gotten a sniff so far, but not to be. VZN FC just look frustrated because they have tried, they've put their all into it, but they just haven't been able to, for the most part, break apart this awfully frustrating Gold Devils defense.
In 10, 9, 8.
Final 10 seconds. Bilal will have time for a shot. Bilal shoots! Makes it 3-1. Bilal gets himself a brace. What a way to go into the game changer.
Well, they say goals are like ketchup, right? You wait so long to get one, and then you just shake the bottle, and more come out. Two goals for Bilal.
Fancy about that. I mean,
yeah.
it's just
I love the finish, though.
the finish is classy, but the delivery from Sané. Game changer.
Let's take this thing higher, higher than you ever been. Stand tall like Everest. We go higher. It's time to go higher.
The line will be our second half game changer and our final game changer of the night here for match day 2. Very simple. If you score from behind the offside line, the goal will count as double. If there's someone to do that, Liez, it's probably going to be Bilal Sayoud. He's not afraid to shoot, as we already know.
Castrati as well, too. We know he's got a cannon on him as well. But here's another game changer that, again, for the most part, we haven't seen exploited nearly enough in these 3 seasons of Baller League. We nearly had that moment in the final, of course, with Nia Kirby. We can't forget about that. But for the most part, how many goals have we seen really been scored in this game changer?
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, well done, well played.
Kojo can't get a shot away.
Easy for Cesar.
Well, they survived already 1 minute of the game changer. Remember, if you score from behind the line, it will count as double. That's got to be some incentive for VZN. They do that. They're back in the game at 3-3.
Brilliant. Oh, they're purring now. Brilliant.
Oh, Kojo, Penteng.
Oh, my word.
Thought that was it.
Gold Devils have really found a nice little flow in the second half, man, honestly. If this is Goldbridge ball, I can't lie, sign me up. I might be a fan.
There's a few people in the chat saying it's Goldbridge ball arrived. Maybe it has.
Some of the combinations play, some of the 1-2s. VZN FC really having an answer for it.
Sané.
Oh, nearly.
Johnson.
Nearly kept it in.
Fosu. Castrati, why not? He wants the double goal.
Told you.
Second corner.
You can't hit it. At this point, why not? Great save.
Now they're in a position, if they take a shot from distance, it could count as double. If it doesn't, they might get a corner.
I don't think. Oh, here's a nice pass. I don't think teams have taken enough advantage of the corners this year, man. Honestly, it's all early days still, but I think we saw it exploited a whole lot more last season.
James Nolan is on the pitch. There he is. First touch is on the ball.
Oh,
and first foul.
Welcome to Baller League.
Welcome to Baller League, James. Our Gold Devils home and dryly as 37 seconds away.
Never say never, but if they do win this, I think they're deserved. I think they played some really good stuff in the second half, been clinical of their chances. Oh, nearly an own goal from Castrati. But you never know when you have a player like Castrati.
Surely offside, miles offside.
I can't understand though why no one's taking a shot there. Just go for it at that point, surely, right?
9 seconds away, it looks like Mark Goldbridge will end the night here with his first 3 points of the Baller League Season 3. Johnson deserved the goal. It's not going to happen for him this week, but what a performance he's also had. It's been the Bilal Sayoud show for his new Gold Devil side. Full-time result. Mark Goldbridge is off the mark with his first 3 points in Baller League. As his Gold Devils with 3 goals to 1. Goals from Marvin Ekpiteta and a brace from Bilal Sayoud.
We hope to see you soon. Be safe, be well, get home safe.
Were the difference. And after a disappointing opening week 1 against Deport Trio, Goldbridge ball might have arrived.
Hey, if it has arrived, long may it continue, because that was some enjoyable football, especially in the second half. We waxed lyrical about Bilal finally getting on the score sheet this season. He wasn't going to go along without scoring a goal in Baller League, come on. But huge 3 points from Mark Goldbridge and his men.
Absolutely. Well, look, let's head down if we can. Josh Denton, how's he feeling? Mark Goldbridge, 3 points on the board.
Mark. First win in Baller League, match day 2. Yeah. It must feel brilliant.
It feels so good. You know, last week we lost. And I've been looking all week, and I was like, Ruckus lost their first 5, John Terry lost his first 4, and everyone's like, Goldbridge out, all this, that, and the other. So to go and win game week 2 and play like that, and we played well first week, we were brilliant.
How did that feel then? Yeah? 1 week of prep, and you managed to beat a team that's been in the game for 3 seasons. Fair play, man.
We deserved it. The coaches, the players are absolutely brilliant. The subs, the better team won. A bit of a dodgy, I feel a bit bad about it. I want to apologise to the ref. I said I'll bring the passion. I was a little bit too passionate. But we were the late shift, so it's probably okay. But we did brilliant. We deserved to win. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. This Baller League is so good.
The chat was saying, is this Goldbridge ball? I can get behind it.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look, they've worked so hard. I don't do the training. Bash does the training. The lads do the training. They put the work in. Everybody was involved. But we do have a principle of how we want to play. We want to play good football. We could have won that 5 or 6. I'm over the moon. I'm over the moon. This is where it starts.
Bilal Sayoud, I mean, that was an unbelievable touch and finish. Having a player of that quality in your team must make you smile.
Yeah, I mean, Bilal knows what he's doing. I think he's the top scorer in the Baller League. But the 2 lads at the back, unbelievable. That guy up front for them is rock solid. Last week, we struggled with that. This week, I mean, they could go and run a marathon. They just absolutely bossed it. And they're a good team with that, what they've got up front. So I can't fault anything. It was brilliant.
No doubt. Listen, I'm going to let you go and celebrate that first win with your team. Mark, congratulations. First win in Baller League. Points on the board. And that is it from us on pitch.
Good job, guys.
We're done, yeah?
He got one of the... Well, there we have it. Mark Goldbridge gets his first 3 points on the board, and your head and shoulders above the rest MVP of match day 2 is Timmy Abraham. He got a hat-trick in just 13 minutes, Les. I mean, he was always up for conversation, but he's got it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he's not a bad winner of it whatsoever. I think there were a few really good performances, but to be that much of an impact off the bench, and what was, I think, the biggest aspect of Prime's win today, the substitutes, full credit to him, and I think a worthy winner.
Well, Prime scored 8 of the goals tonight, but we only had 34 goals in total, not as many as last week where we saw 60 goals. United won their first game in quite some time. Angry Juice got his first win in the cover box since May last year, 5-3 against Community FC. Deport Trio lost to Clutch. Clutch then went and won the pressure point penalties. Ruckus lost to Prime, 8 goals to 3. KSI's tied is 6 points from 6. The champions of last year picked up their first point of season 3, a 1-1 draw against NDL, who are still unbeaten. SDS quietly going about their business. They are on 6 points from 6 against an M5 side without a point on the board. And it's Gold Devils against VZN FC that closed out the night. Mark Goldbridge picking up 3 points. This is the table, and this is how it stands right now. Prime atop with a +9 goal difference. SDS in second. They're also on 6 points. They may be unbeaten, but they've only scored 5 goals to the 15 that Prime have scored. NDL unbeaten in 4th. United also unbeaten. They're in 4th with 4 points. Clutch in 5th. Deportrio in 6th. Gold Devils up to 7th with that win. Ruckus still in 8th place. Wembley Rangers in 9th. VZN in 10th. N5 and Community at the bottom of the table. Well, there we have it. 6 games at the cover box, a pressure point penalty. Liez, it's been a night, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, sublime. I mean, the action just continues to get even better and better. And long live ballers. Let's see who's through 3.
Guess what? 9 more weeks, of course, here at the cover box. We cannot wait to see you back next Monday. Until next time, it's good night from all of us here in London. We'll see you next Monday.